What? What are you guys trying to fuck me with the late box bullshit? Well, you guys can fuck off. I don't know. Shit. Ooh. 1 second. Before I forget. There's no way I'm forgetting this time. Come on. Okay. What up, chatters? How's it going? I'm very well. How are you? Wow, thanks. Thanks for asking. Wow. Is this Loner Box from the Lone Wolf server? Yeah? Wait, what? Yeah? Wait, did someone see me in game and then come here to say hello? What the fuck? Wait, there's no way. No, that's a joke. Okay, I got you. I was not causing that much trouble in game. There's no way. I was causing some trouble, but not that much. Okay. Speak to us, Boxman. Well, that's my job, you know? You saw a lot of slurs in Baron's chat. Well, you know, I just gotta relive my teenage... I didn't actually do that, stop. I am just as soy in Baron's chat as I am on here, so don't worry. Vosh said he was talking to you soon. Is that today? I DM'd him. I want a confirmation, okay? But yeah, I mean, at least I know what I'm going to talk about now. So I've got my notes. What are my notes? If we talk, all right, I think we'll talk about exactly who was supporting Israel in 48. Definitely. No, not definitely. We'll do the PLO were not non-violent in the 50s or the Palestinian resistance was not non-violent in the 15s, 16s, and 70s, okay? That's another one. Then what he means when he says that Israel put Hamas there or that Netanyahu funded Hamas. Yeah. That shit. That'll be the history stuff I want to talk about mostly. Is there anything I've missed there? I think there is. The conflict before the Nakba and how ethical, maybe the question of how ethical some of what Israel did before 1948 was. Because I think the immigration, although it was administered by an imperial power, I don't really know if you would take I think the immigration, some of it was probably fine. Obviously the fucking tenant farmer evictions were not fine at all. The fact that they were doing it with the intent to establish a state, probably not very cool either. So yeah. Okay, yeah. I also need to look at the PLO's founding goals. I think the PLO's founding goals were one state, but I think it was also... I think it was also that they... I don't think it was... I don't think, expulsion was part of their charter, but I think it was unequal rights they advocated for Jews who arrived after a certain point. But I can't remember. Let's see. Founding charter. Whoa. Let's see what we got here. Don't forget a Discord announcement. Oh, yeah. Wow. So... Palestine's an Arab homeland. Boundaries, indivisible territorial unit. Legitimate rights, sovereignty, aspirations. Determine its destiny when it completes liberation. The Palestinians are those Arab citizens who were living normally up to 1947. So that wouldn't be but he's saying people of Palestine will determine its destiny. So it's, yeah, I don't know. Balfour Declaration, null and void. Okay. Zionism, colonial movement, cause of, yeah, okay. Huh. Yeah, well, let me figure that. Article 7. Jews of Palestinian origin are considered Palestinians if they're willing to live peacefully and loyally in Palestine. Jews of Palestinian origin. What about okay. But I need to know where people get the idea of that being like equal rights. Founding charter, equal rights. Tammy almost missed the stream. True. Can't have that. I don't know. Okay. When will you have your talk with Vosh? I told him any day this week. That's why I said this morning. I said any day this week. Okay. well, hang on. I need to link the stream. Whoops. Share. Okay. VGG versus the Box Army. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know why people have this PLO charter, Jews from 19. I don't know. Oh, is it here? Is it from Article 6? Did I just miss it? Let's see. Oh, this was it. The Jews who had normally resided in Palestine until the beginning of the Zionist invasion, 1917, will be considered Palestinians. And then it was just have the one about living loyally. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, that would be basic. That would be like almost all of them. About 900. No, there'd be more than that because they will have multiplied in population, right? Yeah, so they're saying the beginning of the Zionist invasion was 1917. So they don't count pre-Balfour Declaration Zionism as an invasion. That's interesting. But I guess this would mean people who arrived in like after Russian pogroms and shit wouldn't even count, yeah. Or obviously Holocaust survivors who didn't have anywhere else to go. Okay, well, fuck. Just wanted to check. Yeah, we are going to talk about the footage. I don't think I'll show it because I don't think I need to. But we'll definitely talk about that, and we'll read some articles as well. Because I think there are 2 now. Two big ones anyway. It's like a Reuters one. Yeah, okay. Defo don't show it, it's really horrible. I know. Great footage. I know. But that's what apparently, you know, I did say that there are people who believe all women until it's a Hamas crime, and then they're like, whoa, wait. We need video. The first time anyone's ever demanded video footage of a fucking rape to believe that it was real. Jesus. The fuck, man. This is funny. Oh wait, let's get rid of Pepe. What footage? You can find it. It's on Reddit, Twitter. Yeah. Okay. Should I like the stream? Let me think about it. Yeah. What do you make of what Owen Jones said about the footage? Wait, did Owen Jones talk about the footage that came out yesterday? Or like today? Was it today? I don't know the time zones. Fuck. I think it was yesterday. No, I thought Owen Jones commented on the IDF videos. The IDF screening. I don't think he commented on what was on what came out like just a few hours ago or yesterday. I don't know. Owen Jones is weird. He's annoying. I think he's had lots of good moments. Like he's had a reasonably decent career, at least from when I used to watch him. But I haven't kept up with him recently. I remember the first time I heard about Owen Jones going south was when that that guy said that he was there was a caller that I had who that ex Keir Starmer staffer, the market socialist who was a staffer for Keir Starmer. He said that he said that Owen Jones had decided to become the Mike from PA of the left, and I was like, wait, really? I never really knew what he was talking about, but I think I'm maybe starting to see it. I don't know. Apparently that footage is a Kurdish woman years ago. It was screened on an Israeli news site. It's not like it was just some punter on Twitter who posted it. So he got rolled by a 16-year-old right-winger pretty badly. What, Owen Jones did? When? When did that happen? Someone else said someone got rolled in a debate that I wanted to watch. What the fuck was it? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I was referencing. Oh no. Apparently H Bomber Guy has a second channel. Oh, this used to be his live stream channel. H Burger Guy. Illuminati and the Pearls of Lazy Video Essays. Oh no, he's doing lazy video essays. What the fuck? That's so cool. Yeah, this used to be his live stream vault. Yeah. Is this a good video essay? Okay, let's go.
This video is a supplement to a 4-hour video about plagiarism you should go watch first. Then again, you might have better things to do, or taste. I'll just give you the context. One segment was about the YouTuber Illuminati, whose videos heavily plagiarize documentaries. She downloads the footage and then paraphrases the voiceover, and if you're lucky, she'll briefly acknowledge she's just telling you what happened in a documentary you could have watched for yourself.
He's the grandfather of the MMR.
I did this once. Uh-oh. I think I to be fair, I also read like a huge chunk of the Chilcot inquiry to get some original information. But goddamn. Is this what you're talking about from Max Blumenthal? I don't know why I would ever trust anything Max Blumenthal says, but is this the video? Documentation by Max Blumenthal. This is not the footage, no. This has nothing to do with what I was talking about, no. This is like a video. Anyway.
Yeah. The professor is semi-retired, but still charges up to $750 an hour to treat autistic children.
So this grandfather of the anti-vax movement, as he described, charges $150 an hour to treat autistic children, which, you know, is fucking ridiculous.
You're quoting another documentary. How are you getting these numbers wrong? And sometimes she just starts copying the voiceover. Badly.
They have a sister organisation, the Good News Doctor Foundation.
They have a sister organization, the Good Doctor Foundation.
Oh my god, the name is on the screen. Does she record these in one take? The smart aleck in high school who had to write a 2,000-word essay and submitted one with 1,800 words of quotes decided to start a YouTube channel, and it's not pretty. Illuminati's goal is to make as many videos as possible as fast as possible.
I remember the days. I remember the days in high school. That's secondary school to the Brits. High school in America. And you, when they didn't have like Turnitin or any of this shit, I could just Google like someone else's essay from fucking Canada and just do it and use it, and they had no idea. They had no idea. They had no way of finding out. These teachers didn't even know how to fucking like torrent. Yeah, good times.
And that means writing as little as she can and borrowing what other people already made by quoting them or reusing their footage. But she knows.
And you know what? Because I was such a bad kid, like I wouldn't do any homework at all. So the fact that I could plagiarize was actually based because I learned when I was copying someone else's essay. I actually learned, the only time I learned stuff for history in secondary school was when I copied other people's essays, because that's the only way I would do the work. Good times, man. Good times. Banging.
The videos would seem like low-effort garbage if she told you where she got everything as she said it, so instead she often just doesn't. But what I found funny was she also uses various tricks to make it seem like she's not quoting something, or at least not as much as she really is. A good example is in the first video in her series about Andrew Wakefield. She brings up Rosemary Kessick, a prominent anti-vaxxer, explains who she is, and then briefly quotes her.
She introduced quack diets for autistic people, which led to allergy-induced autism group. She says it improves them. She is not well known, but just as dangerous.
This all seems fine, right? She's actually reading a blog post word for word, including the quote.
She is the brain behind Vaxxed. She gave Wakefield the idea that MMR vaccines are the cause of autism. She introduced quack diets for autistic people, which led to allergy-induced autism group. She says it improves them. She is not well known, but just as dangerous.
She did this to break up the reading again, because after this bit, she actually does go on to quote the blog post. She has it on screen and she reads from it and it slowly scrolls down. For about a minute and 15 seconds of this video, you're just watching her read a blog post to you. And it's especially excruciating because she just got done quoting Brian Deere for 45 seconds. It's endless. So there's a bit in the middle where she pretends she's not quoting anyone to make it feel less dull. She's quite sneaky about hiding this. You see the wall of text she quoted? If you scroll up slightly higher than she shows in her video, I mean one line of text, that's the part that she copied without telling you. That part is cut off the top of the screen, so the viewer can't tell they're actually being read a blog for even longer than it looks. Most of the time when she quotes articles, even when she bothers to tell you she's quoting them, they're not even interesting or in-depth. In the other video I showed, they're almost always what you get if you just went to Wikipedia. Most of the places that aren't from Wikipedia come from Googling a really simple phrase, like, how common is autism? For example, when she quotes the page, how common is autism?
In 1983, the DSM did not recognize...
Okay, that's pretty bad. I do, okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I steal bits. And you probably know I steal bits because I show the bit I've stolen on the screen. I'll just, like, if something's worded fine, I'll just put it on the screen and just read it. Like, all right, fucking, but goddamn. There was that one time when I borrowed from that, I stole from that fucking, what was it? That Adam Curtis documentary about the chemical weapons. That's probably the most I've done it, but I think I like repurposed it well enough that it was just, I don't know, fucking. But yeah, shit. Like this is next level though. What the fuck? I was really paranoid about doing that, and I tried to change the wording. I read like probably like 100 pages of the Chilcot Inquiry just to get context and just to make sure I was actually like and I actually noticed that Adam Curtis had added like an extra flourish on the story that wasn't actually there. He had done that as well because there was one sentence he said. It was about that story where the person said that they had found out that Saddam Hussein was making chemical weapons in these little green spheres, like nerve gas held in a series of green glass spheres. So I was like, that's crazy because like you shouldn't put fucking nerve gas in a bunch of glass spheres. That's crazy. But I looked at the documentary, and in the documentary he says that what happened was this intelligence was someone running to Downing Street, like sweating and panting and really excited to tell the government that what he'd found. But I looked for that in the news articles about the story and the Chilcot inquiry. There's nothing about someone excitedly running to Downing Street with stories about. He just added that bit in to make it more exciting, or to make it look more comical. But as far as I know, he just made it up because I can't see unless he knows something that's not on the internet. Yeah. But yeah, that was the one time I think I properly like stole something. But even then, I like did quite a lot of reading around it just because I was like quite paranoid about it. Yeah. Shit, man, these people are mental though. What the fuck? What is this website? What is this 1994 website? Shit.
God, imagine not having to write.
Imagine if The Rock was real. I know. I like it when he. Oh, it's in my video. I can just find it in my video. When he gives the fucking warhead to Sean Connery and he's like, the second you don't respect this, it kills you. Yes.
Your video. This is just one of the first results if you Google how common is autism. Well, it was. We'll get to that. But it gets worse if you actually have done research on this topic. You know, like if you take this shit seriously or something. The page she's quoting is from the Autism Science Foundation, an organization founded by a former senior executive of Autism Speaks. An organization so shitty, Blair repeatedly criticizes them in these videos.
And trust me, I hate Autism Speaks. Like, fuck Autism Speaks.
The Autism Science Foundation is marginally better than Speaks. They don't.
Yeah, Autism Speaks are. I feel. The last time I remember looking at Autism Speaks, wasn't it basically just like a support group for parents who hate their kids, their autistic kids? Like a proper just hate group? That's my memory of them, but that's from years ago. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like a support group for fucking parents who hated their autistic kids. I don't know. All right.
I think autism is caused by vaccines, for one. But
yeah, like, what's that? This disease has taken our children away. It's time to get them back. Damn. Disease.
They're still not a great resource to quote from. For example, the page Blair is quoting doesn't exist anymore because it turned out to be copied and pasted directly from Wikipedia.
In 1983, the DSM did not recognize PDD-NOS or Asperger's syndrome, and the criteria for autistic disorder, AD, were more restrictive. The previous edition of the DSM, DSM-4, included autistic disorder, childhood disintegrative disorder, PDD-NOS, and Asperger's syndrome.
Even when she tries to get away from Wikipedia, she can't, because her laziness inevitably leads her to the easiest stuff she can find, which is almost always someone else copying Wikipedia. It's an Ouroboros of laziness that anyone can edit. Because Blair's videos are badly researched on purpose to save time, the sources she finds on her own are often sloppy shit, or even in this case plagiarized, if you consider copying from Wikipedia plagiarism, which I do, and clearly they do too. They took the page down. Blair's videos are just stock footage and quoting other people, and occasionally cutting to her cartoon persona going, "Wow, wasn't that interesting? Can you believe I was able to find this?" This trick where she quotes people without telling you has served her quite well over the years. In a video called How Power and Control Changes People, she brings up the Stanford prison experiment and talks about it like this.
This was to see how these guards would treat their fellow students based on the perceived divide between them. According to the lore that's grown up around the experiment.
According to the lore. So, is she about to start summarizing her research in an original way, or is she about to start quoting someone? Neither. She's already started reading a New Yorker article to you.
According to the lore that's grown up...
Good one, Harris. Good one. Is his name Harry or Harris? I don't know.
Around the experiment, the guards, with little to no instruction, began humiliating and psychologically abusing the prisoners within 24 hours of the study's start.
Sure, that looks bad, but at least it's in her list of sources, right? No, she forgot to put it in for this one. So this is plagiarism even if you believe the ridiculous paste bin excuse. So that's pretty funny, but would you like to guess where she might have got this article from? Yeah, it's on the Stanford Prison Experiments Wikipedia page. She went to Wikipedia, found an article, and plagiarized it. Badly.
The prisoners
Uh-oh.
in return became submissive and depersonalized, taking the abuse and saying little in
What
protest.
the fuck?
The behavior of it was so involved and so extreme that the experiment, which was meant to last 2 weeks, was terminated after only 6 days.
Why would you not retake that? Quoting stuff you got from Wikipedia, or quoting Wikipedia itself, is fine, especially if you use it as a springboard to deeper analysis.
Oh, thank God. Whoa! Thank God. Bro. Thank fuck. Okay, we're fine.
Wikipedia is trying to be a useful resource. That's not the problem here. The problem is, well, 1, the plagiarism, and 3, if you're just skimming a wiki before making an entire video about something, you miss obvious shit. Blair's videos get stuff wrong all the time. The one where she brought up the Stanford prison experiment has since been taken down because it's embarrassing. She talked about it as if it was a real, legitimate study with meaningful findings. The problem—
Why is the shirt ripped? Okay, so sometimes people, when they make videos, they kind of go for an aesthetic. They go for a look that kind of makes them stand out, so they become a familiar. They become their own self-contained unit. And you're like, oh, that's H Bomber guy. And I guess his was to take a lab coat or a shirt and set bits of it on fire. Just you know. Whoa.
is, it wasn't. It's been debunked by experts for about 400 years. And then, half a decade ago, internal documents came out proving it was objectively bullshit. Professor Zimbardo lied, basically. But because Blair was just plagiarizing an article from someone who thought it was real at the time, she had no fucking idea.
Let's talk
so she
about
spread
branding.
debunked misinformation to her audience. This is a massive problem with media.
Yes, a continuity. Yeah. I myself don't care for these advertising branding tricks. Me, I'm just authentic. Everything is on the spot. Nothing's prepared. Nothing is referential. Everything's just on the fly for me, for Toxic Box with the book and the box bullet. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do here. I don't care for this marketing. No, I'm Bill Hicks. I tell I tell advertisers to kill themselves. That's what I do. Anyway, I could never. I'm like an actual improviser. You know a thing about music. If you ever want to do improvising, no one's really improvising. Okay, if you see a really good improviser, a pretty substantial portion of the phrases that they're playing and the melodies and lines, they've played them before. They've played them before. Like if they're transitioning across chords, especially with arpeggios and shit like that, yeah, it's usually licks or phrases that they've played before, and occasionally people will just kind of like adapt them on the spot. But usually there's some kind of premeditation happening, especially if there are chord changes, because the thing that you're improvising has to go over chord changes. So I don't really like, and those are the best improvisers. The best improvisers are ones who are playing things that they've already played quite a lot. Or they've even taken it from someone else. There's this whole thing about this one jazz lick that appears in like 20 or 30 different standards. Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Yeah. But then once you have them, and you can just recycle. You can even use it across different tunes depending on what the chords are. But I would never do that. You know, I'm always fresh off the press. Anyway, I'm always fresh off the press. You don't even know. Anyway, let's go back to the content, okay?
Platforms right now. YouTubers who know nothing about anything can misunderstand a bunch of articles and spread lies to millions of people, and then they get to vote on how you live your life. I wonder why everything's getting worse all the time.
Did you get the lighting and piano look from Destiny? The lighting is from just standard breadtube, right? Like pink and blue. The piano is like, I don't know where else to put this piano. Where the fuck else would I put my keyboard? Computer, keyboard. I can't put it there because that's the middle of the room. My amp is there. I really want a room where you can see everything. I want a room where I can have like my amp and my pedals and my fucking guitars and just like all of it is in shot. Especially if I'm playing stuff from yeah, especially if I'm wanting to play stuff on stream. Yeah, I don't know.
Plagiarism is just the tip of an iceberg of intellectual laziness that threatens to make all of us dumber.
You can hang guitars on the wall. I hate hang guitars on the wall. People who hang guitars on the wall are fucking demons. It's so disgusting. No.
Even when people like Blair aren't just stealing shit, they still have no idea what they're talking about, so it's often wrong. Later on, she went back and made a follow-up.
I don't know, the lighting actually, because before I was doing YouTube, I was really into like lo-fi music. like that kind of 2017, 2018 lo-fi aesthetic. I'm gonna think of an example. Where everything was this kind of like purple, blue, and all the playlists were like this kind of shit, right? Yeah. Or this, you know? That's kind of where I got that sort of thing from, because this is what I was referencing. This kind of look was what I was referencing when I did the first video, right? Like with the thing here. And that's also the music as well. Like the music from my first videos were very much based on that kind of vibe. Like, I guess the color scheme there, you know, like that kind of thing. And like this screen, this nonsense. God, I can't remember. Like this was the first time one of the first times I ever used Premiere. I'm putting all this shit together. Oh God, this was mental. Yeah, with the video and the little pause thing. Oh shit, yeah. So that's kind of what I was, yeah, vapor, yeah, that kind of nonsense, yeah. And I guess like the music I did as well was like referencing that, because I used to do, remember this? Yeah, this was the first tune I made that I ended up using in a YouTube video. First backing theme, it was this one, Bed Number 1. Remember this one? Yeah, that one. Where is it? I wonder if I can find the original project for this. Anyway. I associated that tune with you immediately. Well, yeah, that's because it's my tune. Yeah. No one... Hopefully no other countries that. Yeah, I think it was like I think I'd been listening to, was it Matt DeMarco, another one? That was probably where that came from as an idea, yeah.
Video where she semi-apologized for this mistake and criticized the experiment. However, she didn't solve the problem that caused all this. The sources that she's now reading for minutes at a time are still from Wikipedia. She went back to the wiki, scrolled slightly further down, and is now quoting stuff she got from the criticism section.
It was late in the evening of August 16th, 1971, and 22-year-old Douglas Corpy, a slim, short-statued Berkeley graduate...
Short-statued? Okay, for the last few years, I've tried to avoid making fun of when people misspeak in videos. It's not.
Bro, these people are churners. That's what they're doing. Holy fuck, they're just... It's just a fucking industrial conveyor belt of content, isn't it? What the fuck? Short-statued. She didn't even think twice, did she? God damn it.
Substantive criticism, and it edges into making fun of things like dyslexia, which aren't to be laughed at. With Blair specifically, though, it's another example how lazy these videos are. She could have re-recorded any of these lines, but she's rushing. She makes 3 videos a week. There's no time to read the words correctly.
Yeah. She's Russian. And why? She shouldn't be. She's American. Hey. Right.
Or write her own, for that matter.
Sometimes a sentence is misworded in a script, and almost every one of my scripts is a minimum of 4,000 words, so it's bound to happen when I'm making 3 videos every single week for you guys.
Okay. Maybe the problem is she has to make these videos so fast. It's a shame someone's forcing her to do that. Whoever's in charge of making these videos should maybe reconsider.
But that also isn't an excuse if I make a factual statement about an experiment like the Zimbardo experiment.
The constant misreading of articles she stole about the Zimbardo experiment and the fact she doesn't fix any of this is an indicator of the level of care and attention these videos are getting. This has the fun side effect that almost every Illuminati video on any topic creates a brand new sub-community of people who know she's full of shit. All psychology majors, for example, but there's way more. For about 15 years, the Silent Hill fandom has been making fun of
Why
people-
do they teach you the Stanford prison experiment in school if it's so shit though? Why do they do that? Because they taught me that when I was like 18, and I was like, hey, let me tell you guys something that you don't know about humanity. Like, I don't, fuck. Same reason they teach Freud. Why? That didn't answer my fucking question, Moose. You piece of shit. What? Because it's still important. Oh, okay. Wow.
People who think the town of Silent Hill is based on Centralia, a real ghost town in Pennsylvania due to fires burning underground since the 60s. Wow. Silent Hill was not based on any real towns. It's largely based on surreal horror like Jacob's Ladder or the works of David Lynch. But it's mostly about circumcision. However, the writer of the 2006 movie adaptation has a personal family history with Centralia and drew inspiration from it. This interesting anecdote has quickly morphed into the lie that the entire series is based on this town. The developers of the games have had to explain this to people for over a decade, but are unable to stem the flow of misinformation because people who trade in interesting facts love to feed you shit. Blair has contributed to this by making a video about Centralia, the real-life Silent Hill.
Now sit down and listen about the tragic and true story of a town that inspired one of the greatest horror series, Centralia.
Actually, I kind of lied there. Small correction. Blair has made 2 videos about Centralia, the real-life Silent Hill.
Many people know Centralia as the town that inspired the Silent Hill video games.
She somehow managed to not notice
Bro, I gotta get on this grind set. I need to get on this video essayist grind. I don't know. I think I think I've been challenging myself too much. Your Discord link no worky. It should be discord.gg/learnerblocks. Oh, I know why. It's because we ran out of server boost and had to reset it. Oh, wait, am I not boosting my own server? Why not? What the fuck? You get a discount as part of your Nitro, $3.49 a month. Okay, I want to boost my Discord. Okay, wait, let's go. Whoa, it's only because I got. Oh, it's only $1.86. Wow, boost the Discord, you assholes. Fuck. There you go. If you want the .gg to work. I don't know why. Normally they give you some notice before losing it, because I think 2 people, every month, 2 people cancel their Nitro and 2 more fucking do the thing. I'll boost it. Oh my god, thank you, Kisu. That's really appreciate that. Wow. Anyway.
The key fact of these videos is wrong. Twice! The second video has maybe my favourite example of just how fucking lazy these videos are. It's incredible. She brings up the previous video and says, but it was just a short 3-minute thing. The video is 13 minutes.
I have previously talked about this on my channel probably 2 or 3 years ago in a super brief 3-minute video that summarized the timeline of events that led to this never-ending fire.
So she didn't bother to check the length of her video before saying how long it was, and then when she got the time wrong, she didn't even go back to re-record it. I might sound like I'm joking when I say this, but I am genuinely amazed at the lack of effort. I am stunned by the fact.
Could you make a video like that to show how fast you can make it? Yeah, like I was considering. I'm never gonna do this because it's just so pointless, right? But it's like, this is just for the amusement of me and like 3 other fucking snarky cuck bastards. Like, I could say, here's my 100 years history of Israel-Palestine that I've done loads of research for. In 1917, in World War I, Britain conquered Palestine, and then they promised to give it all to the Jews. And then a bunch of Zionists from Eastern Europe, a bunch of Zionists from Europe wrote this book about how they need to colonize and conquer and ethnically ethnically cleanse the Arabs. So they all went in there, and then the Arabs got upset and they resisted, but the British helped them squash the resistance. And then in 1948, the Arabs were like, "Oh no!" The British and the UN decided to do this partition, and then it didn't matter because the Arabs were rightfully resisting, and it was going to be there was a war, and then the Zionists, along with the British and the UN, drove out 2 million Arabs, and then they threw them all into Jordan and Egypt. And the Arabs tried to help and save them by occupying the West Bank and Gaza for themselves, and then that was not enough. And then Israel was like being really mean to the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, even though they didn't control it at that time. So then they were like, but we need to be even more mean. So they did the 6-Day War, and then they invaded Gaza and the West Bank, and then they took all those, and they did the Golan Heights from the Palestinians, and then the Palestinians, they tried to be they were like being really peaceful this time. They were just kind of like protesting and waving banners and doing boycotts. And then Israel was like, this is bad. It makes us look bad if we're doing this to these peaceful protesters. So they created Hamas in the 80s, and then they put Hamas in. And for some reason, the Palestinians were so fucking retarded that they all voted for Hamas 20 years later. And then there was the peace process, and then I don't even... There was the peace process, and Israel ruined it. It was Israel's fault, complete 100%. And then in 2005, Hamas came to power, and then because Israel helped them win basically, and then they started committing genocide in Gaza, and now we're here. Yeah, I could do one of those, right? But it's so pointless. I just feel like I have better things to do. Like.
The videos even exist, considering how little time and attention went into making them. That in itself is a kind of achievement. But the Silent Hill fandom isn't the only niche sub-community to be graced by a stupid video full of lies. Blair's video on SeaWorld is so poorly researched that someone wrote a massive document explaining the many mistakes. She blames the deaths of animals that weren't at SeaWorld on SeaWorld, claims the timeline is fuzzy on the deaths of certain animals when we know the exact date, confuses SeaWorld with Sealand, a different park, and when describing an injury suffered by trainer Ken Peters, refers to him as Peter.
Even though Dawn was the first trainer to die, another trainer, Peter, was attacked 4 years.
It's like when someone tries to put something into their own words, but they just take out but they just take out the most crucial word that changes the substance of the entire thing. Oh God.
Beforehand in 2006.
And the well just keeps getting deeper. I've seen posts on Reddit from pagans who hate the shit that she's made about their stuff, and the Vocaloid community seems to hate her with a pretty fiery passion too. I'm not even going to pretend to understand these because they're not my area of expertise, which is why I wouldn't make a video about it, Blair. Some of her videos are on actually important topics like medicine or science, where getting this shit wrong affects people's lives. Blair is fucking lucky Brian Deere is such a good researcher and she ripped him off so closely and only got some of the facts wrong. This might just be me, but I think it's bad to spread lies to hundreds of thousands of people for money. Not sure if that's a common opinion though. I can kind of see why she relies so hard on quotes now, because when she tries to do her own research, everything she sees seems to turn to nonsense, like a weird Medusa. Now, if Ben Shapiro met Medusa, that's what you'd call short-statued. Bang! This voiceover is here to make you forget what my beard looks like, so the footage I shot 2 weeks later connects better. This completely insane level of self-assured stupidity helps to propagate known falsehoods throughout the internet, and is basically—
I do that. If I have to record over 2 days, I'll do a visual in between. Nice one.
Why we live in hell. Even I fell victim to Blair's idiocy while I was making this video. Okay, so I've only ever seen the name Centralia written down. I've never heard it said out loud. I've only ever seen it on fan sites and forum posts when I've been arguing with people about Silent Hill, that sort of thing. So when I saw Blair's video, I assumed she at least knew how to pronounce it correctly, so I started saying it like that. It's actually pronounced Centralia. I know Blair doesn't know what she's talking about 90% of the time, and I still took her word for it. Literally. Humans are hardwired to give other people the benefit of the doubt, even people we know we can't trust, in ways we don't realize until we recorded a whole video getting an important name wrong, or tried a herbal remedy instead of going to the doctor. My point is, falsehoods like this can be dangerous. People see videos like this and believe them and internalize them on all sorts of levels, and then go and make a major life choice as a result of it. Or they go bother Masahiro Ito with questions about something made up. Leave him alone. Let the man design World of Tanks skins in peace. In the other video, I showed a very brief montage of stuff she stole directly from the Fire Festival documentary. But there was way too much, and it got really boring. But since I went through the effort of cutting it all together, and some people might think it's funny, I don't know, here it is now.
McFarland had booked the Fire Festival the same weekend that the National Regatta takes place in Bermuda.
They booked
He's so ruthless with like the it's that as well, because I've seen like I think Perrin will just throw in his misspeaks and stumbles in the videos. I'm like, God damn it, man. I would shit myself. I mean, if I do it in a stream, it's whatever, because until I learn how to talk in proper sentences on the fly, this is just what we deal with, you know? But doing it in a prepared video where you have the chance to go back and do it again.
festival during the busiest weekend of the year. It's called the National Regatta.
This boating event is massive, bigger than the Super Bowl.
It's like the Super Bowl there.
The island population doubles, and villas and hotels are booked for months in advance.
And the island basically doubles in population size. And all of the hotels get booked months, maybe a year in advance.
As one of his former employees puts it, they were selling villas that just didn't exist.
Billy had sold a villa package that didn't exist.
Maybe you remember hearing the joke that white people love camping unless it's a surprise.
Well, I know where you heard it.
Man, white people love camping unless it's a surprise.
Fucking hell! Jesus Christ, Blair. It's really easy to make videos where you don't have to write anything. This bit's been easy for me. I just play the clips next to each other. I don't have to give any commentary. I'm gonna have my coffee and sit down. That's right, Rachel, just hit play again. We don't need to explain this.
McFarland was trying to build a city within a city.
We were building a city within a city.
Cash flow was also becoming an
was
issue
that?
for those on the app development side of things, with one employee claiming their favorite Friday topic was consistently, did you get paid and was it the right amount?
Friday afternoon, our favorite topic is, did you get paid and was it for the right amount?
Jarul and Billy made a toast to, quote, living like movie stars, partying like rock stars, and fucking like porn stars, end quote.
Here's to living like movie stars, partying like rock stars. Billy.
And fucking like porn stars.
Andy claimed that he tried to see the positive side and thought of Woodstock.
Just like streaming, just like live streaming, you guys. Whoa.
Kept thinking about was Woodstock.
Many people don't talk about the trapped cars, the mudslides.
Does anybody talk about the hundreds and hundreds of cars that were stuck on the thruway for days? Does anybody talk about the mudslides?
How many people died of drug overdoses, the lack of food and water?
How many people died of drug overdoses? Does anybody talk about the lack of food, almost no water? Absolutely not.
According to Andy King, they had 4 18-wheeler trucks filled with Evian water.
4 18-wheeler trucks.
It's
filled.
fucking like a rock star red flag. I don't know if that just means like being a pedophile or or getting. I don't- And beating your wife? Probably.
With Evian water.
Emails were sent from the Fire Festival team to the attendees. One such email read, I noticed you hadn't created your Fireband account yet.
I noticed you hadn't created your Fireband account yet. It is your wallet for the weekend, so load it appropriately.
Another advert. Oh yeah, I set the advertising to aggressive because I'm doing an experiment. I want to see what I can. I want to see the benefits of aggressive adverts. I'll probably take it back down because I feel bad. But my God, you do earn a wee bit more if you go to aggressive advertising. I guess it also encourages people to go to Twitch because Twitch it's easier to make the adverts go away by going on Twitch. But we'll see. If the editing goes well enough, I won't have to do it. Like if the new editor goes well enough, I won't have to do it. But right now, I'm really just fucking. We could even do a goal, you know? We could do like a membership or a fucking super chat goal to get to stop the ads to stop. that would be so evil. Oh God. Oh shit. Because I could just turn the monetization off, bro. Ooh. Ooh.
It is your wallet for the weekend, so load it appropriately. Still, many bought into this, and the first rounds of attendees uploaded $800,000 to them.
The first batch of kids had loaded $800,000 on these wrist.
Let people donate memberships on YouTube. You can give gifties. You can gift memberships on YouTube. You just can't choose who the gift goes to. On Twitch, you can choose who the gift goes to, but on YouTube, you just gift and it just goes to a random person. I think that's what happens anyway. At least that's what the how the community puts it.
Hands.
A former Fire Festival employee said that some of these Bahamian workers started putting hits out on people.
Some of them started putting hits out on people, either to take them hostage and then get ransom, or just to hurt and injure.
Either to take them hostage and get a ransom, or to hurt and injure. And he claims that he changed clothes with an employee and hid in the back of a car to get to safety.
And I literally traded clothes with one of the employees that had been working with me.
When confronted over a team
so
call with the
bad.
fact that Fire had
Bro.
committed fraud, he said this was just a case of false advertising.
I mean, that's fraud.
That is,
Yeah, but no, YouTube membership doesn't skip the ads, no. So the incentive structure there is a bit, but if you get premium, it's weird. The YouTube monetization is weird. I'm only just starting to learn how it works. If someone with premium is watching you, you're getting money for that. Like, you get money for that because there's every month YouTube is like, here's how much money you made off of premium. And that's like, I think that's just because if premium viewers watch you, then you get a cut of that. Yeah. Like, you get a fraction of that pay. Yeah. Ooh.
I would call that false advertising.
He created a company called Spling, which gave off a Google Plus sort of vibe.
Was basically a duplicate of Google Plus kind of vibe.
Finding a tent and finding luggage became a free-for-all.
There's something about watching the reference and then the thing, and it just freaks me out so much, man. Oh, shit.
It's like, all right, it's a free-for-all.
One attendee claims that he didn't want neighbors, and so his friends started pissing on the beds and poking holes in tents around them.
We didn't want neighbors. Just started poking holes and flipping mattresses, and my buddy pissed on a few of the beds.
Another states that there was a looting mentality, and one woman had a whole pallet of toilet paper.
It became this looting mentality. One woman had a whole pallet of toilet paper. Somebody else.
What I want to know is, I want to know how. I want to know how long she got away with this for, because I think I've noticed that people who are total frauds, they get away with it for a really long period of time. And then it's enough time for them to build a big enough following so that even if they get discredited, it doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter that much. You know? Like, this happened with David Irving. You know David Irving, the Holocaust-denying historian? He, because he referenced archives, like archive documents, and just put them all on his reference list, even if a lot of them didn't actually say what he claimed they said, he would just get away with that because it took a long time for people to actually start looking through his references and realize that he was lying.
Loner box.
Yeah.
Smarmy cuck bastard.
And he would always say, like, oh, I'm the only historian who goes and digs up the archives. You know, I go out there into the world and I get my hands dirty to conduct my research. And it's like, actually, all historians do that to some degree. But he just but because he acted as if it was some kind of exceptional thing, people just believed it because most people don't know, like, what historians do. Yeah. On the ground research, yeah. Afraz Kazmi, thanks very much. With the 100, I don't know what those are. Are those rupees? Are those rupees? I don't know. Just passed my exams, 1 year away from being a doctor, have some of my future salary. Oh my God, thank you so much. Congratulations and passing your exams. Doc.
Had this whole giant box of pillows that it became very barbaric in a sense.
Someone else had an entire box of pillows, and it became barbaric. Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that
Oh, really? You found this part out in a documentary, did you? And that's not the right URL. I think you mean 123films.cc.
Grant Margolin paid a $35,000 penalty and agreed to a 7-year director and officer bar, but didn't admit to or deny any SEC charges.
This is the text from the end card of the documentary saying what happened. She's just reading it out in a slightly different order. She must have got sick of coming up with ways of quoting it. You can write an entire video about a seemingly complicated topic very quickly, if you don't mind sloppily reconstituting the easiest available information. Jamie Oliver would hate these because these are the chicken nuggets of video essays. I've had a chicken nuggets joke in my head for like weeks, and I'm not sure why. And I just realized now, coming here to film, that my props table has a fucking chicken hat on it staring at me. And I forgot why I got this. I don't know what it's for.
Wow.
330.
No, too long. Maybe I'll watch that if I'm wanting the game later. It was a good video. I like H Bomber Guy. I love H Bomber Guy. He's so good. He gives me bad vibes. Nah. He's just very... I feel like if H Bomber Guy did a hit piece on me, I would just cry and kill myself. I don't know. It's just... Because 99% of hit pieces are just dog shit, right? It's just bad context. It's a lot of... It's often cultist creators who are just like, this person disagrees with this thing that you guys all agree with by default and don't even, it might not even be true. Like that's what most like these people are, or they'll just, yeah, that's what most hippies are. Like, I don't care, but damn, like he points it out like pretty, it's like pretty universal condemnation. Like there's no like pro plagiarism person out there being like, yeah, but yeah, DJ Mule, right? Yeah. What do you think of Hassan overall? I don't think he's that great. Not the biggest fan. I do very much appreciate him not believing the rumors about me, but maybe that's also just because they're so comically stupid that that like no one would believe them apart from the people who say it. Like, so I don't know if I should thank Hassan for that or if I should thank Bad Empanada for that. For basically undermining themselves by being so fucking stupid. Like, yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Do you think Hassan is malicious or conspiracy brained and just driven by insane beliefs? No, I don't think he's malicious, no. But this is like... when we talk about people who are like manipulative or dishonest and all that, like I think 99% of the time, and I could be wrong about this because I have no idea if it's true, if there's research on it, there probably is, I'm probably wrong, but my opinion on manipulative people and people who gaslight or people who lie or whatever, I think, maybe not lying, I don't know about lying because I just can't get into that headspace, but like people who are manipulative, I don't think they're doing it on purpose most of the time. I think it's just there's a kind of person who has learned a way, probably since they were quite young, who has learned how to get what they want and has learned how to get at like through certain situations. And that's just what they'll do by default, right? Like they've learned how to get through, to get the most out of any interaction. And they've learned how to get what they want, and they just do that. That's what I think manipulative people are doing. I don't even think they realize that they're manipulating, though. I think they're just thinking like, I want this, I'm gonna get it. And it blossoms through reinforcement. Yeah, yeah. But I don't think they're actually saying like, how can I manipulate this person? I don't think that's really how it works, yeah. Because people are quite good at kidding themselves. That's what I thought about Lav. You know, people always said that Lav was really inconsistent. that she would lie a lot and that she would go back on herself a lot. But like, I don't think that was her being inconsistent at all. There was a consistency behind what she was doing, and it was she would just say everything she needed to get through whichever interaction she was currently in. And that's kind of how that worked. And that actually is consistent pattern of behavior. Consistently inconsistent. Well done, Loaderbox. Okay. Anyway. You're good at manipulating me. No, I'm not. What? You're crazy. It's funny, like there are a couple of people in my community who interact with who are still Lav viewers. I've never and they're like they know her behind the scenes and shit. And apparently she's like a lot worse than. Apparently she's a lot worse behind the scenes than she is publicly. And I'm like, how is that? What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, just. I know for a while there were yeah, it's weird when I have that kind of community overlap, you know? Like the President Sunday viewers who still watch me or the Demon Mama viewers who still watch me. Yeah, it's weird. But I guess some people just have very a wide variety of tastes. Who knows? Wasn't she a top content creator? Yep. Because I very briefly was seeing someone who was kind of doing a bit of OnlyFans, and she would always look at the top 0.5%, and she knew Lav by name when I mentioned her. Yeah, so yeah, she's known. She is known. Okay. What was I even supposed to do first today? Will you ever cover Sunday/Flowers on armed resistance? What the fuck is that? Did they talk about armed resistance like recently? What? Professor Flowers? Professor Flowers? What's that? What are we referring to there? Is that a debate? What? What the fuck? I don't think there's anything recent on that, is there? Old psycho shit. Yeah, I don't care about that. We don't do old content anymore. We're a streaming community. We're internet brained. Anything that's more than 3 days old, we just don't do it. Not interested. No, the most recent President Sunday content is just him milking the idea that Destiny can't find anything on a map. Oh, shit. Oh. See, look, we got a Demon Mama fan in the community. It's crazy. Mental. Hello, Seamoth. How's it going? She doesn't even do debates anymore. She has a great stream atmosphere. You know, because even people I kind of, do I hate Demon Mama? No, not really. Don't like her, but I don't hate her. Yeah, I think if you're like a fucking, like a trans person or like a gender quirky person, whatever, and you wanted a community where there were like-minded people and all that, like, yeah, like Demon Mama's community would be quite good for that, because I think she actually does quite a good job at community building and keeping like an active Discord and people supporting each other and all that. Yeah, that probably does help. Yeah, I don't know. Now if you have a couple of I mean, yeah, people are gender fluid and all. People are like gender outside the binary kind of people, right? You can call that gender quirky if you want, right? Because that's what they'll say about themselves. Fuck you. Yeah. Sorry, like xenogenders and shit like that. Yeah. So, yeah, I got like there's multiple people here like repping her. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. It's okay. I love this stream atmosphere here too. It's very, it's pretty different in here, but yeah. God. Oh, all this coughing. Oh my God. Oh, someone was asking what my gym routine was. Is that something we have to do again? I hate it that I'm fucking coughing because I want to go back, but I don't want to make a bunch of people fucking ill. But I don't think are you contagious when it's like you feel fine? It's not like you're tired or it's not like joint pain or anything. Like you feel fine, it's just coughing. Like is at that stage. Does that really are you still contagious when you're like that? No, yes, no, yeah, wow. Thought you guys are so incredibly useful. No, I'm a doctor. Hey, that person knows. You know what to say. Depends if you test positive. I don't think I have COVID. Probably, yeah, because I think it's just because I cough so hard that it like scars my fucking lung or whatever, and I just keep coughing for a bit longer. It's not like, I don't know. But the flu is making rounds. Honestly, I think it was a flu because the first day of it was like my body temperature was going up and down. I had like joint pain. I had like the worst headache I've had in probably my entire life, and it lasted like more than 24 hours, just constant. Like even fucking ibuprofen wasn't helping. Yeah, I don't know. I think I actually just had like a flu. Yeah. Nauseous as well. Like I never get that from a cold. And the cough is just because it irritated everything. Yeah, probably. But I really want to go back to the gym, and I feel okay with it, just apart from the coughing. I don't know. But what do I usually do? Maybe I'll think. I think I've kind of figured out what my favorite shit is, right? So I think I usually do like a 3-day thing, right? And I think it's something like this. Zoom. I think I usually do like day one. I usually do chest and fucking back first, right? So I think it's like bench. And when I do bench, I usually do like 10, 8, like sets of 10, then 8, then 6, and then 4, then drop set of 4. That's what I usually do. I usually just like start up with just the bar to warm up, and then like 40 kilograms, and then 50, then 60, then 70, and then or maybe like 50, 60, 70, 76 or something. Like, yeah, I'll kind of do it like that. Usually when you get past like 60 or 70, you have to increase the increments need to go up slower, that kind of shit, you know? So I kind of do that. And then I think I do incline bench, same, 10, 8. I think if I've done 10, 8, 6, 4 reasonably well, like if I've got through 10, 8, 6, 4, then I'll probably do like a 2 as well of even heavier one, but that's usually after doing it for quite a while. So it's usually just 10, 8, 6, 4, then drop 4. Yeah, like that. And then what, flies? And then I think for flies, it's like just like 10, 8, 6. And usually really slow, because I'll do it on the machine, like that fucking machine, you know? Not like with the dumbbells. That's horrible. God damn it. That's like so bad for your shoulders. Ugh. And then I go straight on to back, which is like chin-ups. 3x to failure, I guess. Three sets to failure. You don't do barbell flies. I should. That would be so Sigma. What else do I do for back? Like either bent over rows or T-bar rows. How many chin-ups can you do? First set, I can do 6. That's the most I've done is 6. Then I can go up to then it's like 4, and then like 3. Yeah. Do some dips maybe. Nope. Dips are stupid. Fuck dips. Bent over rows. And I think I maybe do, I don't know what to do for sets of this. I think it's like 4 sets of 10, something like that. Yeah. Because you don't really want to go to failure on a bent over row. That's crazy. And then deadlifts, like 4 sets of 8. Don't like doing too many deadlifts. And that's, and then just like 100 to 200 crunch variations. That's like one day for me, right? Yeah. Generally, compound movement should be a minimum of 3 minutes rest. I've heard 2 minutes, but yeah, I do that. Yeah, my rests are usually 2 minutes for compound. Then was it shoulders? Day 2. Day 2 is like shoulders and arms. Fucking. Do you ever take a plate and go bowling with it? It's not dumbbell flies. It's okay. Fuck you, Jesus Christ. Pay attention, cunt. All right, machine flies. There you go. All right. Day 2 is what, like, that's a lot of volume for it. It takes like an hour and a half to do all that. It's like I usually do like a superset, but I don't know the names of any of these. What would be the superset? Superset of is it rear delts? With the dumbbells. What do you call that when you bend over and you do the rear delt thing? What's that called? The fuck is that called? No, it's not lat raises. It's with your rear delt. So you're leaning over. So you're doing the back of the shoulder, not the side. What the fuck is that called? Rear delt flies. Flies. All right. There's like 10 of those, and then what's the one with like? What's that one? What's that? What's that one with the barbell? What's that one? The fuck is that one? Front dad. I just read 2 separate. No, hey, I've got what it's called, okay? Barbell front raise. Yeah, front raise. Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, like that, yeah. That's like a superset. I'll do the rear delt and then the front. I think when you're doing rear delt raises, there's like a way that you have to do it where you start like that. Like you start like that, and then you have to like twist so that your pinky goes up. And that's how you get more from the rear delt. Like it's like that, and then whoop, like that. So your pinkies are way up, like, yeah. Apparently that's the best way to do rear delt stuff. Or no, it's not that. I'm thinking of something else. No, for rear delt, you start like that. You start like twist like that, and then you go like that. And that focuses like that isolates the muscle better, apparently. Then is what is it? Fucking lat raise, like 4 times 10. That I think that's the one where you twist. If you do like a lat raise, you start like that, and then you twist to get your pinky up, because you can feel it here. If you just do that, that tenses a little bit, but if you twist so that your pinky goes up, you feel it tensing more there. Like, yeah. And never don't engage these. Like some people will try to do that to do like a lat raise, and that's just spreading the load, which you don't really want to do, right? So it's like twist so your pinkies go up, because the twist movement like engages that there. Yeah. So it's like that, and then whoop. Yeah. Then shoulder press. 4 times. This is like kind of to failure, because for shoulder press, I like to go really heavy. So I'll start with like 20, then 22, 25, 27 kilograms. But the last one, I'm usually, but when you use shoulder press to failure, it's like, don't go inwards. Apparently going inwards like spreads the load too much. So you're supposed to go like just kind of like that. And your last rep should be like, that's what your last fucking, yeah. Shoulder presses are wacky. And don't bend back too much. Yeah, it'll be like that. Yeah. Forward. I think. I don't fucking know. What else did I do after that? Maybe shrugs? I don't know. Shrugs are silly, but like 4 times 8 or some shit. Maybe I tend to avoid shrugs though, to be honest. Don't give a fuck that much about shrugs. Where are your lateral raises? They're right here, you illiterate fucking loser. All right, there you go. What else do I do? I think that's all the shoulder stuff I do. I think that's all the shoulder stuff I do. Trying to think if I do anything else. No. Then bicep, I guess I do like curls. Just like 3 times 8 to 12 or 8 to 10. Yeah. But apparently for curls, you want to use the straight bar. Apparently you want to use the straight bar. Apparently the easy bar doesn't actually engage your bicep as well as the straight one. Because I guess it's like the sides. Even if you do that, like you do the angle, like that and that, it does feel like a little bit different, but I've only heard that from one person, so I don't know if that's true. Is that true though? Is that true that the straight bar is better for biceps than the easy bar? Because I guess the easy bar doesn't hurt your wrists as much. Because this is quite weird on your wrists. Like this is awkward as fuck. But But yeah, apparently the straight bar is better. Okay. Straight bar better. Yeah, that's what I've heard, yeah. And then, what else? I tend to do a lot for biceps because it always feels like they need a lot of work. Straight bar isn't better, it's just underrated. I don't know what that means. There's something that I've heard is like when you do the thing, like with the rope, with the cable, but I don't know if I've never tried that, so that's not what I do. Preachers. 3 times 8 to 10? Maybe. And I feel like if I want a bit more, might do like fucking, I don't even know, like the rope thing. When you have the rope like and the cable down and you just pull it up like that. That's quite fun. Or 20, but I tend to do 21s with the easy bar. Just like that. What about face pulls? Oh, usually every day I'll do face pulls like just very light because I've got like fucking back problems. But if I do face pulls, I'll use 2 separate ropes and just like elongate the rope so that I've got like twice as long ropes so you can go back like further like that. Yeah, that makes face pulls a lot more fun. Yeah. And then for triceps, I only do 1. For triceps, I only do 1, which is like pull downs. Like the fucking this when you take the horizontal bar and just go like that, but like that. And whatever you call that, is it tricep pull down? Is that what it's called? Cable pull down? Pull down. Don't know what it's called. Fuck me. And that's like push. Oh, it's a push down. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Push that. Yeah, okay. And then that's just like fucking 8 on every setting. So I go to my max setting and then just do 8 all the way down. Tricep push down. Yeah, okay. So I'll start at like a fucking 100 pounds and then just go 8 reps on every single setting. And then day 3, legs. That's just fucking squats. Love squats. Banging. 4 times 10. Leg press. Maybe like 10, 8, 6. Don't want to do too much leg press because it goes really, really heavy. No, it's 8 reps. It's 8 reps on every setting. Not 8 sets on every setting. That's crazy, okay? What weights do you do for squats? I do 60, 70, 80, 90 right now. Kilograms. How many settings are there? Like a lot. There's an insane amount of settings. But I love this one. Like this is the only thing I need to do for triceps. It's so much. It's just so much fun. In pounds, just multiply by 2, I guess. I don't know. Leg press, and then I do fucking quad raise. Is it quad raises or leg raises? Whatever the thing is where you just lift your quad up like that. You know, leg raise, and this one I don't know. I just kind of do fucking whatever. Like 16, 14, 12 or something. Or maybe I would actually rather just go quite heavy and just do like a 12, 10, 8. Maybe I should do that instead, actually. Maybe I'll do that next time. But yeah, that's what I do. That's my that's my thing. Do you stretch? Do dynamic stretch to start, and if I remember to, I do longer stretches at the end, maybe. Does this actually matter? No, these are just these are just the exercises I like doing. These are just the ones I enjoy. I need to change this up probably because I think this is just too much. There is such a thing as doing too much. Do you do any abs? Oh yeah, at the end of this as well, it's like 100 to 200 crunch. And the same here as well. 100 to 200 crunch variation. Yeah, like that. As after each one, yeah. I hate lunges. Lunges can die in a hole. Fuck those pieces of shit. No obliques. Well, that's a crunch variation, right? But I need to start again because right now it's October 7th, then going on holiday, then getting sick. I can't do shit now. The thing I like for abs is where you hang and then you just lift your legs up. That's so much fun. But yeah, that's what I usually do in a week. But apparently doing all this 3 days in a row, you shouldn't do that either. If I've been told I should do this like throughout the week. So day 1, then rest a day, then day 2, then rest a day, then day 3, then rest a day. Like, I don't know though. I'm not convinced by that. But this is like I've just kind of ripped this from a bunch of different YouTube videos and shit and just figured out what I like. I don't know. Maybe it's actually horrible. Maybe this is the worst routine ever anyone's ever done. Better to do 3 days in a row than no workout. Okay. What's your cardio? My cardio is that my gym is a 30-minute walk. Both ways. Day 1's a lot of volume. Nah. It's fine. Sometimes I'll skip the flies because flies are disgusting. Bong or walk everywhere. Yeah. Anyway. This is what I plan to go for as soon as I've stopped coughing. This is what I plan to stick to, hopefully. If I'm not a fucking dipshit, anyway. Deadlifts? Oh, also, yeah, sometimes I'll skip deadlifts and do T-bar rows, because deadlifts are... I hate deadlifts for some... they just don't feel nice. Fuck walking in Aberdeen, it's so cold and wet. Yeah. The 30-minute walk... deadlifts last. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels sometimes I've got this friend and his leg day is 8 sets of squats and 8 sets of deadlifts and that's it. And then leg raises. So if I'm if I'm meeting him for the week, I'll get rid of the deadlifts and just do T-bar rows. But that squat day is insane. I hate it so much. Oh god. Like 8 sets of squats is just disgusting. Whew. Deadlifts hurt your knees. This routine's a bit much in my opinion. It's only 3 days. You guys need to chill. Is that 8 working sets or building up? No, building up. Starting, I mean, he starts on 70, and then by the end he's up to like 120 or some shit, and the highest I'll go is like 100. To me, it seems a little too random. Try to keep muscle groups in the same day. Well, that's what I'm doing though, no? This is chest and back. This is shoulders and biceps, shoulders and arms. And this is legs. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? That's not random at all. God. Chest and back is a lot in one day. Yeah, maybe. What I would usually do, if this gets too much, I would just do chest and triceps and then back and biceps on 2 separate, and do 4 days instead of 3. Maybe I'll do that. Who knows? Anyway, we need to do content. Holy shit. We lost a bunch of viewers talking about gym shit. We were up to no, wait, were we up to 900? And then down to 780. That's funny. You guys are losers. God damn. Push. I don't like this push-pull bullshit. Fuck off. I like to know my body parts. I like body parts, not push-pull. Fuck off. Fuck off. Anyway, someone asked what my gym routine is, and there you go. That's what I plan on going for. All right, Pierce Excuse me. Do I want to do some Pierce mugging? Apparently he debated an Israel guy. Ugh. I can't talk. You shouldn't talk about the gym too much though, because it feels like you've already done it. Do you have a fitness goal? Nope. I just want to get big and blocky. That's what I want. Because I'm a tall guy. I can make it work. I want to get big and blocky. I want to be an immovable, muscle ache, permanent, stiff slab. Ooh. Questions Israeli official over West Bank attacks on Palestinians. That might actually be a good discussion. Yeah. It would help if I knew the news stories. Let me see. Are you planning on getting back to stream content? Fuck off, Pedro. I hate you. I don't like you as a person. Okay. Okay, so the West Bank, not to be confused with Gaza, that's the other part of the Palestinian territories. So, whilst we've been watching mostly Gaza, because that's where quite a lot of the overwhelming majority of the violence is happening, it shouldn't really overshadow what's been going on in the West Bank. And when people talk about collective punishment, for example, well, in reference to Gaza, you also shouldn't forget about the collective punishment that's being inflicted on people in the West Bank, mostly by settlers, but also with sometimes with some help from the IDF, but more often with just a complete blind eye being turned by Israeli authorities. Settlers get away with a lot of crimes in the West Bank against Palestinians, and also with a green light from Israeli government officials, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, who was giving arms out to settlers after October 7th. Settlers are... So there are different kinds of So first of all, there are two different kinds of settlements, okay? There are settlements that are actioned and greenlit by the Israeli government, as in the government endorses them. They are legal by Israeli law, not by international law. They're legal by Israeli law, and they're often communities that are... most of the population is concentrated around the Green Line, like the bigger ones, and they have these just very gated suburb communities where people can have their bigger houses and have more space to take their kids out to the park and all this nonsense, and they have their schools and all that. And there's a different kind of settlement. Also, those first settlers, they're less likely to be violent. They're often more the more non-violent ones, but they're also they're still very entitled. They're still quite racist. They're still quite, this is our land because read the book, that kind of thing. Destiny disagrees with the illegal comment, by the way. I've heard that. I know there's some debate about it, but they're not good anyway. Well, let's just focus on that. They're not good. But there are ones that are legal by Israeli law, and then there are ones that are illegal by Israeli law, which are called outposts, where the far more religious extremist Zionists will go and set up modular homes, like kind of caravans, and also, or even just tents, and they'll set up shop in the West Bank with the intent of just establishing more of a presence, of just making the settlement problem more irreversible and more immovable. And they are very violent. They're very aggressive. They often feel like they're taking revenge or even seeking restitution for what happened to Jews in the West Bank before 1948, or even during 1948. For example, in 1948, about roughly just over 1,000 or maybe a few thousand Jews were kicked out of the Jewish quarter by the Jordanians. So there's been a lot of efforts by Israelis to try and reclaim some of those homes at the expense of Palestinians who currently live there. Certain places with massacres, especially like Hebron, like the Hebron massacre of 1929, and actually even quite a few that happened in the previous 1,000 years against Jews. They feel like they're taking revenge for that, or reclaiming like what they consider to be rightfully Jewish religious sites, because I think Hebron is the site of like a particular religious site. And this is where a lot of Israeli terror takes place. So one of the most famous examples in the city of Hebron, which, by the way, parts of which look like this Palestinian street, I think it's like a souk. I think it looks like a souk, but they have had to put a cage on top of it because settlers will sometimes throw their rubbish on top of the street. There's a lot of aggression in places like this, especially where, and again, collective punishment, really, because the Hebron massacre was not committed by these people. It was quite a while ago, all right? And this is also the city where where the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre happened, where this Israeli guy, Goldstein, this crazy right-wing Zionist, went into a Muslim site and threw grenades into the building and shot a bunch of people. And I think it was like about at least 100 plus people injured and almost 30 of them killed. So, and that was also actually the attack that quote unquote radicalized, like further radicalized the leader of Hamas at the time, Ahmed Yassin. That was where Hamas, who I think Hamas had already been committing suicide bombings for a couple of years before that massacre in 95? Can't remember. But it was controversial in the movement. There weren't that many of them, but after that attack, that was when the Hamas leadership became very, very firm on the idea of just making life as difficult for Israelis as possible, even if it meant killing civilians. Yeah. So West Bank violence, settler violence, is a very long-lasting thing. And the death rate in the West Bank for Palestinians has been quite high recently. I think last year was one of the highest years in decades. And this year has already, this year overtook last year. So this year, it's been so bad since October 7th that even if there was nothing happening in Gaza or there'd been no October 7th, I think the settler violence in the West Bank now would probably be its own headline. Like, it's enough that it would be its own headline because it's escalated so hard. And it's also quite common for settlers to do this thing where they will dress up as IDF soldiers and commit all kinds of atrocities against Palestinians. They will they'll strip them and they'll film it and all that kind of shit. And you can often see that they've dressed up because they'll have like a kind of half of an IDF uniform, and then you look to the bottom and they're wearing like white trainers. So yeah, it's pretty insane. So I feel like this would basically be its own story if there was nothing happening in Gaza. But anyway, let's see what Pierce had to say. Pierce actually spoke to an Israeli official about West Bank attacks.
Welcome back. Well, days after
Come on, Pierce. Do us proud.
a truce with Hamas collapsed, Israeli forces have turned their focus to southern Gaza, hitting areas where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have sought shelter since the start of the war. Turkey's President Erdogan today denounced Benjamin Netanyahu as a butcher and said he would eventually be tried as a war criminal. Well, joining me now from Tel Aviv is the Prime Minister's senior advisor, Mark Regev. Mr. Regev, thank you very much indeed for joining me again. Your reaction, first of all...
My pleasure.
Your reaction, first of all, to President Erdogan. He said that, of the Prime Minister, beyond being a war criminal, Netanyahu, who is the butcher of Gaza right now, will be tried as the butcher of Gaza, just as Milosevic was tried. What is your reaction to that?
I, of course, don't accept the criticism. And unfortunately, this is not out of character for the Turkish leadership, which has, of course, been very critical over the years of Israel and very supportive, I should say, of Hamas.
The big question now is exactly what is the game plan for Israel? You're moving into the south. There are, as we know, 2 million Palestinians now crowded into a 90 square mile area. This is already clearly, I would say, indisputably a humanitarian crisis there. But also they were told to go south to be safe. Now they're being attacked in the south. Nowhere is safe now in Gaza. Would you accept that?
No. When we told people...
He's going to talk about the little musical chair zones, isn't he? Oh, no. Wow, let's go.
To relocate to the south.
By the way, that thing with the map, you know, the little map, safe zones. I think it was one of the first evacuation zones that actually got called out. I think the call was given. The messages were given to one of these zones before it was attacked. And do you know how long the people there were given before the explosion started? In one of these evacuation zones. It was 10 minutes. They might have been given 30 minutes, but it was actually 10 minutes before. The IDF said it was intended to enable residents to evacuate from specific places for their safety if required. Residents in multiple areas were sent SMS warnings on Friday. The IDF will begin a crushing military attack on your area of residence with the aim of eliminating the terrorist organization Hamas. The warning said, urging people in the sectors to seek shelter and stay away from all military activity of every kind. Around 10 minutes after the messages were sent, the explosion started. Cellular networks in Gaza Strip can be slow, with SMS deliveries sometimes taking several minutes. Ooh. Whoa. Hey, bud, are you ready for tomorrow? What am I doing tomorrow? What? Tomorrow is Wednesday. What do I have planned Wednesday? Who are you? What? Okay.
It was true. The fighting was concentrating in the north, and we asked people to move to the south because they'd be safer. And that was true then. Now the operation is continuing into areas of the south, and we've specified, as has been widely reported, specific areas in the south which remain safer zones, and we've urged people to relocate there. Now, we know it's difficult to move. My father was a refugee. He had to move from place to place in the Second World War to save his life. I know it's difficult to move, but surely it's better to move than it is to stay in a combat zone and get caught up in crossfire. It's all a matter of managing risk. We want to see civilians outside combat zones. We don't want to see them accidentally hurt. It's best for them to move. And the truth is, we're seeing now Gazans are voting with their feet and are moving to the areas which we've specified as safer areas.
Voting with their feet. That's a very... That's a very... That's a very strange use of that term. You say voting with their feet when you talk about this country's better than this country. Look at how people vote with their feet. Huh. You think you like communism? Eh? Eh? Look at how people vote with their feet. That's what you would normally say. Not for fucking... What? They're voting in favor of evacuation zones. Is that what he's saying? We like evacuation zones. That's why we're voting with our... We like the idea. You know, that's why we're leaving. What the fuck? Okay.
But eventually, this operation is going to clearly lead to you attacking all over Gaza. Where do they eventually move all these people? Is the operation actually designed to permanently displace the Palestinian people, as some fear?
No, not at all. And we hope that people can, when the fighting is over, that people can go back to their homes, and where homes have been destroyed because of the fighting, there'll be temporary shelters for them, I hope. But it is common sense. Our enemy is Hamas, and as you know,
I wonder about this. I don't think it's completely off the cards that Israel would let people go back to the north of Gaza after they left. But the problem is that I don't think, because like Israel, believe it, like some people believe that Israel wants to conquer Gaza. Like generally speaking, Israel has not been interested in ruling Gaza. Like not really. They tried to give it to fucking Egypt at one point in the 70s. There's nothing in the Talmud that talks about like Jews having Gaza. It's like a separate thing, right? But the reason I think they might not let Palestinians back into northern Gaza is because if they're not going to occupy it and no one else is, they're going to say that for security reasons, we need to stay in Gaza and keep them squashed into the south. Like, why wouldn't they do... I feel like that's the most likely situation. I know there are a couple of far right people in the government who want to start moving settlers back into Gaza. I know that's a whole thing, but whether they're going to get the... I think with the way international opinion is now, I don't think that's guaranteed that they're going to do that. I don't know. Maybe. I hope I'm wrong. Well, no, wait. I hope I'm right. Sorry. Fuck. Anyway.
Hamas has embedded itself in civilian neighborhoods, in mosques, in schools, in hospitals, unfortunately. And we've had to fight Hamas, and we will defeat Hamas. But once Hamas is defeated, of course, we'll be allowing people to return to their homes. And of course, there'll be a massive rebuilding and reconstruction campaign of Gaza. That's going to be needed.
How many terrorists have you killed?
So I can't give you an exact amount because the war is still going on, but we see the death toll in fatalities on the terrorist side in the thousands.
But if you don't know, how do you know, if you know what I mean?
Well, we've got estimates, but because we're not sure, and I'll explain to you why we're not sure. You blow up an underground bunker, yes, which Hamas has got these underground fortifications across the Gaza Strip. You destroy it. You don't necessarily know if there were 10 terrorists inside or 20 or 50, yes, because you've destroyed an underground fortification. So it's all based on approximations. When this is over, I think we'll have a more precise understanding of the numbers. But I've been in briefings, and I've heard the numbers.
Is that true, though? I've heard the highest estimate I heard was 6,000 Hamas fighters killed, including the 1,500 who were killed from the October 7th attack. Because I think they said 3,000 people attacked on October 7th. Half of them were killed. Half of them went back to Gaza. And then they're saying that in the airstrikes, they've estimated they've killed about another 4,500 or 5,000. I don't know though. That would mean that their ratio is. That would mean that their ratio is what, like 3 to 1? Which, if that's true, that would be, I don't know, that would be like about the same as like a NATO campaign, I think. But oh, hello, Keffels. How's it going? Loner Box is a gay, homosexual, straight men don't have nice hair like this. Well, welcome to the Middle East, my friend, where we have great hair and a lot of homophobia. Okay,
It's in the thousands.
Right. I mean, I hear this from the Israeli side, but nobody seems to be able to produce.
We watched that video of that gay rights parade, that gay rights protest in Lebanon, where it was just like two guys getting fucking beaten up by a crowd of 20 people, or getting surrounded by a crowd of like a few thousand people, yeah, or 1,000 people, yeah, just lots of people. Yeah. You are Scottish. Actually, no, I'm massively Arab, depending on who I'm debating. Assalamu alaikum, Lorna Box. Alaikum salam. I love the Arabic greeting. The way it sounds, assalamu alaikum salam. It's like, oh, hello to you. It's like a funny reversal. Yeah.
Use any concrete evidence. And I understand slightly the fog of war, but the significance of this is that if you can't actually produce hard evidence of how many Hamas terrorists you're killing, and the death toll of innocent civilians keeps rising and rising and rising, as it has done now, over 15,000 by the Hamas-run health authorities' estimation, you know the public opprobrium that's coming Israel's way the longer this goes on. Isn't it incumbent on Israel to actually be able to produce clear evidence of the volume of Hamas terrorists you're killing? Because if there are 35,000 of them and you've only killed 1,000 or 2,000 so far, then the fear is that the civilian death toll is going to be 100,000, 200,000 before you can even think about eradicating Hamas. What is the line for Israel? Is there one? Or is there no limit on civilian casualties so long as you've still got Hamas terrorists to kill?
So what we found out about this yesterday, just because I don't think it's going to be a segment from this article that we just read yesterday, was that if you look at the Jabalia attack, that refugee camp where there were thousands of people living there, tens of thousands, compact in a pretty small area, I think the indication here is that, so Western militaries in more recent years have used this thing called NCV, which is a non-combatant casualty cutoff value, where instead of trying to guess the expected collateral damage versus the anticipated military advantage, they actually just had like hard numbers for acceptable level of civilian deaths for each attack, right? And then they even say here, like, oh, if you were targeting bin Laden, your NCV would be up to 30. So it's okay to kill 30 civilians if the objective is to kill bin Laden. But for lower commanders, it's like it's closer to 0, or actually 0. Or like otherwise there are operations with like NCVs of 14 or 15, right? So basically 14 or 15 people would like maximum for any target. And this is kind of like what they used for the war against ISIS. But for the IDF, it seems to be the case that their NCV is, if they have one, is much, much higher. That they are willing to accept a lot of collateral damage for their military objectives. Whether that makes the strikes illegal, I don't know, because NCVs don't have to exist legally. Like you're not obligated to have an NCV, but there's obviously some kind of weird philosophical judgment where you have to judge whether or not this much collateral damage was acceptable for this military advantage. Because I think for the Jabalia camp, it was a few hundred. Was it over? How many people actually died in the strike? This is when they used the fucking what'd you call it? JDAM. Yeah, so when they actually used JDAMs. Let's see, the attack was here. 40-foot wide. 2 of the craters were 40 feet wide. That was 2,000-pound JDAMs. Destroyed a whole block of residential apartment buildings. Yeah, like it destroyed a whole block of residential apartment buildings when there were people there. And I think the military advantage they got in exchange for this was They killed a couple of high-ranking commanders, and they took out and they caved in some tunnels. So it does suggest that they are far more tolerant of civilian casualties and collateral damage than like the United States or the UK was against ISIS. So yeah. Anyway, that's just like one indication. Okay. Which is in keeping with Israel's doctrine throughout their entire existence. Their whole thing is like, because Israel's entire military approach is like, it's twofold. One is, well, none of these Arabs follow any fucking international rules, so why should we? That's the first one. The second one is that like, they feel like they need to that Israel has this iron wall policy where they feel like they need to assert as much strength and dominance as possible because that's the only way it'll push the Middle East to make peace with them, right? So like taking the Sinai and in the Yom Kippur War approaching like Cairo and having their troops approaching Damascus to get the Syrians and the fucking Egyptians to capitulate to them. Well, the Egyptians did. The Egyptians eventually made peace with them. So it did yield results for them, but the problem now is that I think it's a very fair criticism to make, to be like, in response to the first one, they don't like their idea that the Arabs don't have to go by international rules, so why should we? Well, you're not claiming to be like the other Arab countries, the other Middle Eastern countries, right? You're claiming to be a bastion of democracy and like Western values, to use that stupid fucking phrase. Like that's what they claim to be. So why not? You should act like that, right? And then the second one is that the Iron Wall might have been more understandable in the 60s and 70s, but now it's just not. Like you don't have enemies at your border in Egypt. You don't have enemies at your border with Jordan. You don't have that anymore, right? Now the people fighting you are like Iran proxies. Like they're much less scary, I think, than whole armies of Syria and Jordan and Egypt, like it used to be. You know, yeah. That's what I would say the two counter arguments are to the Israeli position. Yeah.
So first of all, we don't want to see a single civilian casualty. You've heard me say that before, and we mean it. We don't want to see civilians caught up in the crossfire. That's why we're urging people to leave combat zones. It's common sense. If we don't want to see them get caught up in the fighting between the Israeli Defense Forces and Hamas, please, we urge people to leave combat zones, and most of the civilians do so.
Do you know if the international community normally determines if an attack's expected civilian harm is disproportionate to military gain? No, it's not. No, it's not the international community. It's courts, right? It's like the Red Cross, or it would be the ICRC, Red Cross, or the ICJ or the ICC. It'd be one of those bodies, or all three of them. It wouldn't be the international. It's not the UN. No, I don't think. I don't think you do a UN resolution on that, right? No, it would be. It'd be like a criminal court. The problem is that Israel isn't party to the Rome Statute or the ICC. So so it's not really, they're not really they don't have that jurisdiction there. But I think I need to look at this though. With international law, is it not the case that customary international law is customary international law not the crimes that are the four big crimes that are enforceable regardless of whether or not you're signed to the ICC? Is that not the case? Like, I don't think a country needs to be bound by the ICC, for example, to get arrested if they're committing genocide. Is that not the case? Maruzzi, structural. Oh, well, you should know. God. States recognize that treaties and customary international law are sources of international law and such are binding. This is set forth, for example, in the statute. Is that true though? I know someone has to enforce it, but I don't know if because the customary international law includes genocide, crimes against humanity, crime of aggression, and war crimes. But is that not the case that like even if you're not signed to those statutes, or you're not party to those standards, you can still be bound to it. Like for example, even if like there's no jurisdiction where you are. So I don't think the ICC has any jurisdiction like within Russia, but I think there is a warrant out for say like Putin's arrest for crimes against humanity or war crimes or crime of aggression, like probably 3 of them at least. I think there's still a warrant out for Putin's arrest or different Russian commanders and generals because, but it can only be enforced if they go to a country that is actually party to the ICC, right? Is that not how it goes? I'm probably misusing like every term there, but I think that's the general idea. Yeah. This was the case with was it Pinochet? Pinochet was doing illegal shit for a long time, but he wasn't arrested until he went to Spain. And I think it's the case. I need to look back at it because I read this in a book. I don't know if it's true. Is it not the case that there are some Israeli generals or some Israeli commanders who are actually possibly guilty of war crimes, and they might actually they can't actually go to certain countries because they might be arrested? Is that not true? Like I think it'd be war crimes, right? But I don't know if that's definitely true, but I've read it somewhere. So alive, maybe, because I guess the clearest cut case I think of Israelis committing war crimes is probably Lebanon, right? Ones that we'd be like where they'd still be alive. Maybe 2006. Or who have they maybe done it for the Gaza wars as well? I don't know. You can go for ICC warrants online. Oh. ICC warrants list. Let's have a look. Careful saying I should go to Northern Ireland. Oh, I've never been to Northern Ireland. I've been to Republic of Ireland, so IRL stream in Northern Ireland. Yeah, could do. All right. So these is this the list of warrants transferred to the ICC? You're going to tell me which country they're from. Okay. Congo, Uganda, Darfur, Sudan, Kenya, Libya, Mali, Georgia, Burundi, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Palestine. Who is in trouble with regards to Palestine? Putin is a fugitive. Yeah. Wait, why won't they tell me the country, bro? Kony, yeah, Joseph Kony. Gaddafi? Are these Hamas people or are these Israeli people though? When they say Palestine, is it? Am I just gonna look up? Oh, why aren't you categorizing this shit for me? It says, what's this 14 here mean? Oh, 14 investigations into Palestine, but there are none. I don't see any. Why? Why is there a huge gap between 10 and 17? Is it because there's nothing? Why would they mention it then? So oh, and this is the charge. Crimes against these are crime. Yeah. Genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, crime of aggression. Hey, okay. Or contempt of court. So what's Putin in trouble for? Crime of aggression. War crimes. Okay. Not crimes against humanity though. Not formally anyway. No one is in trouble for genocide apart from Omar al-Bashir from Sudan because of Darfur. Okay. Yeah. How did they arrest Bosnian genocide people? Because NATO was in there, didn't they? That's probably how. I would imagine.
Hamas, as you know, and has been reported, they've urged people to stay, ordered people to stay. Even
you sent me some links. Oh no, big trouble. Hamas attack which fall under jurisdiction war crimes court prosecutor. The ICC can issue arrest warrants even though Israel's not a member. That's what I thought. Okay, but we know. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Okay. Reuters. Oh no, hang on. Putin is charged with what? War crimes. He's a fugitive. I think Bucha is the one where they're probably going to bring crimes against humanity charges, but I don't know if those come against Putin. Those would probably come to a general, no? Or a commander. But the ICC has jurisdiction over war crimes carried out by Hamas militants and Israelis in the Gaza Strip. Okay. Even though, yeah. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. This is why people are currently corroborating evidence and building a case against Hamas for October 7th. Because the thing is, like, Hamas commits war crimes all the time. Like every rocket they fire is a war crime because it's indiscriminate, right? That's how I thought it was. Because you can't aim those rockets. And I guess for the IDF, it would be a case by case thing, because I'd imagine some of the strikes probably would pass the threshold for collateral to military advantage, but there might be some that don't. It's probably what I would imagine. The court has no, but it's the lack of jurisdiction, yeah. Which is why it doesn't actually matter, unfortunately, yeah. The aiming of rockets is a shaky issue. Is there... I've even seen it from UN documents where they say that, and usually the UN goes more against Israel, so... But if Israel captures a Hamas person, right, can they, like a Hamas commander, can they take him to the ICC? Can they just like send them to a country that, does that work? I don't know, whatever. I'd imagine they probably couldn't because they're not signed to the thing, right? Are you talking to Ian Vaush today? I told him I can do any day this week before Sunday. They shouldn't be able to. Well, that's what, yeah. Anyway.
Gunpoint because they want those Gazan civilians as a human shield. But what right-minded person agrees to be a human shield for Hamas? Of course they want to leave, and we have to facilitate their leave.
It's indiscriminate because they're not even trying to hit military bases. Oh, okay, yeah.
And even now, as we move towards our ground incursion in...
A bunch of people died from the rockets in the south. I don't know. I don't understand why people are like, oh, the rockets are so shit. They don't matter. Like, fuck, the rockets are just like, it's all the Iron Dome. No, the rockets actually do. They cause damage and they kill people. Yeah. I wonder if they kill more Gazans than Israelis, though. Because Israel's got the Iron Dome. Gaza doesn't. And a lot of misfires happen. I think it was like between 10 and 20%. Huh. They can bring a person to a country that is a signatory, and then it's up to that. But then it's up to that country to actually take them to the Hague. Yeah. Okay.
In the south, I can assure you that escape routes will be there for the civilians to still reach the safe areas, because we don't want to see them come into harm's way, and we'll make every effort possible. About the numbers, and you ask a good question. Look, we could just articulate numbers the way Hamas does and just make them up and throw them out there. No,
Whoa.
We're very precise, and if we don't have a precise number, we're not going to make one up. When I say in the thousands, I know what I'm talking about. It's more than 2,000. It's in the thousands. But we don't want to say numbers that we're not 100% sure. But I can say...
When he says it's more than 2,000, I can believe that because I feel like the deaths within Israel after October 7th would be easier enough to track. And also, obviously, combat death, like if someone pops out of a tunnel and shoots them and then they get shot, like you can record that. But I guess the ones that they can't record are people who die inside buildings and in tunnels. But damn.
Say something that we are sure of. Look, we're fighting a difficult war against a brutal terrorist organization in an urban area. And if we compare ourselves to, let's say, what the West did against ISIS in places like Mosul and Fallujah, I am sure when this is over, and you can have me back if this is not true, but I am sure, because I know...
that's a bad comparison. I'm pretty sure that the civilian casualty threshold was far... Like the acceptable civilian casualties was far lower in the war against ISIS. So yeah, that's not a good comparison.
know this to be the case. When one looks at the experts call the combat to civilian death ratio, yes, and you will compare the IDF's behavior in Gaza together with against what the West did in, let's say, places like Mosul and Fallujah, I think the IDF's going to come out very favorably.
How favorably will Israel come out with what?
Mosul wasn't really the West. Who fought in Mosul? Wasn't... Hang on. I thought the US was involved in Mosul. Did I just... Iraqi security forces supported by an international coalition. How supported, though? Coalition of 60 nations led by the United States. No, US Air Force was involved, right? No? And the British and the French. Okay.
What's going on with the settlers on the West Bank? I watched a very disturbing report on the BBC from Jeremy Bowen tonight, where there is clear, huge aggression from Israeli settlers against Palestinians, a lot of deaths, and Hamas are not involved there. They're not the controlling body. How do you feel about that?
So first of all, we did have a terrible terrorist attack in Jerusalem just a few days ago where Hamas shot at people waiting at a bus stop on their way to work. I think that was that Friday morning or Thursday morning last week? That was widely reported. Hamas doesn't control the West Bank, but Hamas has violent cells across the West Bank that are there, and they've wanted to activate those cells. And that's why we had those murderous attacks in Jerusalem just a few days ago. Hamas is there. They're more underground on the West Bank, but they're still a threat, and we've tried to be as proactive.
That doesn't answer for settler terrorism, though, because I don't think the settlers are just attacking Hamas fighters in response to attacks. They're like, that's not what they're doing. This was like with Huara, where I think a couple of Israelis were killed by people from Huara, but then like the settlers just rioted through the entire city. Like,
active as we can be in trying to go out there and arrest Hamas activists. Look, Hamas in Gaza is under a lot of pressure, so they've sent messages to all their cells in the West Bank. This is a time for you guys to kill Jews, yes? And they succeeded, unfortunately, last week, but we have limited their ability to kill people by being proactive, arresting people in the middle of the night, taking out these Hamas activists.
Does wiping out villages and looking like you are encroaching more and more with the settlements throughout this conflict, is that not just incredibly inflammatory to the Palestinian people living in the West Bank?
Piers, there's been no villages that have been wiped out.
Well, I literally saw one on the BBC where it's been almost demolished and the people have been displaced. 200 or so had been displaced permanently.
So once again, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, like we saw the maybe a different village he's talking about, but we saw the one where the Palestinian residents just had to pack up and leave because their roads had been blocked, their wells had been blocked up, and their electricity lines were being cut, and there were people like vandalizing their houses and shit like that. So, yeah, we saw that happen. Yeah.
Apologize for not having that information, but the Israeli policy on the West Bank is to live and let live. Yes. And if Palestinians are not involved in violence,
the way he talks is so weird.
That's not what's been
I disagree. I mean, it's obviously been a difficult period, but we have so far managed to keep, and despite the fatalities we had last week, yes, it could be a lot worse. But through our actions, we've managed to keep the level of violence on the West Bank relatively low. I mean, the Hamas people want to see an explosion on the West Bank. That's what they want. They want to see Hamas activists get on jeeps like they did in Gaza and come into Jewish communities and butcher people. That's what they want to see. And so far, once again, we had fatalities last week, but I think overall we've managed to keep the level of violence relatively low, and that's a good thing.
Is that true, though? Wait, are he saying what Pierce needs to ask? Like, what are they going to increase the levels of prosecution or like the accountability of settler violence? Or are they going to say that like give the IDF a bit more of a responsibility to arrest settlers when they're violent? Like, why is that? Why is he not talking about that? I feel like that guy needs to answer that question. Because it's not, I don't think it's a huge percentage of settlers who are doing this violence, like who are not part of these militias. I don't think it's the majority of settlers that are doing it. It'll be smaller groups of militants who I think by Israeli law aren't even there legally. So I feel like Pierce could be asking a few questions there. And especially the settlers who dress up as IDF soldiers. Again, that's a very small minority, but like, yeah, there should be, but they often get away with it. Or they get like very short sentences, even if they kill people.
Israelis and Palestinians.
Final question. What is victory going to look like here? I mean, if there are still Hamas terrorists alive at the end of this, is that victory? Or do they simply bide their time, regroup, and come back at Israel even stronger because so many people will have been killed by then in Gaza?
Yeah, settler attacks they've almost doubled since October 7th. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Look at this. Here. Oh no. Palestinians in the West Bank flee after settler violence. We were forced to leave, quotation. Since the start of the war, around 1,000 Palestinians living in the West Bank have left their homes. Armed settlers in uniforms have shown up in Palestinian villages threatening to kill those who don't leave, say residents, Israeli peace activists, and the United Nations. Incidents have prompted over 1,000 Palestinians from at least 15 communities to flee their homes in the West Bank, according to the UN, and to Bet Selim. The number is more than double the total displaced in the West Bank between the start of 2022 and October 6th this year. So, yeah, where's the... Where are the answers for this? Oh, this is all just photos that haven't loaded. Okay. Settler groups and Israeli authorities say many Palestinian hamlets in the West Bank were built without permits and are illegal. Some of them were established in areas later declared military zones, archaeological sites, or nature reserves and demolished. Israeli and Palestinian rights groups say the overarching aim is to forcibly expel Palestinian residents from parts of the West Bank. Yeah, because it's like it's really difficult to get permits in the West Bank unless you're Israeli. Yeah. Settler attacks have nearly doubled since October 7th to an average of 5 a day, resulting in the killing of 8 Palestinians, the UN said. In nearly half of the attacks, Israeli forces accompanied or supported the settlers. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Pierce could be a bit more armed with these stats.
So when victory is the destruction of Hamas's military machine and the end of their political control over the Gaza Strip, a bit like victory over ISIS in Iraq and Syria. You didn't have to kill every last ISIS gunman, but you destroyed their territorial independence. You destroyed their ability to control an enclave because that gives them power. We can't destroy the Hamas idea just as you can't destroy the ISIS idea, but you can remove from them the capability to inflict pain on others.
So wait, but people asking about what doubled actually means because of the raw numbers. Well, the average, it's gone up to 5 a day. So I'm guessing in the West Bank, so last year since October 7th, before October 7th, I guess it was 2.5 a day. There you go. Okay.
And we believe that once we have destroyed Hamas's terror regime in Gaza, there'll be room to build something better for the Palestinians. They can build it themselves. We'll support them. But let's be clear here. When this is over, Hamas's path of extremism, of radicalism, of violence, of terror will be discredited, not because it hurt us, but because it hurt the people of Gaza. I mean, the people of Gaza are not stupid. They can see who started this war, who brought all this destruction upon them, who even ended the ceasefire by refusing to release more hostages. The people of Gaza know this. They can't speak their minds today because they live in a terrible dictatorial state. Hamas does not allow people to criticize them and not face consequences, violent consequences. But when this is over and the people of Gaza can speak, they will say that Hamas brought this tragedy upon them. And there'll be room, I think, to work with Palestinian moderates to build a better future for Gaza. It's good for Israel. It's good for Gazans.
Mr. Uger, thank you very much. One question for you. I would love to interview Prime Minister Netanyahu. I interviewed him back in March when he was in London. I've put in a number of requests. He's not spoken yet to any European media entity, only American ones. Could we have an interview with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
So I'll check that out with the Prime Minister. I know he's interviewed in the past and he's enjoyed that, and he could well do it again. I just can't commit for him at the moment. He has been focused on American media. I think we've done I think 95% of our interviews have been directed to the US market because the US market, the Americans are our most important ally, as you well understand.
Well, Britain has proven to be a pretty good ally too, so that's why I'm asking the question. I think it might be.
You are 100% correct. Britain has been a good ally in this conflict, and so has Germany. And we know to appreciate our friends.
Well, it would be good. It would be good to be able to interview the Prime Minister if he could spare us the time. If you could pass that message to him.
I will speak to him about it the next time I see him.
Pierce is so fucking... Pierce is a content demon. Look at him go.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Rager. Thank you.
They definitely appreciate Germany's contribution, don't they? Yeah. Oh, well. Well, that was quite frustrating to listen to. It's frustrating to listen to that guy be kind of evasive on the issue of settler violence, and Pierce for not having his facts at hand, because it doesn't take long. It doesn't take long to find out the numbers that you need or the examples that you need. Ugh. Well. That was a decent segment, though. It's like condemning Hamas. Yeah, it's easy to condemn settler violence, unless you're Israeli, I guess. Unless you're Netanyahu's guy. Oh, no. Because I guess it was Netanyahu's government that kind of let that happen, eh? What did Germany do? They've been very pro-Israel. That's what they've been doing. Okay. Are you going to talk about the Husseinis in your planned video? Yeah, probably. Because they were a little imperfect, to say the least. But how? Didn't they broadcast like the Israeli flag on the Nuremberg? Haven't their government just been very vocally pro-Israel? That's what I thought, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh. But anyway, we need to find ways to smash more content. I don't know. Like, I've got stream segments, but we need stuff that's going to actually, like, propel the channel. That's what we need now. We'll see. The flag on the what now? What did they... Let me find the thing. Was it Vushtalk? Yeah, I know Vushtalk is... Oh, leftist TikTok we have to do. I haven't even started this. We haven't started the planned segments. Oh, no. I've told Vosh, okay? Fuck you guys. I told Vosh any evening this week, okay? Brandenburg Gate. That's the fucker, yeah. And I think I've got a talk with a different podcast quite soon. I think I've got to talk with some left-wing podcast coming up. Ugh. And I think make aggressive speculations. I don't know. Did the traveling Israel guy respond? Nope, he didn't respond. He did not think I was worthy, it seems. That genocidal scumbag. Does he have no dignity in his soul? I've watched that Hassan clip so many times. I can't even. I didn't hear back from Hassan either, no. Oh, call him a pig dog next. Yeah, true. Goddamn pig dog. Let's see, where? I want Hassan to talk to you so bad. Not gonna happen. Sorry. Not gonna happen. I don't think, anyway. Play the Hassan speculating video. $20 and I'll play the Hassan speculating video. Okay, that's valuable content. So we're gonna have to do TikTok and we're gonna have to do the very dark segment about the October 7th rapes. Oh, okay. Let me find, and then we would do Islamophobia. Do the bleak shit first, then we can laugh at stupid TikTok people. You want me to do the bleak shit first?
Loner box. You smarmy.
Hey,
fuck
Astro
bastard.
Boy with a 1999. Really appreciate that.
Hassan speculating video.
That's 1 cent below, I'm afraid. Sorry. And we need to do a hard reset on the $20. Hey, Kendrick, look at him go. Okay. You guys. Oh God, look here we go. Yeah, you guys can just keep on asking me to play it. You guys can just keep on adding to the demand. Holy shit. Okay, I'll wait for these to come through and then I'll do it. How much for band protection? You can't pay for band protection. No, you cannot. Where is the fucking TikTok link? Oh, here we go. You genocidal pig dogs. You fucking piece. I'm just priming myself for it. Our LBS currency. Hey, good one. Whoa, good one. Nice one.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
Kendred, thanks for the $20. Really appreciate that. Wow. For the video, eh?
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
Kissy Wissy.
Play the Hassan speculating video, you pig dog.
Thanks for the 1999. I really appreciate that. Okay. Listen. This is expensive content, I will say. It's rightly so expensive content. Let's go!
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, I was muted. I was just saying, whoever added the fucking the decision to add these bits, like the stream chat going by, just makes it so much more powerful. Big dog, pig dog chatter. Bro, there's video evidence of it. Fuck off chatter. Ban that fuck. Damn, he got $50 for that. I should have upped the cost. Should have upped the cost. Fuck me. Because that was expensive content. That was an expensive piece of footage we just looked at. Anyway. I need to go bathroom. And then we will look at TikTok. Because this creator that people have been talking about is pretty mental. All right. 1 second. Be right back. Hey. I don't have any snacks, which is really annoying. I just had a jar of peanut butter that I had to dig a spoon out of. Should have left the clip running. Yeah, I could have done that. Okay. It's always peanut butter or shredded cheese. I don't keep shredded cheese in my house. Okay. As you guys know, I don't have the best... Wow, what an incredible start to the segment, Lonerbox. Okay. As you guys know, I don't have the best relationship with TikTok because I just see red every time I have to deal with those people who have that stupid AI background filter where you just see an article or it's usually a headline, let's be serious, and some hyper partisan brain damaged shithead propagandist, because I guess it's the whole medium makes propaganda like rise to the top, I guess. And just seeing these like stupid floating heads where for some reason they're holding their phone and you can only see like half a face, and they're like, or a quarter of a face down in this corner, and they're like, so today in the news, here's a story that I'm going to butcher and hyperbolize based on a headline, and it's going to be completely fucking false. And oh, these goddamn liberals! Like, it's so stupid. Anyway, but we at least here have a TikToker who knows how to keep her head still when she talks. So, Eddie Liger. Oh God, his TikToks where you can't even see, where you can't even see his mouth half the time, and it's all disinformation, all of it. Oh God. I like Eddie Liger because he doesn't even do disinformation, really. He does, but he also just names authors and then just doesn't elaborate. He's so funny. Like, this guy is an absolute moron. Oh, God. Where is he? Where is he on TikTok? Is it, Midwestern Marks? Where are we? I just need one random. Oh, here we go. The problem with streamers. Free Palestine.
The political streamer Destiny. The political streamer Destiny doesn't believe the Gaza death tolls, and he says, "Is there a single non-Gaza source confirming 500
what's going on?"
And this is a tweet about a hospital in Gaza that got hit with a missile strike. So why would there be a non-Gaza source reporting on Gaza? Gaza's an open-air prison. It's blockaded in. How is somebody who's not inside of Gaza supposed to report on the church that blew up inside of Gaza? Are you waiting for freaking Ireland and Japan to report on the number of dead people in Gaza before you stand up for the Palestinians? No, at this point, I don't think anything would get Destiny to stand up for the Palestinians. All he's done is conflate the entirety of Palestine with Hamas, downplay the Israeli missile strikes on the Palestinians.
I guess the problem is that people in the Gazan health ministry don't tell you when the person who died is a Hamas fighter. That's probably the big problem. Unless you really believe that the Gaza death toll, so the Hamas death toll so far is just like 13 commanders or whatever that do get confirmed. Unless you believe that. What else have we got from this guy? God. Like, it's when they point up at the oh God, it's so irritating. It just fucks me up so hard. Look, here we go.
After realizing Sacha Baron Cohen is a Zionist, all of his movies now seem more effed up than funny. Right? Like, you might think Borat's funny or whatever, but then you realize it's a British guy mocking Muslim people and portraying them as a bunch of idiots who hate the Jews. And then in real life, that guy is...
What? Like, what do you think Borat was?
Cheering on the genocide of Muslim Palestinians. It's not that funny to watch you mock Muslim people when you're cheering on the actual killing of Muslim people in real life, including many, many, many Muslim children. Then he wants to condemn people who support Palestine and call them anti-Semitic. Like, dude, you're Islamophobic. Why are you the one lecturing people about this? You're the one who's made a bunch of money making fun of Muslim people. Just shut the hell up. We're not going to listen to celebrities anymore. We know what we're talking about. Free Palestine. It's not anti-Semitic to say that, no matter how many times you try and tell us that it is. You're getting empty-headed celebrities, I swear. I'm sick of them.
What is it with this what is it with this new surge of like blockheaded himbo communists? It's just so, oh God, it's so weird. Anyway, but we didn't come here for him, okay? He did a character making fun of Israeli as well. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's made all kinds of. He's made characters making fun of right wingers. He's made the self-hating liberal guy trying to build a mosque in fucking like in like Tennessee or some shit. Yeah, he's done lots of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, this is who we came here for, because at least this person seems to have consistency with the placement of her human head. And that's really impressive for a TikToker. So I'm expecting some banger takes. I know people have already watched this person already, like Vosh has a segment on her, Destiny has a segment on her, but let's go. We gotta catch up. Let's go!
I made a video talking about how, as an American, if I want to be on the right side of history, 99% of the time, the easiest way to do this is just to not agree with anything the United States government is telling me. If the United States tells me a country's my enemy, it's probably not.
Yeah! Bring back the campism. Let's go!
The United States tells me somebody's my ally, they're probably up to no good. This is the simplest shortcut to having a pretty good opinion about foreign policy that you as an American can take if you don't have time to research things. Fortunately...
What was the... When was the time when people who were campists, because campus, I guess, there's a pretty big Venn diagram with Marxist, Leninists, and far leftists. When was the time when these people were the ultimate fucking snobs about literacy and reading and knowing things and having scholarly opinions and citations all over the shop? Like, where did those people go? Where are they? What is a campist? A campist is someone who defaults against the United States, like, basically. A leftist who supports any country or organization simply for being opposed to the United States or the West, including authoritarian government. Yeah, it's like a big thing from the 60s, I think it was, like when people were called campists. Yeah. It's also reminiscent of some like leaders. If you look at Mao's Little Red Book, there's a quote in here which is just so funny. It's so funny. Where is the whole text of the Red Book? Here we go. Oh no, am I not going to find it? Why is it not letting me Control F in this fucking book? There's something in here where he talks about how anything that the oh wait, we should support whatever the enemy opposes and oppose whatever the enemy supports. It's like an 8-year-old. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what campism is. Okay, that's what campism is.
I do have time to research things. And that is why when this person
Oh,
says,
she does
you
research.
don't like it here, you should try going to North Korea, Iran, or Afghanistan, I had to laugh. These are hilarious examples of other countries to choose, and I will explain why. First of all, North Korea, I as an American am not allowed to visit. I think I spent a lot of my childhood assuming this was because North Korea didn't want people going there and seeing what was going on. Actually, people from other countries can and do visit North Korea, but you know who's not allowed to visit North Korea? Americans. And it's not because North Korea won't allow us, it is because our own government will not allow us. Instead, they are content.
And then also because an alarming number of Americans who go to North Korea end up getting jailed for 10 years for hard labor. Is that not all for like trying to overthrow the government or some mental accusation? Is that not usually why? Is that not the more pressing reason why Americans shouldn't go to North Korea? Let's see. There's this whole thing about different people who have gone to North Korea. Let's see. Bruce Byron Lawrence, caught after entering from China on October 2018. He was deported about a month later after telling his captors, according to North Korean media, that he had been under the manipulation of the CIA. This was a relatively swift one. There's Otto Varm. This is like a really big story. He was on a tour in 2015. Apparently tried to steal an item. There was a flag, wasn't it? Or a sign with a propaganda slogan. 15 years of hard labor. Died in 2017. Apparently his death was caused by a lack of oxygen and blood to the brain. Pyongyang ordered to pay 500 million in damages for torture and death. A poster, yeah. In 2018, 3 Americans were freed after Mike Pompeo traveled to Pyongyang. They'd been detained in 2015 and sentenced to 10 years hard labor. I feel like this is a good reason. I don't. It's a pretty good reason not to go to North Korea. U.S. media outlet Current TV arrested 2 people arrested in 2009. Accused of entering with hostile intent and sentenced to 12 years of hard labor. Bill Clinton had to secure the return. Convicted of trying to overthrow the state and sentenced to 15 years hard labor. Returned to the U.S. after 2 years. Reportedly tried for espionage. Serving a 6-year hard labor sentence. Hey, NY Singh, thanks for the raid. 4 people, I really appreciate that. Wow. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. Not a fan. Golly.
To make sure anything we think we know about the region comes from one source primarily, Radio Free Asia, a fake news source started by the CIA with the expressed goal of being anti-communist propaganda. Any weird story you've heard about North Korea, like that everybody there has to get
this is such a constant talking point, is like people will dismiss like any criticism of Cuba or even Ukraine to a degree, but Cuba or what happens in North Korea or anything. It's got to be radio free, like, or like for Cuba, I think it's whatever the fuck they're called. Like, is it VOA, Voice of USA? Yeah, it's always anything bad that's said about any of these countries has to be from there by default. Cuba ain't North Korea. Really? Wow, I didn't know that. It's almost as if I was using different examples that campists will use to suppress criticism of states that they support. Wow. Like it's a common thread, like it's a common tactic. Wow. Thank you, Puerto Rican vegan music socialist. Wow. You caught up? You understand what I'm talking about now?
same haircuts. Yeah, that probably came from Radio
Probably
Free
came
Asia.
from, yeah.
Which to this day is funded entirely by the United States government. So, babe, I cannot go to North Korea because the United States will not allow me because they do not want Americans.
I think people who did it with Ukraine were like, it was definitely from Radio Svoboda, right? It was definitely from like that American funded radio station. Yeah, always. Any criticism, anything.
See the disconnect between the propaganda machine that they have created, telling you things about North Korea, and what actually happens in North Korea. The second example, Iran, is somehow even more perplexing for you to bring up, because if you know anything, you know that the democratically elected prime minister of Iran was overthrown in a violent coup by the U.S. government.
Yeah,
why?
that's
because
true.
he was going to nationalize the oil fields in Iran, and that would mean trouble for American business. So instead, we overthrew him and installed a right-wing dictatorship that was sympathetic to American interests. A puppet government, if you will, that so violated and infuriated the Iranian people that they overthrew our puppet government, dispelled all of the Americans,
And put in who? Who did they put in? What regime did they put in after that?
put in instead a reactionary government whose main goal was to oppose U.S. intervention in any capacity.
Oh.
Everything you don't like about Iran, babe, you don't like because the United States government did it. That's right.
I don't want to be that guy, right? It's quite easy to understand that Iran was actually one of the... It was on a pretty, like, at least as far as their Mossadegh was going, like, they were on a more or less, like, secular trajectory, right? A lot of the Muslim world was. America did fuck that up a little bit by putting the Shah in there. Pretty bad. Pretty fucked up thing to do. So actually one of the, like Tankies will talk about 10 CIA coups in history, and it turns out only 2 of them are actually real. Well, Iran was actually a real one. That was actually a real CIA coup in the 50s. But the Iranian Revolution was what, 1979? I feel like they've had quite a while under that regime to the point that, like, I don't know how long they can blame America for it. I don't know. feel like there might be some other issues going on right now. Ugh.
Country, the United States, destabilized all of Iran for decades. Dismantling their democracy because their democratic voting process led to a result that was not favorable to us. Not exactly the most ethical course of action, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And last, Afghanistan. I can only assume you must be extremely young to include Afghanistan on this list, because if you have been alive for nearly as long as I have, I am 37 years old, you will remember actively the United States' efforts.
Lonerbox wrong about Iran. Read up on the real history. If you have a point, and I could be wrong, it's been a long time since I read about Iran. Just say the fucking point. Tell me what I said that was wrong, and then say the correction afterwards. Don't tell me. Now you wait. Tell me what did I say wrong, and what's the actual truth? Go tell me. Go. Where are you? Holy inspirations. Let's go. We're waiting for you. I didn't say that much. It must be quite easy to pick out one of the points. Go on. Go on. I'm not going to type out just 1 point. I said some of the history in like less than a minute. Mossadegh nationalizes oil. He also does a few other things as well. He gets rid of forced labor laws, which the Islamic nobility suffers because of. He tries to get women representation in, I think. He kind of improves the education system. But yeah, then the CIA don't like it because of the oil thing. Britain doesn't like it either. So he gets overthrown with the backing of the CIA. The Shah is installed. The Shah's like a monarch. They're very repressive. They're very westernized. They're very, but a lot of like secret policing and all that nasty shit going on. And then that becomes a pretty feasible environment for the Ayatollah and the Islamic resistance to become a thing. And then they overthrow the Shah in the late 70s. And then they install the regime of like the Islamic regime that they've had ever since, right? The IRGC or whatever the fuck that. So that's my reading of the history quite briefly. What did I say there that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong? Yeah, I know the Shah already existed. He was a constitutional monarch. He became an absolute monarch. Yeah. Okay. So, what? 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 I think theocratic fascists are easier to control than secular groups. That's why the US installs them. See, Puerto Rico, you think that because you're a fucking idiot who gets all their information from TikTokers like this. No, they did not install an Islamic theocracy. They didn't. The Shah was not an Islamic theocracy. No, he was not. He was he was replaced by an Islamic theocracy.
In your lifetime to destabilize Afghanistan. The CIA was so heavily involved in Afghanistan, funding and training covert terrorist organizations there to fight against communism in the region, that we actually kind of created a big problem for ourselves. What was it? Say it with me. The Taliban and Osama bin Laden. Yes, all of that came from CIA funding in Afghanistan.
Yeah, fuck me. So I think America helped the Mujahideen. I don't... wait. I don't think it's not actually true, is it, that bin Laden was trained by the CIA? I don't think that's true, is it? Al-Qaeda and Taliban are different groups. The Taliban came out of partly out of the Mujahideen, but also didn't a lot of Mujahideen former fighters join the Northern Alliance and fought against the Taliban? So he was educated in the I think he went all around the Western world. But I guess he's not going to say anything about the USSR and what they did in Afghanistan, like the Afghan war. I guess regime change is based when they do it. It's annoying because you can absolutely talk about blowback from American intervention, like Americans supporting groups that they probably shouldn't have and then facing like some blowback for it. That seems to make sense. Like a reasonable argument you can make. But it's like people hear about the one time when Israel gave money to not even Hamas, but to the group that preceded Hamas that wasn't violent. And then it's like, and then they just twist it and translate it into Israel and the United States created Hamas and installed them via the CIA so that they could control the Palestinians better. It's like, I don't know why every fact has to become just like hyperbolized and then turned into something false. And then that false statement is probably picked up by fucking dipshits like this and then hyperbolized even further. It's quite impressive, really.
Afghanistan. Then our government proceeded to bomb the shit out of Afghanistan in the wars that followed 9/11. We didn't like what we had created, I guess, displacing nearly 6 million people in Afghanistan. So everything you don't like about Afghanistan right now. Everything. Yeah, that's directly the result.
There was no other superpower involved in the Afghan war that we would like to criticize here. Not even a single hecking one. This person's a left-wing. This is like the archetypical. This is the classic American left-wing exceptionalist. The left-wing American exceptionalist. Oh, God.
So, of the United States. This is what I mean when I say, if you want to know what opinion you should take about foreign policy as an American to be on the right side of history, USA bad is the opinion that will get you to the right place 99% of the time. I made a video talking about how...
Bro, she's like... she's 37. She's 30. Okay, I would expect this from a 19-year-old TikToker, okay? Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, why not? You know, we're all up to the when your only knowledge of capitalism and American foreign policy are the two Michael Moore documentaries. Yeah, okay. You're probably gonna say, and you only watched each of them once, so there a lot of it is like you misremember stuff and you kind of like editorialize a little bit. But my God, oh God. Now, apparently this person's spoken about Palestine. 660 posts, political. Are there titles? All the titles are just replying to other TikTokers. Will I just pick a random one? I want to see more. I want more information.
I know I'm doing something right in life because I just got a review of my podcast that called me a terrorist sympathizer.
Uh-oh.
It's because I did a podcast episode outlining the details of the special relationship between the United States and Israel. You know how we've given them like $318 billion to finance all sorts of weapons development there, military endeavors, and also just like general infrastructure things. Like we pay for Israelis to have free healthcare in the United States. And in exchange, we get to do all this cool stuff.
Is that true? I have a feeling that might not be true. I feel like $3 billion a year is a very small portion of Israel's GDP, but as a percentage, it's more than many other countries get. Does the US pay for Israeli healthcare? Foreign aid, is there a breakdown of the foreign aid? Cooperation. U.S.-Israeli health cooperation is long-standing. Since 1978, medical and health researchers from the U.S. Army and Israeli Defense Forces have held the biennial Shoresh Conference to share information on military, operational medicine, infectious disease, and combat care. To date, Congress has appropriated So that's what they pay for. That's the only mention of healthcare I can see outside of health. Okay. Israel is also pledged to provide the Ukrainian government and loan guarantees. That's okay, loan guarantees. Health was something we already read. So this is cooperation. A cooperative health program, not for Israeli free healthcare. Oh, okay, so she's just completely wrong. Okay, interesting.
Stuff is America, like use Israel as a military base, basically. That's one of the goals. And also we hope that they will ensure that oil can still flow through the Suez Canal towards us. That's part of it. Like, we need them there to make sure they get the grip on the oil flow situation from like Egypt and surrounding areas. So I made this whole podcast outlining this, and literally all I talked about was the United States and Israel. Like, our bond is kind
Are you sure? Did she definitely get called a terrorist sympathizer for just talking about the United States and Israel, or did she maybe say something about Hamas and armed resistance?
countries, why we're in it, why we're like, the boy can do no wrong, the boy being Israel, right? And somebody was like, yes, you're sympathizing with terrorists. And I'm like, my guy, I don't know how you missed this. The United States is the biggest terrorist on Earth. And anyone we consider an ally, they're probably a terrorist organization as well.
That's so
yes. Somebody on Twitter once said this, and I've never been the same since, but if you were unsure where you should stand politically based on your ethics and morals, if you only took the position politically your whole life that USA bad, and you believed that anything the USA thought was good is probably bad because USA is bad, you will end up on the right side of history like 99% of the time.
Oh, she said that again.
So just remember that. Next time the United States tries to tell you who our enemy is, who's the bad guy, and who we're supporting and why, it usually comes down to money, oil, and political control. I know.
So again, we looked up one fact about Israel paying for Israel's free healthcare getting paid for by the United States, and she's completely made it up. I don't know. I just imagine every factoid she's going to drop is going to either be like either half true or just completely made up. I don't know. What did she say that made people call her? I wonder what her view is on October 7th. Why can't these videos have better titles though? If anyone knows any of this content, you can send me in stream chat, but let's see. What we got here? Just go through a few.
Okay, sometimes when I talk about wealth and money online, I get comments from people who are like,
no, thank you.
Okay, should you?
Credit card, no.
Okay, yeah, we're going to talk about the specifics of retirement, and don't scroll away just because you...
No.
Okay, I just got out of the shower.
Money.
Okay, I've been working on this.
Money.
So if you're like me and you didn't grow up around a lot of rich kids.
Money.
Okay, so you know...
Actually, it's my favorite word to get to say. I love to start a video with this. Actually, Democrats and Republicans alike and independents alike actually do not support the genocide of Palestinian people. They don't. I'm so sorry. Actually, this is the one thing that pretty much most people, regardless of your affiliations in the United States, can agree on right now. 66% of all Americans agree with calls for a ceasefire in Palestine right now. 66%.
It's just about ceasefire.
Oh, you...
Okay, I got... Okay, let's...
What are the dates on these videos?
Okay, if you've been thinking about doing...
Maybe we're going too old. I wrote a book. She wrote a book?
Yeah, existing on the internet is so wild because, like, somehow I've done a bunch of things that people told me were impossible to do. Like, I bought a house as a HUD-designated low-income person in Los Angeles where I live. Or I have, like, an entertainment and allowance budget of, like, $40 a week. Or I run a multi-million dollar...
Oh, God, the vocal fry. Oh, okay.
...business on a social platform where we all earn the same take-home pay per day worked and have, like, pretty good benefits and just try to take care of each other.
I don't care.
Hi, I'm Madeline. I wanted to make a basic info video just to pin to the top of my page. So if you're new here or you've...
Okay, fuck that.
So I don't know if you guys noticed this, but TikTok changed the way it does its, like, Q&A.
Don't care.
Okay, yeah, I think that, like, we as a culture don't really
Don't care.
Okay, I'm a clothing designer with over 15 years of industry.
Don't care.
Yeah, one of the wildest things about growing up as an American is how...
Freedom Index.
If you ever get into, like, a fight with a conservative man on the internet, there's, like, a checklist of insults they will throw at you. Number one, being on the internet is so funny. I've said this before, but, like, sometimes you'll see somebody trying to troll you, and they do such...
So the past few days on my TikTok has been an exercise in this thing called attitude or group polarization, which I think is so interesting. It's this theory that when you disagree with somebody mildly about something, the more you start talking... Oh yeah, this is actually really interesting. The collapse of the USSR correlated with the largest drop in life expectancy ever recorded in world history. Hold on, there's a chart somewhere. I'm going to try to find it. Okay, so this is where we see the collapse of the Soviet Union. Look at that harsh decline in life expectancy, right? When it collapsed, boom. It took decades to recover. And we know that even today, a lot of...
What's right behind that picture? Yeah, if a system as big as the USSR, especially where it's a centralized economy, if a centralized economy collapses, then you've got all this infrastructure and enterprise and business that's just, it's like, it's all just, it's lost its owner, basically. And then, but again, you can blame two things. The first thing everyone blames for the failure of post-Soviet states in the 90s would be shock doctrine, shock therapy. Because a lot of economists believe the best thing to do after the USSR collapse was to rapidly privatize industries, especially large ones, and it meant that they all got bought up very, very, very quickly by some very corrupt bastards, and then it basically just became a playground for, I guess the quote is like, gangster capitalists, okay? So that's one thing, but also, if we're talking about who else to blame for it, well, the leaders and the people who did all that buying up were locals, all right? And it was facilitated by local governments and by local officials, and also by a lot of people who were already quite corrupt within the Soviet Union, right? One example of corruption was because waiting lists for housing in the Soviet Union were so long, and so many people...
You smarmy...
So many people in the Soviet Union were forced to live in communes where there would just be like a very small number of people sharing like a couple of small rooms that to get like your own house, especially in the city, it was like an insanely long waiting list, and you couldn't really choose really, because it was all just like the state built the houses and then they allocated them. What people did was people who allocated those houses to families would take bribes. So a lot of people got quite rich off of doing that. They would just take bribes from families or people who wanted to move house and jump the queue. So, and those people in the fall of the Soviet Union with the money that they'd amassed, and also people just like, people had all kinds of ways of just like scamming the quota systems because responses were so slow. And yeah, those were the people who, as well as political power, like people who had political power from before the Soviet Union, used their wealth and their resources to buy up a whole bunch of assets and to effectively create the oligarchies that we have now. But I guess because we're part of the campism train that this person's on, we only talk about the first half because that's the America bad half. Not the fact that the Soviet Union was a fucked system to begin with, and that, of course, when a system with that much centralization collapses and tries to readjust, there's never really going to be a tried and tested, clean way of doing it. And that a lot of the corruption and oligarchy that came from the previous regime would move and reshape itself into adapt itself into the new system. So, eek. But I wonder where she got that lowest, biggest life expectancy drop in world history. I would have thought the Black Death would have been that, but where's she getting that it's the biggest decrease in life expectancy? Congo had a pretty bad one as well. Falling in the US. This is all just about US life expectancy drops right now. Russian Revolution? World War II, if that counts. She said in history, well, she said in the biggest life expectancy ever in world history, didn't she? Hang on. Great leap forward. Well, I know from Mao's rule, from him taking power until he died, the life expectancy went up quite a bit. But that's across his entire rule. Not obviously the famine wouldn't have helped with that. Check OWID, Our World in Data. Is that where that's from? Okay, what do we have here? Life expectancy. Let's zoom in because no one cares about the fucking 20th century or 18th and 17th century. 50s to, so there's a big drop here, 50s to 60s in, where is that? In the world. And also in Asia. Why is that? Countries and regions. Africa was super rough in the. Oh, that was because of hang on, let's just see. Wasn't that the food crisis? I don't even know. Hang on. Wait, fuck. Give me China, please. Okay. China has a really big drop from 58 to. So this is 48 to 33. What is she looking at there? This drop is 70 to what? Let's see. It's a 15-year life. Is it? Whoa. I'm guessing that's a great leap forward. Okay, let's see. USSR. Would the USSR even give you, because it stops there. Okay, wow. What are we looking at here? Russia? Let's look at Russia. Russia, Lithuania. Let's look at all of them. Lithuania, Latvia, Ukraine, Belarus. Okay, whoa, look at this. What is this? What happened? Russia from 1900 to 1922, what the fuck? World War One, right? What is this? Ukraine from 1940 to 1943. It's World War Two, right? That's a huge drop. Oh, God. Almost 50, basically 50, down to 18 years old. Because so much of the Red Army, yeah, World War II and the Holodomor numbers, I guess, would have been. Holodomor was earlier than that, though. Why is there no big drop for the Holodomor, I wonder? Is that because of, I don't know. Latvia, and this is in the 50s and 60s. No, is that Latvia? What's this one? 69. This is China. This is quite interesting. But apparently the most dramatic thing we're supposed to look at is the America Bad one, right? Because of shock doctrine. If we get rid of China. Hang on. Go away. So it has a drop here. Yeah, 92 to 94. This was the big one. This was like the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? So we're dropping from 70, 68, 68, 67 to like 5-year drop. Drops again in Russia in the mid-90s. And look at it now. Look at it dropping now. Just by a little bit. So Russia had a similar size drop. Would this have been the purges? 28 to 32? Drop here just after World War II. Slow decline from the 60s till the 80s. I don't know. She might have drama, and especially this one. Is the West responsible for this one? 73 to 69. So I think she might have hyperbolized a little bit there. Okay, wow.
It's to recover.
And we know that even today, a lot of Russians are like, the USSR was the greatest period in Russian history. Something like 75%.
Russians might say that. I wonder what the other satellite states say. I would love if you equated the USSR with Russia there. Brilliant.
In this poll, you can actually see broken down by generation. This was in 2021, asking Russians, do you regret the dissolution of the USSR? And this is interesting because young people are like, I didn't live through the USSR, so I don't fucking know. But as you go up in age, you see more people who lived through the USSR. Like if you're 55 years old, right? These are people born in 1966 or before. The USSR collapsed in 1991. Meaning this is the category of people who were adults when this happened. These are the people who were 25 or older when the USSR collapsed and they're still alive today. And an overwhelming 84% of them wish they still had the USSR instead of the version of Russia.
You mean the people who lived in an empire liked living in the empire? I don't even, oh God. I don't want Russia. I want Eastern Europe, please. Let's just take Ukraine. No, let's not go with Ukraine. Let's say Latvia. Polling, collapse of USSR. Yeah, like in 1991, why did all of these Soviet states vote with a minimum of like 70%, like between 70 and 90% in favor of leaving the USSR? Why did they do that? Why? I wonder if this person would believe the opinions of like the older generation for anything else. I feel like this person would by default disagree with the average old person's opinion on every single other topic, right? Like everything, gay right, rightfully so probably. Economics, gay rights, capitalism, like all that stuff. Banderites, hey, love it. What was the percentage of Ukrainians that collaborated with Nazis in World War II? Like 0.6? As opposed to the millions of them that fought in the Red Army? Yeah, I love that. I love that inflated... What's this? Gallup. Oh, it's an RT poll. Oh, okay, wait. I'll look for these off. I can't find them right now. Eek. It's all polls from Russia. I don't want polls from Russia. Let's just look at the independence votes. Because those are people who actually were there. Where are we? Post-Soviet independence referendum votes. These are the non-Russians voting in favor of independence from the Soviet Union. The lowest number there is 74% from Latvia. 99% Georgia, Armenia, Moldova, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Ukraine. I mean, come on. Come on, mate. Come on. Come on.
This today. Now, I'm an American. I did not live in the USSR. And obviously, as Americans, we're so propagandized. Like, the CIA literally exists to make Americans hate the USSR. Like, that was the whole thing. So I'm not going to be able to talk about how awesome or not awesome the USSR was, right? I wasn't there. From some things I've read from Black Americans who went there, like Dubois, you know, apparently it was pretty forward thinking when it came to things like Black riots. We know
Du Bois, yeah, asked to. So I know that this that during the Civil Rights Movement, the USSR did capitalize a lot on the Birmingham riots, the Birmingham protests. So especially those pictures of Bull Connor's police force attacking protesters, the Soviet Union devoted like a quarter of their broadcast to talking about that event because it was just so good for them on the world stage to be like, especially when they're trying to court African countries and they're like, nah, look how bad these Americans are to their black population. I guess it's maybe, were there, how many black people were there in the Soviet Union? I don't know. Do they even have a minority, a black minority to discriminate against there? Yeah, it was all like the USSR loves black people and shit. Yeah.
they had more progressive laws about women's liberation, especially in the 1920s, than the United States did. But yeah, if you're anything like me, 99% of what you've heard about the U.S. is
unless you were a woman who criticized. So I think they were the first country to do abortion rights. I'm thinking, unless you were a woman who criticized the regime in any way, or was accused of criticizing the regime in any way. Ooh.
Came straight as talking points from our State Department, dispelled through the CIA's Wurlitzer machine. So I don't trust myself to have an opinion about how great or not it was. But I will say that it is telling that the people who were over the age of
the USSR had a ban on abortion for some time. When did they? So they were the first country to legalize it. When did they ban it? Oh, they made it illegal again in the 36 to 55. Okay, I didn't even know that. Okay. Interesting.
Of 25, when the USSR collapsed, the vast majority of them say it was a mistake, that it collapsed, that they wish they still had it. And when you look at those,
why are you only asking Russians, you crazy fuck? Do you know? I wonder how many bongers. I wonder how many British people want the British Empire back. Don't ask anyone else. Don't ask anyone in Kenya, in India. Like, don't do it.
Okay, yeah, so one time, yeah, as an American, learning about the U.S.'s role in the separation and destabilization of Korea is such a trip. Prior to World War II, Korea had been under the imperial control of Japan. Obviously,
when you talk about Palestine, come on.
This did not happen, and Koreans started to get really mad. The United States was ruling at this point over South Korea, started to get really mad at the UN and the United States. So the United States was just like, no, South Korea is its own up and protesting the influence of the UN and the United States there. So what did the United States do? They committed multiple massacres and atrocities in war, in which the United States was fighting North Korea to maintain its imperial of, yes, the United States, who feared that a unified Korea would result in a communist Korea. Well, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn as an American.
We're just talking about Korea
country and control and rule it as they chose. So if you as an American hate North Korea,
okay, whatever.
I made a video talking about how, as an American,
oh yeah, North Korea.
I know I'm doing something right. Okay, sometimes when
ah, fuck, I don't know. Did you see our video on the history of Israel-Palestine? If you have it, you can show me it. Yeah, we'll watch that. I'm sure it's fucking incredible. 13th of November. 15. 14.
Okay, if you're a young person or you're having a hard time figuring out what you want to do for the rest of your life, I'm going to
no.
Okay, if you know anything about the history of Palestine, saying Palestine
10 minutes of okay, whoa. 9:49 minutes of Palestine. Let's go. Ooh, let's see. Oh god, this is going to be the most. I don't know that much about the Korean history, so yeah, I don't really want to go too far into that. I mean, I'm quite confident with what she said about North Korea being bullshit today, but yeah, let's see. Let's go. Let's learn the history of Israel-Palestine. Let's go.
Attacked first is an absolutely wild thing, and we're going to break down why. Palestine has been consistently under attack since World War I, and specifically under attack by the British or the British-backed Israel since around 1917, 1918. Basically, during World War I, a lot of colonial powers in the West started to notice that the Middle East was resource rich. As World War I was starting to come to a close, Britain and France signed a secret agreement to divvy up the Middle East to be under their colonial spheres of influence. They kind of met as the war was coming to an end, and they were like, hey, you can take that country and I'll take this country. And Britain was like, I'll take Palestine. Thank you very much. By the time the war came...
So she's talking about Sykes-Picot there. Yeah, okay. They had just noticed. Yeah, fuck.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
So, hey, I wrote about this. I took
Hope your voice is feeling better! Exclamation mark.
Why can't I click and drag this fucking page? Holy shit!
Just
right.
mentally wrecked a whole generation. Can't be tricked if I just assume Gov is always evil.
True. Thanks for the $10, Maverick. I really appreciate that. All right. Yeah, so there was Sykes-Picot, where they did what she was describing, more or less. And then there was the McMahon-Hussein correspondence, where they promised the Arabs, like, this entire... Like, I think the map would have looked like this, roughly. it would have been this entire Hashemite kingdom, and west of Aleppo, Homs, Damascus, that would be the Republic of Lebanon. But yeah, possibly. We didn't get that though. And then also you have the Balfour Declaration where they're promising a Jewish national home. So yeah, but again, boundaries not very well defined. The letters that were exchanged for this agreement were incredibly vague on the British end. So there was a lot of reinterpretation after the fact. So yeah, okay, go ahead.
Came to a close, the Ottoman Empire, of which Palestine had previously been a part, did not exist anymore, and Britain was like, hello, Palestine, I control you now. And the Palestinians were like, this is bad. This thing came about in 1917 called the Balfour Declaration, which is basically where a British lord wrote an open letter to another British lord that was like, hey, you know this new trend picking up steam called Zionism? I think we should give the Zionists a way to easily colonize Palestine, and then they will defend Britain's interest in the region. So this gave kind of the green light for Zionists to start to move into Palestine without Palestinians' consent and without the invested interest in becoming Palestinians themselves. The expressed intention was to take over
becoming Palestinians themselves. There wasn't like, it's not like there was a Palestinian, like a very strong Palestinian national identity there. But yeah, it's a weird way to phrase it. Okay. I love that. It's an immigration bad argument. I mean, she might say why some of the immigration was very bad, like buying up tenant farmers' houses and then evicting the people who lived there. But that wasn't all of it. There was some, just like it was immigration as well. So okay.
Palestine and secure it for British interests. To safeguard it was the term used. Now, during this time,
she's not going to talk about how the British kind of like tried to abandon this whole thing because it wasn't working out. Okay, this is the typical like Britain basically backed everything that the Zionists did all the way up until like from 1917 until today. Yeah, okay.
Palestinians started to get really freaked out, and a lot of them started to organize. There was a communist and socialist labor party element happening in Palestine at the time, and disproportionate to the population, a lot of those people themselves were Jewish, but they were not Zionists. For reference, around that time, about 3% of the population of Palestine.
The labor Jewish movement, those were Zionists. They were Zionists with different ambitions from the mainstream Zionists. Okay.
Was non-Zionist.
There was that Zionist organization that Chomsky was leading in the 40s. Like there were the groups that wanted that the idea was they were advocating for like a binational state between Arabs and Jews. But again, that was the British tried to do something a bit like that, and that was rejected by both sides. Neither side wanted that.
Jewish, right? And that's more than the population of Jewish people living in the United States today. And these Jewish workers actually did like a call for their Arab non-Jewish brothers and sisters in Palestine to join them to fight the terror incoming that was Zionism. They were like, Zionism is going to be really, really bad. It is just the West wanting to control our country. We need to fight this with everything we have. By 1923, this thing called the British Mandate comes about, which basically takes that Balfour Declaration and formalizes it along with some other things, saying, yeah, Britain is totally in control of Palestine now. Do whatever you want. And Britain is like, ha ha ha, lovely. And they start facilitating a lot of Zionist colonization of the region. And the Zionists who are colonizing, it is not going great. It is violent, it is bloody, and it is bad. People are driven from their homes, people are set on fire, people are assaulted, children are killed. There are a number of massacres that occur leading up into 1947. Some of those massacres happen.
Sorry.
Do whatever you want. And Britain is like, ha ha ha, lovely. And they start facilitating a lot of Zionist colonization of the region. And the Zionists who are colonizing, it is not going great. It is violent, it is bloody, and it is bad. People are driven from their homes, people are set on fire, people are assaulted, children are killed. There are a number of massacres.
Is she talking about the 20s period, like the 20s and 30s? Because that was that a lot of that violence he's referring to was Arab violence against Zionists. Again, you can argue about the morality of or the understandability of Arabs being very upset about what was happening, but there's no way she read about like the Palestine riots or the massacres and just assumed that it was Zionists killing Arabs, right? There's no way. She just read the fucking like Hebron massacre and thought that oh no. And thought that it was Jews killing Arabs. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
That occur.
leading up into 1947. Some of those massacres happened in 1947. By 1947, the Zionists and the Palestinians are clashing so much, and everybody is mad at Britain. Because Britain by this point is like, oh shit, this is a mess. And Britain tells the Zionists, maybe cool it on the colonization. And the Zionists are like, literally, this is what you promised us. So now the Palestinians hate Britain for giving away part of their country without even asking them. And the Zionists hate Britain for going back on telling them, like, yeah, just colonize and do whatever you want. So Britain is like, this is a mess. We're not prepared to take it. And they hand over control of Palestine to the UN. Now, Britain had been toying with an idea of partitioning Palestine into two separate countries, one for the Zionists and one for the Palestinians. And everybody around the world is pretty much like, this is a terrible idea. But the UN is like, this is a great idea because they have no fucking clue what to do either. And we're just going to do that. We are going to give the Zionists 55% of the land, even though by this point, even with all the colonization, it's only 33% of the population. And we're going to give the Palestinians 45% of their original land that they never agreed to have taken from them, that they just lost because Britain signed a buddy deal with France, who also had nothing to do with Palestine. Also worth noting, the 45% of land that Palestinians got omitted major agricultural areas, major seaports. They basically gave all the good stuff to the new colonizing entity. And Palestine was like, we are not accepting this. This is really fucked up. You cannot just come in here.
Think about all the good stuff. I've heard different things about that. I've heard different things about whether or not they give them all the good stuff. Port access, yeah. But I think they also, a big chunk of what they gave the Zionists was the Negev desert. So the percentage thing is, you can build on like people have built on the Negev, but it's like it's not the best land because it's a desert, right? But I think the agricultural land that was preferable for the Jewish population. Although there was more malaria in the Jewish areas as well because they were more susceptible to it or some shit, yeah. And also, yeah, the Jewish state would have, but the thing with the Jewish state would have been 45% Arab isn't really a great argument, though, because it would have been a Jewish state. The state would have been like, and they were also expecting to bring 1 million people over from the Middle East as well afterwards. So, no, it would have been a Jewish state. Like the Arabs who lived there would have been, they would have been minorities, not only statistically, but also politically, right? So, and socially.
And take our country. So, by the time the British Mandate comes to an end in 1948, war breaks out between the Zionists and the Palestinians for control of the country. But the Zionists are like really good at fighting. Like they have war experience and the Palestinians don't really, right? It's just people who don't want to lose their homes. So the Zionists win this battle against the Palestinians pretty quickly. And like within one day are like, we're declaring the new state. Officially, the state is Israel. This is when people say this thing called the Nakba officially happened. But truth is the Nakba had been occurring a few years before that. However, May 14th, 1948, May 15th, 1948 actually, is what we consider Nakba Day now. And that is the day that commemorates 750,000 Palestinian people, civilians, being forced from their home. 15,000 in total were also massacred, civilians, including children. If you want a visual representation of what happened...
Isn't that just the entire death toll? Oh, okay. Wait, was it... Okay, wait. Sorry. I'm being picky. Am I being picky? I don't know. It's just that thing again, though, right? But if you do this with 1 or 2 facts, it's probably not that bad. But if you do it with every fact, you're kind of you're just telling a different story. I don't think it was 15,000 civilians killed in the Nakba, was it? Let's see. Let's see. Where's the death toll here? Casualties, 15,000. Yeah, this is total. This would be a lot of troops as well, but okay, yeah. You can still say there were you can still say there were massacres. I don't know why she said 15,000 civilians died. I don't know. Why would you say that? Bro. It's including civilians. Come on. All right. Let's go back.
Years before that. However, May 14th, 1948, May 15th, 1948 actually is what we consider Nakba Day now. And that is the day that commemorates 750,000 Palestinian people, civilians, being forced from their home. 15,000 in total were also massacred, civilians, including children. If you want a visual representation of what happened, this is what Palestine looked like originally, and then this blue area is what became Israel that year, 1940.
Hey, that map is actually a little bit more representative. Okay, cool.
There were still 2 areas of Palestine that had been part of what the UN had originally thought of as being that like partition state, and these became the areas that were still technically considered Palestine. However, the goals of the new government that was formed there, Israel by the Zionists, were expansion, expansion, expansion. They wanted to take over the whole area. Some Palestinians fled the country, others were forced into Gaza Strip, this little strip of land here, or the West Bank, where they were treated horribly by Israel for decades. Finally,
what? Wait.
Loner box. You smart.
Between 48 and 67? And so she might mean Israel going into Gaza for a few months in 56, where they went to a counterattack like Fedayeen attacks, and then they fucking massacred. There were 2 massacres. Is that what she means? Because West Bank was occupied by Jordan and Gaza by Egypt, and neither of those states handed it over to the Palestinians because they didn't have a Palestinian state in mind at that time. What's wrong with shortcuts? Well, because now it's assuming that like Israel took this part and somehow they treated these 2 places horribly. But I guess she's just going to completely ignore that the Arab states occupied. And I guess she probably won't mention that Jordan was did a secret deal with Israel so that they could take the West Bank, because again, they wanted to expand their own influence, not to create a Palestinian state and hand it over. So, okay.
In 1967, this horrific treatment led to a war called the Six-Day War.
No. The horrific treatment. So apparently Palestinians are being horrifically treated by the Israelis in West Bank and Gaza, just by Israel, by the way, not by the occupying forces, not by Egypt, who wouldn't even let them enter Egypt until the mid-50s. And that leads to the Six-Day War. Okay. Whoa, we're speedrunning now. Holy shit.
Where Palestinians attempted to win their independence and freedom from being so controlled by Israel on all borders.
I don't. Okay, those 3 sentences. First, it was in 48, Palestinians were in Gaza and the West Bank, where they were treated horribly by, I guess if you mean denying them the right to return, and the counterattacks in the Fedayeen. Those 2, not the fact that she won't say that they were occupied by 2 other forces who had no intention of giving sovereignty to the Palestinians. So that first bit. Then the horrific treatment was what led to the Six-Day War. That's not true either. The Six-Day War was Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. Egypt closing the Straits of Tiran, which Nasser recognized as an act of war, probably didn't justify Israel starting the attack. Probably not. I don't think they had to do that. Definitely didn't justify them annexing East Jerusalem. Definitely didn't justify them permanently occupying the West Bank and putting a bunch of settlers in there, or allowing a bunch of settlers to go in there initially. Like, yeah, didn't justify that. But I feel like they were given basically fucking every excuse to by the surrounding countries. So, eek. What a fascinating way to put it. And also the Six-Day War was started because Palestinians were trying to fight for their freedom. Like, what the, okay, wow.
They lost. They were crushed by Israel in 6 days, hence the 6 Days War. And Israel then occupied this area of Palestine. To this day, all of what technically should have been Palestine is under Israeli occupation. This means tightly.
This is why there's a problem with what she advocated for, saying like, if you have this prior that America bad and America's allies bad and America's opponents good, I guess, like that'll make you right, but that's actually the entire reason she's just said so many wrong things, right? So she read about 48 and said that Palestinians probably suffered in Gaza and the West Bank, probably didn't even bother to check who was doing that and like who they were occupied by and why they were occupied by those forces and why those forces didn't give Palestinian statehood. She didn't think about any of that because of her priors. The Six-Day War was just an Israel-Palestine war because I guess one of her other priors is going to be oppressor oppressed, right? We don't think about the other surrounding Arab countries. Apparently, the only people who fought in the Six-Day War were Egypt and... No. Apparently, the only people who fought in the Six-Day War were Palestinians and Israelis. And it was just Palestinians trying to get their land back. Yeah. And now we're... Wow.
controlled motion. This means security checkpoints. This means apartheid. People can't walk on certain streets if they're Palestinian. This also has come with brutal displays of force and attacking the Palestinian people constantly over the years. If you want a breakdown of how many Palestinians or Israelis have been killed in the region since 2008, here it is. This side is Palestinians, this side is Israelis. So you can see the Palestinians are getting disproportionately fucked with in this situation. And again, all of these people are people who just want to go back to their homes they were forcefully expelled from by Britain, basically, when Britain agreed to give away their country without their consent to somebody else.
I love way to throw Britain in there as well, yeah.
There is actually a peaceful protest attempt that has been done multiple times in Palestine. It is called...
Again, like by the time the Nakba happened, the Britain had put in an arms embargo on Israel. They were being attacked by Israeli terrorists. Yeah, okay.
The March of...
Can you still blame them? Yeah, but I don't think they were forcibly expelled by Britain. Like, yeah, you can just say Israel there, yeah.
Turn. This is when people attempt to just leave Gaza Strip, where they are currently walled in and fired upon indiscriminately, and just go back to their original homes. Now, when these have happened, we have seen that the IDF, Israel, just shoots at them. Attempts at peaceful protests have been...
I already had this debate with that fucking Raheem person. Okay. Again, you can say that the reaction of the IDF was not justified. I don't think it was justified, but it wasn't just like they just shot them indiscriminately, like for no reason. Like it's okay. But okay. Still, okay, fuck. I don't need to go on that point again because the IDF were still in the wrong. Okay, fine, whatever.
Been met with yes, murder. It is not uncommon in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank to have members of your family that you know have been killed by the IDF for minor infractions, if they were infractions at all. The control over the remaining elements of Palestine by Israelis has been absolutely brutal since 1967 when they were able to occupy those lands. And occupied people under international law have a right to defend themselves from the oppressors. To say that Palestine...
Oh, that's why someone called her a terrorist sympathizer. They have a right to defend themselves against their oppressors. Again, that's not like that doesn't justify anything, right? Again, indiscriminate rocket fire is not a legitimate form of resistance because it targets civil because it's indiscriminate, right? You can't just do it doesn't give you carte blanche to do fucking anything. Okay.
Attacked first is to ignore all of history wherein the West conspired with a new emerging country, Israel, to steal Palestine from the Palestinians and in the process attacked, yes, and killed 15,000 people. And continues to kill, depending on the year, hundreds or thousands of Palestinians annually. Now, when it comes to what the Palestinian people actually want, why they say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free, they want to restore the original borders of Palestine. And this does not mean that they're not open to peace negotiations with Israel. In fact, anytime Israel has come to the table to do peace negotiations, it's always been actually not offering a two-state solution at all. It'll be things like, you can have your little state back, but we still get to control your border and you don't get an army, which, given the fact that Israel has been indiscriminately firing upon civilians in Palestine for years, doesn't feel very safe, right? The ultimate goal...
What? Okay. Whoa. Does she think that a independent Palestinian state with that's demilitarized Israel would just invade it right afterwards? Why would they offer them the state then? What? Okay.
Of Palestinian liberation.
Again, you can say that wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason. It wasn't the demilitarized thing because I think that was temporary. So I think the problem was with the Israeli two-state solution that was offered at Camp David was the discontiguous borders. I think they were still stuck on, was it Temple Mount? And also the fact that the settlements had been expanding. No, wait, fuck. Let's start again. Shit. Okay. The problem with the Camp David offer was the discontiguous borders, the lack of control over certain parts of like water supplies, the fact that Israel wanted to control part of the Jordan Valley for like between 6 and 20 years or something. The fact that leading up to the Camp David Accords, there was the third redeployment hadn't taken place because Ehud Barak wanted more of a bargaining chip. Like there are a few reasons. Another reason, that's on the Palestinian side is to blame for is that they weren't willing to offer a counteroffer at Camp David. That the Arafat was very poor at communicating what exactly he wanted. I think some people assumed that because he was doing that, people just assumed that he wanted a one-state solution and was just willing to reject everything. They even but I think the bigger criticism of Arafat is after Camp David. I think walking away from Camp David is probably understandable because what they were offered was not functionally just not a state. But they after Camp David, the Clinton parameters, which as far as I can see, addressed the contiguity problem, were also rejected initially or were dismissed by the PLO. So, and then Taba was too late, and Arafat also made no effort to stop the Second Intifada, even when there were suicide bombings happening in Israel against civilians. So, yeah, that's probably how I put it. All right.
Would be to just have one country, the country of Palestine, which is secular and in which multiple people from different backgrounds, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Arabs and non-Arabs alike, can coexist and live together like they used to in Palestine. The rightful country that was stolen from Palestinians by England. And this is England. What the Hamas Charter says, okay? Anybody who's like, but Hamas are terrorists who hate Jewish people. It's like, if you read the Hamas Charter, they actually explicitly say in there, we have no problem with Jewish people. The problem we have is with the Zionist entity that is Israel, who is intent upon conflating Judaism with Zionism, even though we know they are not the same things.
Whoa. When did the Hamas Charter say that? Is that the new one that didn't replace the old one? What? What? United Nations. Copy of the Hamas Charter from 1987. The Day of Judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews. Brackets. Killing the Jews, to avoid any confusion. When the Jew will hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh, Muslims, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." Okay? Really? I feel like their behavior corresponds more to this than to the 2017 Charter as well. Again, the 2017 Charter did not supplant this one. Okay? This one never stopped existing. Okay? Anyway. What the fuck? What? Okay.
We have no problem with Jewish people. We have a problem with Israel, who continues to harm and kill civilians in our territories, occupies our land, and has stolen the majority of our historical homeland from our people. And if you want to know how literal stolen is, there are like pictures of people looking at their old houses with new immigrants living in them. And like there's this one famous picture of this old Palestinian couple standing in front of what used to be their house. And there are two American immigrants, right, to Israel, standing in front of it looking at them. And there's a documentary that accompanies this where the woman came and escorted these Palestinians, because their control is very limited for media purposes, into this area where they could look at their old home. And she asks the Americans who live in that home now, as they come out, she goes, "Do you feel bad? Like, this used to be their house and you just took it. Like, do you feel bad?" And the Americans are like, "No, we don't feel bad at all. We feel pretty good, actually. What are you doing here? You should go."
Wait, is that what is she talking about? Settlements? Because okay, first of all, you can say America underreacts to settlements, but they constantly say that it's the biggest obstacle to peace and shit like that. Okay.
American, the story of Israel is a story of colonization that feels very, very similar to the colonization of the Americas. Palestine did not and has never attacked first. Palestine has just been trying to exist since World War I. And anybody who has said,
is that what October 7th was? Just trying to exist? Okay, wow.
As Israel has the right to exist, I ask them, explain it to me like I'm 5, why Israel has the right to exist, but Palestine does not. And that's usually when they opt out of the conversation because they don't have an answer.
Okay. Again, that's a pretty... You see how she said, if anyone who says Israel has a right to exist, she's like, oh, please tell me why Israel can exist, but Palestine doesn't. What about people who believe they can both exist? Why did you have to do that? Why that sleight of hand at the end? God, this person's insane. Because there were so many things there that weren't even like, I guess it's because you have these priors that you just fill in a lot of blanks. Because I don't know, I don't know where this information came from. Where did the idea that in 1948 to 67, the only people treating Palestinians badly were like Israel, and it was because of that bad treatment that that the 6 Day War started, and then what the fuck? And the 6 Day War was just Palestinians trying to fight for their freedom against Israel. I guess she just saw 6 Day War and then like Israel occupies, and I guess she just filled in some blanks. You don't even have to, like, you can criticize Israel for the 6-Day War quite easily. But oh shit. Wow. What an interesting creator. You're literally so good at explaining things. Like, I don't know if it's just your voice or something, but info you say just sticks to my brain. Wow. Wow. That was pretty solid content. Nice. Love that. That's you for me. Hey. I guess it was easy to remember because it was so jarringly inaccurate. Okay, that's TikTok for you guys. Wonderful. I need to... God, I'm really hungry. Fuck. But I don't have snacks. Ugh! Very important, is it? Not safe for work. I'm not watching this. Leave me alone. Stop. Apparently, before we talk about October 7th, I think we still have some nonsense to look at. Because my new editor... I don't even know. I guess she probably doesn't mind me saying who she is, but I'm going to keep her anonymous for now. See what happens. See if you guys can figure it out. I love that our kids can get education by lovely educators like that. Yeah, me too. It's so amazing. It's beautiful. Is it your mom? Hey. Hang on. Oh, Cardinals, thanks for the $2. Can you please use the video essay voice next debate? No.
Lonerbox.
T.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
I know you've discussed it before but can't find the video. What is your view on whether Israel's actions can be considered genocide? Recently discovered your stuff. Top tier content, my dude.
Thanks for the $10, P-Nasty. I really appreciate that. Why can't it be considered genocide? Okay, but it'll be really quick. Okay, genocide is the intentional biological or physical destruction of a group, okay? Israel, I don't think, is doing a genocide because I don't think there is sufficient evidence that their policy that's coming from either the government or the military is to just kill Palestinian civilians because they don't like them. Okay, I don't think that's what's happening. I think what's happening is that they're going for military targets, but the criticism is that they are willing to accept quite a high level of collateral damage to take out those military targets. I don't think there's ever been any indication that as a matter of policy, the IDF is just like, here's some coordinates. Oh, what's there? Oh, it's like a house full of brown people. Okay, is there any Hamas? No, that's not the... What do you think the point is? And there are some quotes that, for example, Myria has put up that is apparently like this silver bullet. The goal is damage rather than accuracy. Well, that does fit in line with not caring about collateral damage, but it's still having a military goal. Again, even if genocide's quite a high threshold for intent. So even if the plan is like, okay, we're going to ground invade this neighborhood. It might be strategically difficult to walk around this neighborhood, so just blow it the fuck up anyway. Be quite hasty with it so we can just go in and it's easier to ground and to walk through as soldiers. That's like recklessness. That's not targeting civilians though. It's still different. Again, That's why they give warnings. That's why they tell people to leave. That's why they give phone calls. That's why they give the evacuation notices and all that. Like it's not the same as like genocidal policy. Again, if it was a genocidal policy, you'd probably see a lot more people dead given the amount of firepower that Israel has. The best argument I hear to say that it is a genocide is probably the rhetoric of the politicians, because it does sound very dehumanizing and very extreme sometimes. That's true. Rhetoric does not immediately mean policy and concrete plans, though. They're very different, because if you say it's just the rhetoric that's the evidence, then Israel would be in the right to say that they were going to get genocided in 1948, right? Because in 1948, the rhetoric of the Arab states was pretty insane as well. But did they have a policy to commit a genocide against Jews? We don't know. Probably not. There's not really any strong evidence that that was a policy. Just because one or two people at different stages spoke about throwing Jews into the sea or whatever the fuck else, right? Even that quote wasn't even said, barring like once or twice at different times, like even before the 40s. So yeah. So that's why I don't think it's a genocide. I think there are much stronger criticisms you can make of the IDF that are not just going into this weird like fantasy land, basically. Dehumanization is a precursor to genocide. Okay, again, so this is why, like, yeah, all genocides start with dehumanization, but not all dehumanization leads to genocide. Okay, Muslims in the UK have been getting dehumanized for, and then there are UN warnings in English. Again, it's like warnings. I don't know. Fuck, like who? I don't care about fucking the UN says all kinds of mad shit about this kind of thing. Same with like Amnesty. They just say they say things that they by their own statements show that they don't have the evidence to prove. The problem is that war rhetoric is dehumanizing anyway. Yeah, like that whole children of light versus children of darkness. Yeah, that's what people said about World War II all the time and shit like that. Yeah, like fucking the Allies and the Germans alike. So, again, you can. Okay. Again, it might be. It might be that the IDF is just like, we really just want to kill as many people as possible, but the world's watching, so let's just be subtle about it, you know? And let's just do that. That might be, yeah. But you would actually need to, like, I don't think the evidence is pointing in that direction, like, right now. It's tough to genocide with 1,000 cameras looking at you. Well, then maybe they're not doing genocide. That you're doing the wrong thing. Now you're starting with the conclusion and walking backwards from it. Now you're saying, oh, actually, the reason it's not really a genocide happening is because what? Like, because the world's watching. Like, but I thought you said it was a genocide. So it's one or the other. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ. There we go. That was my TLDR. Okay, no more. Fuck off. T. With the $5, I really appreciate that. I bet the same countries she loves are also imperialist or colonial, like Russia, and the Tatar mistreatment or the Chinese Uyghurs. But America bad guys. True. Okay. Apparently, the editor gave me something to watch. What the fuck is this?
The approximately
what? Unhinged archive. What is this channel? Kira Chats, the most pro-terrorist streamer allowed on Twitch. I'm gonna get... I guess I'm just gonna have to eat like a piece of bread for my snack. Okay, we'll do that. I'm gonna get something to... I'll be back in a minute. Do you at least call it an ethnic cleansing? Maybe. It's likely, yeah. But again, if the evacuation notice was just for a war, and that and that they're going to be allowed to return back after, then it wouldn't be an ethnic cleansing. We don't know right now if it definitely is. It might be, but you kind of need two parts of it to be an ethnic cleansing. People being moved out of a city or a part of a city or a part of a region for a war, that's not ethnic cleansing if they go back afterwards, right? Anyway, let me get my drink first. All right. Okay. Whatever. I'll never understand the frequency of chatters who are so emotionally invested in me calling it, like, attaching it to this incredibly morally loaded terms. It's just so weird. I don't understand them. Anyway. So, Kira chats, the most pro-terrorist streamer allowed on Twitch. Okay. That's a grabber. From the Unhinged archive. Why is she, what is this? Is she supposed to be like imitating like a Muslim with the but with the flag instead of a niqab? Or, and there's the kafia by her side. She looks like a cheap mascot. It's so weird. It's like, the fuck? Okay. Wow.
The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities
It's a little bit quiet. Let's go higher and I can bring it down after if I need to. We're about to learn something about whiteness here. Whoa.
named Jericho Wall outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. It's a sad day when the New York Times is even using the correct language to describe the deaths that occurred on October 7th, and Al Jazeera is not. Al Jazeera keeps saying Hamas killed 1,200 people. They keep saying that, and it's pissing me the fuck off.
Oh yeah, because it was actually, it might have been 1,180 or something. That's true. Potentially. We don't even know for sure. Just like, there's some conjecture about it. All right. Okay.
Stop it. Stop saying that. That's not true. I'm very, very aware of the possibility that anybody can grow and learn. And this is what I hope for all of us. I know on Blue Sky right now, if you're on Blue Sky, I'm running this mute list called Zionist Scum. So if somebody ever shows a certain characteristic that I list, say they're going around saying Israel has the right to defend itself. They're saying Zionist lies, et cetera, et cetera. I put them on the list, to make sure that people don't engage with them and we can better control the traffic of Zionism on that website.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Who's on the list? Who's on the list?
Do we have to sit here or do protest? Is it possible to go fight on the front line? Not really a good idea to do that. Are you talking about going to Gaza? Gaza? Still trying to figure out how to say it. I need to re-listen.
Oh my god, she's going to be doing streams and calling it Gaza. There's no, oh my god. Can you imagine with that full American accent? Like, do you even have any empathy for what they're doing in Gaza? Like, what the fuck, bro? It doesn't work. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Oh god. By the way, I occasionally do it. The reason I do it for certain words is because I heard them more often said by Arabic people than by white people, right? That's why I'll sometimes say like Sunni, like the way my dad says it, right? Because that's how I've heard it for like fucking 20 years before I ever heard a white person say it. Or it's where I'll say feta instead of fatah, right? It's just because I've heard it more often. But I don't know if Kira Chats has that excuse. And also because occasionally Arabic family members will look at you funny across the dinner table if you say it wrong. All right, let's see.
Listen to that VOD with Cole and like learn the pronunciations. If you're talking about going to the front line, as in going to Gaza, don't consider doing that. It doesn't make any sense to do that. You're probably just gonna die. What a frontline fight could look like is you doing direct action to disable the Israeli genocide machine, because the Israeli genocide machine is happening. It is in action in Gaza right now and in the West Bank.
Young_black_economist just.
That's you guys. The Israeli genocide machine.
Resubscribed for 14 months. Wow, the black buys are back.
Young Black Economist! Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, what you want to do, if you really want to do fighting on the front lines, it's not worth spending all the money and effort to go to Gaza where there's a blockade. You won't be able to get in anyways, and then like if you did, it would be extremely detrimental. I don't think that's the smartest use of resources or life, personally. And none of the Palestinian organizations that I've been paying attention to, including the PLFP, PFLP, excuse me, the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of the People's Front for Liberation of Palestine. Holy shit! Wake up! The PFLP is not, which is, by the way, one of the armed groups that is fighting along Hamas to try to prevent Israel from annexing Gaza right now. They're not telling any of us to come down there. So I'm just saying, if you want to take a page out of their book, what they're asking you to do is to speak truth to the Palestinian perspective, to defeat the Zionist lies, to disassemble the Zionist war machine, the genocide machine. For instance, if you were to handcuff yourself to the doors of Elbit weapons manufacturer, which is one of the biggest weapons manufacturers for Israeli genocide material.
Why does she have like Arabic fucking wedding music in the background? It's like those it's like when you go to those Arabic parties in like in Lebanon and shit, and there's a guy with a fucking 90s Yamaha keyboard on his head playing little like phrases over the backing track and shit.
That would be something that would be fighting on the front lines, as far as I can, like, in my, that's the way that I translate that. Hey Sakura, what's up? How are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. You have bottom surgery, Shireen? Ooh, congrats. 5 weeks ago. Congrats. Yeah, by the way, what I just told you is probably illegal, so don't do that. But what I'm saying is, if one were to do something like fight on the front lines, that is what one would do. However, I would never advise that because we love Joe Biden and America and the law here.
Oh my God, you're so brave.
For the record. I felt that urge to want to go to Egypt. I felt that urge to go to the blockade in Egypt and to stand and protest there. Even if it doesn't make sense. Even if it costs way more money than like the money could be used in a better way, even if my voice wouldn't be best used there, I have felt that urge to do that because I feel like I have to. Because even if it doesn't make sense, I can't just sit here seeing what I'm seeing and not physically, at least make myself physically present there. You know what I mean? So if that mirrors any of your feelings, then let me know, because that's the way that I'm feeling right now. But
I can't just sit here, she says, just sitting here. Yeah, I mean, she'd probably get more $5 donations doing that, or I don't know, maybe less, who knows?
My body being present at a blockade isn't actually the best use of my body.
Yeah.
The best use of my body right now would be engaging in direct action in the country that is conducting the genocide, that is fueling the genocide, America, that the country I currently live in, when I'm in close proximity to, say, weapons manufacturers right now. That's the logic that I've been applying to this. That I have more of an, if I'm going to be sacrificing my life, because that's what effectively you'd be doing if you go to Gaza right now. If you're trying to go into Gaza and fight, you would effectively be sacrificing your life. I think there's more effective ways to go about your activism than that, personally. And again, this isn't just my opinion. I'm taking a page out of the PFLP's book here, where they're not asking people in the West to come to Gaza.
Oh, of course he's a PFLP for, okay, I see, yeah. Do they have any influence anymore? I know that they were apparently present for October 7th, but what the fuck did they do? Well, what percentage of the vote did the PFLP get in 2006? They got 4% of the vote. What are they even doing now? Yeah, these are the Marxist-Leninist ones. Who also killed a lot of civilians, by the way. They hijacked a lot of planes. Gunned down 28 passengers at Ben Gurion Airport in collaboration with the Japanese Red Army. Interesting. Hijacked a flight. Pilot was killed. Bus in Tel Aviv. They've been doing attacks recently as well. Suicide bombing in 2004 killed 3 Israeli civilians. Okay.
I feel like if they wanted us to come to Gaza, they would ask us to come to Gaza. They're not mincing words here. They're already listed as a terrorist organization. Like, they're not like, ooh, we better like watch what we say. I think they've been hijacking planes and shit historically. Like, they're not actually trying to like tiptoe here. So that's the way that I'm conducting myself right now. I'm trying to take a page out of their book. So who are the communists fighting for Palestine?
This fucking outfit. It's like Fear and Loathing in Palestine. What the fuck are these sunglasses, bro? She's like a tourist. This is what happens if you go into a Free Palestine gift shop, like, and you come out with, what the fuck? Jesus.
Communists fighting for Palestine. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or the PFLP, is a Palestinian Marxist-Leninist and revolutionary organization founded after the Six-Day War in 1967. Founded by Palestinian doctor and Christian George Habash, though it operates as...
Who was raised Greek Orthodox Christian? Thank you very much. That means we're probably related. That means I have PFLP blood in my veins. I'm not going to look into that any further. Yes, I just want to believe. Oh, they're tangies. Guess I'm going to support Israel now.
As secular, meaning religion plays no role in its structure or motive. Previously, the PFLP gained notoriety in the 1960s and 70s for hijacking planes to draw attention to their cause.
It makes me want to listen to that PFLP song now. The one when they say we come out of the rock.
Yeah.
So I love this song so much. I have to make a correction. I believe this is the DFLP. Wait, is it the PFLP? So the bandanas with the one text and the one text is PFLP if it's red. If it's red, but there's two texts, it may be DFLP. I'm not sure, though. DFLP is the Democratic Liberation... Wait. PFLP is the People's Liberation Front for Palestine. DFLP is the Democratic Liberation Front for Palestine, yeah. Sorry, okay. Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, thank you.
Muted terrorist music. What the fuck, man?
What is the solution to make both sides?
I will say she's been talking. She's been kind of obsessed with the Free Palestine thing even before October 7th. So she's not quite the same level of scammer as all the other people. But fuck me, what's her commentary like? What does she tell people? Like, what the fuck? I can see in her mirror there the flag. Okay. Eek. One flag wasn't enough. All right, let's go.
Content enough to end the fighting forever. There is no solution that makes an oppressor content unless they oppress. I'm not interested in both sides being happy.
Oh.
Nor should you.
Wow.
Why would we? Why? What I fail to understand is why anyone thinks that Israel's position, Israel's opinion should be cared about here.
Well, if you're pro, I imagine if she wants to do the PFLP line, shouldn't she be saying it should be a one state for Jews and Arabs? Because if that's the case, then what the Jews think does matter. If you want it to be a negotiated settlement, rather than, even if you want one state, rather than what, you just fight until one group gives up or loses? Because who loses in that situation? Like, oh God. This is, once again, it's just a LARPing cunt who loves dead brown people. They love it. Because it's the only logical conclusion of what they're asking for.
Abolish Israel.
Okay.
Land back for Palestine.
Okay.
Land back for Palestinians.
Yeah.
Let them return home. And Israel be damned. Sorry if you're crying about it, but fuck you. Sorry. Shouldn't have stolen people's land and homes in the first place. Shouldn't have violently forced them out of their lands.
God. The victim tipped $50.
Oh, this is the Yemeni. This was insane. She loves it.
I condemn this. I am so condemning this right now. Ooh. You stop that. Stop that.
Z, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 7 months now. Wow, I really appreciate that. They're learning from Hinkle. Ratfit Man, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that too. Thanks very much. Ugh.
Not cool as hell. It's not actually cool as fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't they just vote harder against the ship? If you are not Palestinian...
What was that? What ship did they jump on? Was it like just a trade ship or what was it? Let's see. Houthi rebels. It was a Japanese one. It was commercial vessels. What? Just like cargo. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Palestinian, and you are making declarations about what Palestinians need, you are being a colonizer. It's not your fucking, it's not for you to say.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm talking about how Israel needs to be abolished, whenever I'm talking about how Palestinians deserve all of their land back and how they should have every single inch of their own land taken back, no two-state solution bullshit, I'm echoing what Palestinians are telling me. I'm echoing the words of the Palestinian resistance. I am not coming up with this on my own.
Two Folks Do Rag, thanks for the gifted sub on Twitch. Thank you so much. Wow.
Y'all need to fucking stop making the, like, issuing these, like, prescriptions for what Palestine needs, because they're not reflecting what Palestinians are saying. But yeah, no, 100%. That's a really good point, that like having being like, hey, we're exchanging them for the women and children in your prisons, as opposed to exchanging for the Hamas prisoners. That is very interesting. So that is more of a win. And it should also be said that this was the original intention of October 7th.
Oh.
In my, I can't speak for the entirety of it. In my opinion, I do think October 7th was in part meant to terrorize Israelis.
Okay.
Given, and I know that word is a lot of stigma attached to it.
Oh yeah, but
I personally don't stigmatize it because it is terrorizing a population that is engaging in genocide, even if they are not feeling like they're directly doing that. But by virtue of the fact that they are in a settler colonial state and their existence necessitates constant violence, constant displacement, constant horrors, constant genocide. So like if somebody wants,
I mean, I guess if you believe that Israel has just been involved in genocide since day one, since from 48 all until today, it's all been genocide, and what all the people are part of it, then you would believe that. Fuck me. I love it how it's like, oh, not all Jews are like, not all Jews are Zionists and all that, but then also like Israeli civilians, well, we'll just assume that they were part of genocide, like that they were involved in it themselves. Jesus Christ.
Okay, if somebody wants to vote for Joe Biden, vote for fucking Joe Biden. Either Joe Biden or Trump's gonna be elected. Both are horrible people. Both are gonna murder Arabs. And whatever. There are pros to Trump being elected. I feel like if Trump were elected, maybe liberals would start to see that, you know, Israel sucks, actually. Maybe liberals would have an easier time understanding what the United States is doing is evil.
Wow.
But then again, they would be liberals and they would say it's because Trump is bad, not the United States. So maybe not. Whatever. I don't know. I know a lot of people say they're both the exact same. If you want to say that, fine. I do think there are differences, but like, I'm not going to go around telling people to vote for Joe Biden. I feel like that is, honestly, I feel like it's racist to do that. For me to tell people to vote for Joe Biden means that I'm telling Arab people to vote for their oppressor. Is there going to be a VOD? This will be a VOD. Yeah, today's stream will be a VOD. I unpublished a lot of VODs. A lot of VODs.
As opposed to letting the bigger oppressor win, if you want to go that way? Okay.
Because there are fascists going around, Zionists that are going down right now, trying to clip chimp people to
Yeah?
get them banned. It's already happened to one of us. It's already happened to Idan Simpson. So in order to protect my channel, because
Dan Simpson. Yes. I knew those two would be friends. Oh, God. Our guy. The guy who was in Hassan's chat. Trying to investigate into whether or not I was had IDF family members. Oh, God.
More and more anti-Semitism. Because everyone sees that the Zionists are doing a genocide. And so if you're a fucking sicko,
is
you would
every
just
stream just the same? You can just click on a random segment of whatever live. This is live now. How many times have we just randomly bumped on a stream and they're like, so as we know, the IDF is committing a genocide. And like, what the fuck? And the Zionists and the fascists are like, what the fuck do these guys talk about?
So it's just like, I know you got that fucking Star of David up there on your flag and everything, but you are literally doing the Nazi shit right now. You sound exactly like the Nazis. It's just like we've switched a few, nouns around, right? Wow, look at that. Genocide apologists. Fucking sickos. Here's another fucking idiot.
Yeah? Oh, God, he's
Whoever
blowing
the
up her
fuck this
face
is,
and shit.
Manjula Ray.
Yeah?
Says the Uyghur and Rohingya genocide have been going on for years. Have you not done a single fun thing in years? Here are some other ongoing genocides. GenocideWatch.com.
Uh-oh. He gonna push back.
Okay. It's right up. Israel's... That's... Yo, what? They put Cuba on there? Genocide emergency Ukraine? What? What is
I
going
would
on
love
here?
to know how you can think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, but not Ukraine. I would love to know his explanation for that. Oh, God.
There's just country reports?
Yeah. Yeah, Genocide Watch is a shit website. It's so stupid. Look at it. It
Oh
looks
my God.
stupid.
They have Ukraine on here.
Yeah?
As genocide emergency, which is declared when the genocidal process has reached the stage of genocidal massacres and other acts of genocide.
Which does he...
And they have this arbitrary 10 stages of genocide.
Oh, now it's arbitrary. Okay. Now it's
This
arbitrary.
honestly looks like a liberal analysis of what genocide is.
Okay, so what have we got here? We turned on, and like within 30 or 40 seconds, we've got Israel's definitely doing a genocide in Gaza. Jews with stars of David in their bio are behaving like Nazis. Like Zionists are like the same as Nazis, just with a few words changed around. Then we got, oh no, wait, there's definitely no genocide in Ukraine or like the Uyghurs or the Rohingya. And oh, this looks like liberal analysis. Do you think he's going to go through all the fucking buzz points and then just kind of like finish the cycle and go back to the start again? Look, he's
a think tanky, right? I'm getting think tanky. He served in the U.S. State Department.
Oh, U.S. State Department, don't forget.
Where he drafted the resolutions that created the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, the Burundi Commissions for Inquiry. Is this the first time that a sitting president was charged with a war crime, right? Is that the same one, or am I misremembering?
Wow.
I have been saying a lot of things that can be construed as terrorism, hate, anti-Semitism, if you will. You know, you've seen how shit's been going down lately. I pulled my VODs. I don't know if it's gonna be a permanent pull, but I just did just for now because I can't. I can't with that.
Oh shit.
But this one I'll leave up because I think we've been pretty uncontroversial, you know, fairly, relatively speaking. By the way, chat, can I get a PF?
This is BB. This is a good t-shirt. Okay, this t-shirt's fine. BB with a clown nose and the Palestinian flag smeared behind. Okay, all right. What? That's a good meme.
Flag without getting on a list. Do you think I necessarily will get on a fucking list for that? I saw someone waving.
Oh, lists are only okay when we do it. I understand. Okay.
At one of the protests, yesterday's protests, And I was like, that's an amazing flag. I want that flag. But the PFLP is technically a terrorist organization.
I thought we didn't stigmatize that.
So I don't know if I can actually swing that. Yeah, don't do it. Okay, I won't do it. In fact, my name Kira, I named myself Kira after Kira Nerys, who is a terrorist fighting, who fought the fascist occupation of her planet.
Okay, Star Trek.
She calls herself a terrorist, for the record. I'm not just saying that. And this is also why I don't have an issue with the word terrorist. A lot of people have like a stigma attached to it, and I understand that. Like, you don't want to go around saying Palestinian resistance.
He's talking about Star Trek. That's what she's talking about.
Okay? Are terrorists. I understand that, and I wouldn't use that word to describe a lot of them, but like there are terrorists that are fighting for Palestinian liberation.
Yeah.
But I don't find that to be a stigmatizing label because it's the nature of what you have to do when you are an occupied people and have no other choice.
Is this real? Oh, okay. It's just okay.
But I wouldn't just say that willy-nilly around liberals because they're gonna take that as so that's evil people thing. They're evil people, and I don't believe that, as you can tell. About resistance and the terrorist thing. Oh, thank you, Dilvakin. That's so sweet of you to say I'm base. Thank you.
I think that was real because look at it. It's like I think it's from this, right? He must have been zipped up earlier. Oh, you can't see. He must have been zipped up earlier. Anyway, okay, whatever. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so like in the beginning of like right after October 7th, I was saying Hamas terrorists to describe Hamas fighters.
Okay.
And then I did that for like a little bit on one stream, and then the next day I apologized because I'm like, listen, as much as I may personally agree with the label being applied here, I recognize that there's a moral weight added to it that I don't agree with. So until that's rectified, you know, and until there's like a decent movement to like kind of redefine what it means to be a terrorist in terms of like how we digest it morally speaking, I probably am not going to use that word. I'll probably use resistance fighters, resistance, militants, soldiers, but terrorists, even if they are being terrorists, I don't think it's appropriate because I'm always going to be around some liberal is going to think I'm saying Hamas bad.
Oh.
Oh, apparently Human Rights Watch, which I've already suspected is not great, is
everyone hates Human Rights Watch now because was it October 7th they said something, or was it about Hamas's indiscriminate fire? Why do all these fucking like far lefties hate Human Rights Watch now? Because it said holding hostage was a war crime. Wait, I mean it is. Don't use as human shields. Yeah. Yeah, you know that like taking any civilian hostage is a crime in itself. You're not supposed to do that. Videos of Hamas attacks verified. Okay. So that's why is that why they all hate Human Rights Watch now?
Is biased towards Israel. Just officially, let me say that, put that out there. Human Rights Watch is biased towards the Zionist occupation. Mm-hmm. They present themselves as like this organization that is like perfectly neutral, kind of like
they did say Hamas was most likely Islamic Jihad was most likely responsible for the hospital attack. That's what they said. Yeah. Fuck.
Doctors Without Borders. They are not actually. They are biased towards Zionism. They do some good work sometimes.
When they agree with me, when they called it apartheid, that was good work, wasn't it?
But who fucking cares? So everything I've read from everything that we've been managed to get out of these hostages, you know, that Israel hasn't completely shut down, shows that Hamas treated the hostages very well.
Yeah.
Ate the same food that the hostages ate the same food that Hamas ate, which is very important because food is a very much like what you ingest is very much a indicator of like care. So compare that to the Palestinian children like actual children being kept in Israeli prison.
You know, they're like 5-year-olds who are hostages, and it's not like children who committed crimes, because again, children can get jailed for committing crimes. It's not unusual. It's in any country that happens. Oh God! All right, let's see.
It's being fed white or just uncooked rice as their food. Compare that to Hamas eating the same food as the hostages. Also,
I love the propaganda is so fucking insane, because there are also some hostages who have said that they were kept in cages, no? Wait, hang on. Let me see. Hostages, cages. Where did that one come from? It's from Israeli media, so it might, I don't know if there's any independent verification. But I think it was hostages themselves who said it, right? Survivors reported being provided with limited food without clear reports of abuse or torture. Of the small rations they received, sometimes only rice and pita at best. The hostages were often left to cook the food for themselves and the children held with them. Their final 2 weeks, supplies running low. They were visited by Sinwar, apparently. Well, this is from the word of the hostages, so I guess we don't believe anything they say because they're like Jewish or whatever. I don't know. Liberal vibes from those hostages. Yeah, they're all liberals at least, you know? Yeah, it's hostage testimonies held in cages. Okay. Who knows? I guess we don't. Again, we only believe the. It's also the thing I didn't understand was all this video footage of Hamas releasing hostages and the treatment of hostages. Who controls which footage of hostages under Hamas control gets released? Who controls which what we get to see of the hostages before they're released and as they're being released? It's Hamas. Hamas are the ones who control what we see because they're the ones who are there, right? They're the ones who are in the tunnels with the hostages. So if we see any fucking video footage of that and of the them getting taken to get handed over, yeah, we see that's Hamas chooses what we see there. So of course they're gonna show you like the stuff that works for them on the world stage. But apparently we believe that all that at face value because, you know. Ooh.
Whenever they could give them medicine, they gave them. It wasn't always accessible because of the whole Israel genociding Gazans thing and blockading their access to any supplies thing. But they gave them medicine whenever they could, healthcare whenever they could. What's another one?
I think there was this where is it? Wasn't there this story about the there was the woman who was treated by a vet? And that was on October 7th. Not when they were running out of fucking medical shit. Oh, where's that story? Good pause. Oh yeah, look at her go. Let's see. I forget where it was. Hostage treated by vet. Yeah, it was this one. Operated on by a vet. And I think this was before hospitals started becoming inactive or inoperable. So, I don't know.
Generally just try to emotionally support them by being like kind and supportive to their trauma.
Also, sorry, even if they were the nicest people in the world to hostages, you're not supposed to take civilians hostage. You're not supposed to do that. It's never okay. Especially kids. God, to use them as bargaining chips. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to kidnap people. I don't know if you guys didn't know that. Fuck.
And also kept the hostages together. So families were kept with their families, which is, again, something Israel doesn't do. I saw this mother and this daughter that were separated when they were in prison. Israel purposely separated them and put them in solitary confinement to make sure that they could not have any access to each other and could not support each other. This is a common thing that Israel does. So it's like the immense dehumanization that Israel is conducting against Palestinian people, compared to the kindness and basically the
Did
treaty.
she forget? Well, it's also people who talk about the kindness of Hamas towards the hostages. Are they all forgetting what those same Hamas people did to the friends of the hostages, or to the family of the hostages, or to the people who were near the hostages? Because they killed them. They mostly killed people, and they took a portion of them as hostage. The fuck? You know, they're the same people, right? Like, but apparently, I don't know. Apparently you can just like go to someone's house, kill 2 people, capture the other 2, and be nice to the other 2, and apparently that's all based. The fuck?
Israeli hostages like family that Hamas is doing. So some fun facts about the Palestinian resistance. So the October 7th was not the first time that resistance fighters utilized gliders to fly over occupied lands. The night, it said, today we remember, this is a few days ago, we remember
We're back at the fucking shawarma shop music. Oh, God.
Night of the gliders operation carried out by the Syrian Arab martyr Khaled Akar and the Tunisian Arab martyr Miloud bin al-Najah on behalf of the PFLP on November 25th, 1987. Our heroes flew into an IOF base. This is so badass, you're gonna lose your mind. Our heroes flew into an IOF base using gliders in occupied Palestine on hang gliders all the way from Syrian-controlled South Lebanon, armed with AK-47s, silenced pistols, and hand grenades. Acker was captured and martyred, meaning killed by Israel. Al-Najah swept in, killing 6 IOF soldiers and injuring 8 more as he fired his AK at the usurpers without mercy and hurled grenades into IOF tents. These martyrs were hailed as heroes, and the slogan 6-1, or 6:1, became popular among Palestinians mocking settlers in Gaza. This is back when settlers did live in Gaza. And also, I've been taking so much time off from my stream because I have been doing a lot of real life action stuff for Palestine, and that means that I don't stream. And I'm not gonna stream my actions. I'm not gonna like do like horrible. I'm not gonna like ruin the OPSEC of a bunch of activists because I want to like make sure I keep my stream alive. Hold on, is this a song? No. Hold on.
she's got a whole playlist here.
This is a song! Okay, this is a song that I've been trying to get you to listen to. Okay, what is this called? Is it called a death sentence? I think it's called a death sentence.
Wow.
5 into the Palestinian tunes. If you want this playlist, it's 5 hours long.
Wait, that's a normal hoodie, right? That's not the fucking flag. Okay, it's just similar colors. Okay.
There's plenty of stuff to listen to. Exclamation point music if you want a link. It's very
No, wait,
good.
does it say Palestine there? PAL? I don't know. God.
It's I think it's like a PFLP playlist, I believe.
Oh my God.
The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. It's a sad day when the New York Times is even using the correct language to describe the deaths that occurred on October 7th, and Al Jazeera is not. Al Jazeera keeps saying Hamas killed 1,200 people.
What's the actual number?
They keep saying that.
Uh-oh.
And it's pissing me the fuck off. Stop it.
Uh-oh.
Stop saying that. That's not true. And not only is it not true, but we're still learning more and more. You don't know everything that happened on October 7th. Why would you definitively announce who the murderer is of every single person on October 7th? That's just sloppy reporting. It's very fucking annoying.
Oh wow. Don't conclude. It seems to be the case that there might have been about between 10 and 20 people killed in friendly fire. Okay.
And said the Israeli military was unprepared as terrorists streamed out of the Gaza Strip. It was the deadliest day in Israel's history. Can I just say, just to put this out there, I fucking take so much offense. I'm not Jewish, to be clear, but like I still, as like a person, take so much offense to the framing that it was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust.
I mean, it was. What?
Because that implies so much.
Yeah.
And also dismisses so much. This isn't like a country full of Jewish people and also tons of other people, and specifically Jews were sought out. This isn't a...
Well, that's true. They also killed Palestinians who lived in Israel. Yeah. I wonder what the explanation is for that from these people. Okay, from people like fucking Bad Bunny.
Plan to specifically genocide Jewish people because they are Jewish people. Like, if you were insisting that every Jewish person on the planet needs to move to one spot, and then that one spot, you besiege and terrorize and genocide the indigenous people for decades and decades.
The deadliest day for black bisexual men.
And decades. And then those indigenous people fight back. You cannot claim this is just like the Holocaust. They're targeting Jews. It's such bad faith framing. I hate the framing. I hate it so much.
Oh no. By the way, every Israeli is a Nazi genocidal colonial settler. Jesus.
I hate it so much. Hey Squiditor. What's up, by the way? It automatically makes this seem like the attack was anti-Semitic. Yes, correct. Which is something that people keep repeating. Like, Israel, you're the one that insisted Jews live there, and only Jews live there.
Like, and 20% Palestinians, some of whom were killed by Hamas. Don't forget that. Just don't forget that. Like,
that's not Palestine's fault. That's your fault. You're the one who did that. It's not like Palestine collected all the Jews and put them there and then attacked them. You put them there and then armed them and then had them genocide indigenous people for decades. Ugh. At least if it's embedded in Discord. I don't think it is ever embedded in, like, typically the TikTok...
Who's worse, Bad Bunny or the TikTok girl? The TikTok girl seems to have made a bit more effort, right? Because at least she'll tell a whole story. It might not be particularly true, any of it, or half of it, but like... this is just insane. This is just rambling. And the outfits are so fucking... How can someone watch that and just think like, yeah, this is my streamer, you know? She literally just looks like she walked out of a fucking, like, the tackiest Free Palestine fucking gift shop, where the person who sold her each of these things probably scammed the fuck out of her. She probably thought she did a good job haggling by taking it down to 50%, even though, like, even though they had sold it for 5 times its worth. That's probably exactly what happened. And that's the only explanation for every single bit of fucking merch she's got on right now. She probably felt so shit hot when she took the fucking keffiyeh down from $50 to $25, even though you'd get it in any other shop for $5.
Talks that I see in Discord.
Felt like she was one with the culture.
Or like, actually, I don't know. I can't speak to that. If the colonizer was someone else, it would be the same fucking reaction. Exactly. It'd be the same fucking reaction. 100%. I should read it. I think I saw an article that said something in the header that was akin to what I just said, and I should read it because I wonder what it says. I wonder if it'll be nice and cathartic to read. Even if they want to make the claim that the IOF is responsible for many deaths of Israelis that day, Hamas only takes responsibility for 300 deaths that day. Can I just make an announcement before we continue with this article? Because I think I'm gathering what this article is about, but we're gonna get. I just want to get the details of exactly, at least according to the New York Times, how deep their Israel's denial has went and what it led to. But I'm seeing a lot of parallels. Okay, I'm gonna back up and not say the scathing remark I was about to say. I will say. Like Hamas is not known for like lying to people about what deaths they cause. They like proudly own up to killing people when they do.
Okay.
They will be like, or they'll be like, yeah, we kill people, but that wasn't our objective. But they will actually like, okay, so listen, I'm not an expert, but my rudimentary understanding of Hamas, and I'm trying to become better and better about understanding them, is that they are not like ever trying to spin any of their shit. They plainly admit what they do. They plainly admit when they like when something fucks up. Say what you will about them, but they're not like the type that go around lying about what they've done. Like, so. Whereas Israel is always lying about what they're doing. Always. So if Hamas is like, yeah, we ended up killing these many people on October 7th, and Israel's like, no, you didn't, you killed more, I'm believing Hamas, sorry. Because if Hamas has like, from what I've gathered from my rudimentary research, Hamas has a pretty solid track record of like admitting to and taking responsibility for every single death.
Is she talking about when it's like a terror attack and Hamas claims responsibility? I'm pretty sure, wasn't it that it was one of those Hamas spokespersons who said that who wrote in the friendly fire line. That's the impression that I got from their leaders, and especially from Hezbollah as well. It's that October 7th was based, but also actually the civilian deaths were done by someone else. We just killed like military and did some other cool stuff. Like,
In a multi-continental effort that could provide a credible alternative to China-led Belt and Road Initiative, which has pushed many countries into a debt trap besides losing control over their assets.
No, Belt and Road. How
much truth is there to that? Well, is China doing a little bit of imperialism on its own? Not really on the scale of U.S. imperialism, but of course American liberals will see it as evil while being blind to their own place within the structures of white supremacy. I've kind of just made the decision to not. I don't know. People always like demanding that I like take a stand against China. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to criticize certain things they do that are very clearly like, I don't know. You know when like people are like, oh, don't judge the Democrats because even though they're consistently horrible, they have a plan. You know that's bullshit. I get the feeling that maybe China does have a plan. So like, as much as that type of mindset is like thoroughly bullshit when it's trying to like run defense for America, because it's clear their track record is clearly shown they do not have a plan beyond greed. I don't know. I get the impression that China does have a fucking plan.
What would you criticize about China?
For the Palestinians, I remember the first days China's statements were much stronger than Arab countries. Wow. I do know though that China does do business with Israel. That China has advocated for, like, they definitely do business with Israel, so Israel does get funds from China, and China advocates for a two-state solution.
Horrible.
So, I'm not happy about that. So from what I'm reading is that early project loans were overambitious and given to places that couldn't pay them back, putting them in debt, but pulled back afterwards and started being more cautious about who they gave loans to, and is actively working to restructure old debts. The Chinese debt trap myth was debunked when by Western outlets like Bloomberg. Really? Was even debunked by fucking Bloomberg? That's amazing. So this publication we just read is very pro Modi fascist rag, probably. If it's saying stuff like the Chinese debt trap and it's speaking well of Modi.
I love the thought termination. It's just like, is that because of like what? Apparently there's a. That's how quick it is to become a fashy Modi standing rag. Wow.
And thinking of him as some sort of liberator. then we can pretty much throw it in the trash. It's more than a little frustrating that the evidence for Uyghur genocide is tenuous at best, is generated by far-right sources, and was regularly used by and repeated by the very same Biden camp liberals who refuse to call what's happening in Gaza genocide. Also,
the thing with the documents from the Chinese government that were leaked that showed their plans to round up Uyghurs into camps, it was verified by like the International Consortium of Journalists. Okay, so the same people who verified like the Panama Papers and all the stuff that leftists did believe. So if you believe, yeah, like I don't know.
I've been trying to dig into the Uyghur, so-called Uyghur genocide. My understanding of it is
yeah,
that the U.S. is funding groups to basically like destabilize China, and instead of like just killing those people, has instead tried to like re-educate them so they can actually be not a destructive part of Chinese society. That's my understanding of actually what the situation is. Now,
the Uyghur Muslims, are they America backed? Is that what's happening? What? Okay. Wow. It's like over 1 million people went into this region. Is that how many people that are on the United States payroll to terrorize China? Okay.
You may disagree with the means to which they pursue that, and I think there's a conversation to be had, but it's a far different scenario than like what liberals, it sounds like to me that it's a far different scenario than what liberals can resisting it is, which is like the evil Chinese people just hate Muslims. And now they're just stealing their children and genociding them culturally. But it's also really hard to get any information, honestly, because it's so much of it is just State Department.
Xinjiang is an open air prison. Yeah, well, can't argue with that one. Floritar, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Have you talked about Islamophobia yet? Nope. And I also haven't talked about I haven't even done the October 7th stuff yet. So we got a few things to go through. God.
Nonsense. And like Husker said, it is fucking remarkable that the same people sobbing over so-called Uyghur genocide are also the same people that don't seem to give any fucks about Palestinians.
Wow.
There's a great unpacking of the Uyghur propaganda and its primary sources, Red Sails maybe. I would love to like, if you have like an article that I could read, because I'm not into videos. I can't fucking be bothered just to watch somebody. Just give me an article. Let me read it in my own time. Let me pull it up while I'm watching something. I'll read an article. If you have an article or articles, I would love to read those. Maybe not right now, but like generally speaking, maybe post it in my Discord or something. Or post it here so I can save it for later. So like, that's fucking China. This is why I'm never gonna be like China good. Like some people are so like China good that they like refuse to like criticize, and I'm never gonna be like that with any entity, nor should anybody, I think. Like always try to understand reality as like not like a fucking sports team or something.
Damn, she's an independent thinker. What?
Loader box, you smart fuck bastard.
What the fuck was one of those pictures? Fuck off, Gotham
ladies and
chess.
gentlemen.
Fuck
Hi,
off.
I make chess.
I
YouTube
hate chess. Fuck off. Leave me alone. All right.
The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli
What was she doing at the end there?
Later. So like, it'd be like that with under sports team or something.
What was this? Is that what? Ah! Is that a bookmark? Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. All right. Jesus. What's the implication here? I wonder. Okay. Okay. Wow. Incredible. How is she not embarrassed? I don't know. She's 21 years old, right? I think she's like my age. I think she's like in her 30s, isn't he? Or late 20s. But hey, as a tribute to our favorite streamer, Kira Chat, where are the Twitch donos? Or where are even the YouTube ones? The subs? Where are they? You guys have so much money. You have the time to watch all this stream. You're not out there trying to make money and shit. What the fuck? $5, guys. $5, you absolute fascist enabling, genocide supporting, monstrous piece of shit scumbags. $5, chat. $5. The fuck? Did you actually eat a slice of bread instead of real food? I ate a wrap. Uh-oh, Hassan clip. Can progressives grow a spine and say it's okay to rape women if they're colonized or something along those lines? Stop bouncing between denial and half-baked quasi-condemnations peppered with justifications or whataboutisms. Just say the quiet part out loud already. Oh yeah, Hassan, what's this one?
They were
No
at
way.
least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Teaching, they were.
What's the? Okay. I can't even. I'm just so. Oh my god. Oh. Hey, Curtis with the 2 Canadian. I really appreciate that. No, with a smile on the face. Damn, wow. Jonovich with the 9 DKKs. Thanks very much. And Faith with the 19.99. Wow, that's so generous. Thank you very much. And Probs with the $1.99. I'm sorry, King. Too broke for $5. Wow. Well, shit. Am I gonna need to do some get rich quick advice on my YouTube channel? I'm gonna need to
Loner box. Smarmy, cuck bastard.
help people get their buck. Okay. Yeah, what's the utility gained from people getting raped? I don't know what that. I don't know. Shit. Wage 83. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Whoa, shit. And Daniel Hughes. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. You always cough so sarcastically. I like to push it a little bit just because it scratches the itch. It's probably really bad. I shouldn't do that. It's just an urge.
Loner box. You smarmy, cuck bastard.
Debate Vouch. I sent him a fucking DM, okay? I sent the DM today. As soon as I hear from him, we're all good. We smash. Even though I probably need to go soon because I've been streaming for 5 hours and I have other things to do. I have other off-stream preparations to make and such things. Okay. I think we have to do the dark content next. I think.
Loner box. You smarmy, cuck bastard.
I guess I should start preparing it. Put it all together. At least. I don't think I'm going to show the video. Let's see.
Loner box. You smarmy, cuck bastard.
Where did I gather my shit for that? That's here. Okay. How do I move this tab to this window? I guess I'll just leave it there. Fuck. Not even sure which one to watch first. So this is testimony. Okay, testimonies. This is like a Reddit video. Islamophobia. Bounce. ICC, North Korea. Don't need that. 3 commercial. Okay. It's actually not that much to go through. Do I have the Washington Post article on it? Let me see. Where's that? Oh, Human Rights Watch, YouTube. Whoop. I almost turned off OBS by mistake there. Charter, hostages, Human Rights Watch. Let's go here. Link. Okay. Average Barbarian, thanks for the 10 Hungarians. I forget. What do you think the contemporary leftist view will be on the Cambodian genocide? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I know there's a BBC one. I know. I got it. Don't worry. I got the BBC one. We've got a few here. BBC article. Oh, I wish I could find the I was wondering if we could maybe find the bad empanada tweet of him saying that all the rape charges are fake.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
That there's no evidence of
What do
Hamas
you
raping
think the
anyone.
contemporary leftists' view will be on the Cambodian genocide?
I already answered that question, asshole. Fuck off. All right. I don't think we need to do that. Oh, okay. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom before I start this one. Oh, God. Ooh! All right, be right back. CHF is Swiss francs. Oh, wow. Well, I almost got it, you know, because they're in the same continent. Here's what I'm confused about. I get people who add me on Snapchat, you know, and it's okay, whatever. I don't even know why I still have my Snapchat. I think I use it for like 2 people. But when people add me on Snapchat, some people send me snaps every day, and I'm like, wait, am I just like a cool guy to you? You know, you just like send me a bunch of snaps, and so I respond to them to be polite, you know, because yeah, whatever. I feel like bad just leaving someone red. But then I'm like, wait. Then I learned, because I'm a boomer, that actually what some people do is that they'll do Snapchats and then they'll send it to like 10 of their friends. And I'm like, can I just ignore every snap you've sent me? And actually, I'm not that special to you? What the fuck? But I don't know, because I can't tell who they sent it to, apart from me. What's that about? I don't understand the Snapchat dynamic. Like, do I need to reply to people on Snapchat? Like, it feels different from being texted. I don't know. It's so cute. I'm not complaining. Okay, it's just I don't know how to behave. I don't want to like hurt people's feelings and shit. I don't know. Fuck. I'm really bad at replying to people anyway. And when normally I've got like, okay, I will reply to Messenger, Discord, sometimes depending on how many wankers are just jumping in there uninvited. Twitter, Patreon. I set some time aside for Patreon DMs, but now I've got one more. Emails. Don't forget emails. 2 different email addresses. And now I got fucking Snapchat. Like, what the fuck? And never have I felt so lonely. I don't know. I'm not. That last bit was a bit of a joke. Okay, I feel fine. But shit. Oh, text messages? What's up? Just reply with a thumbs up. Yeah, that's good, right? Because that means I like it. But I'm also busy. And they'll take that in a good way. Yeah, that's what I'll do. No, it's not randos. These are my friends. Randos don't have me on Snapchat. It's my friends who have me on Snapchat. We should start a Snapchat streak so I can send you bird pictures. Listen, I don't dislike you, okay? I've just got so many people in my... I've just got so many different obligations right now. I don't know if I can take on any more. I don't know if I can take on any more work. I don't know if I can take on any more Snapchat commitments over here. The fuck? I remember back in the day, right? I was really excited about my songwriting. I was really excited about it. So I made a little Facebook page, just my little songs, my little tunes that I recorded on a laptop, and it sounded like shit. And I would put it on this Facebook page, like my songs. Like, these are my songs, and they'd get like 7 likes, and I'd be like, you know what? That's better than 2 likes. Okay, I'll take it. I would like your songs if you posted them to me. What year was that? 2012 or 13? But I'll probably post a song soon. I think I've got one that's very ready to go. One that should be ready to go, but the person who's finalizing it, the mastering guy, is being really slow. I don't know why. Normally they're really quick. I feel like chasing them up or I like your piano on Patreon. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do put stuff on Patreon sometimes, I suppose I do. Okay. Also, holy shit. I don't think I've heard any of your music. No, not some of the old Twitch guard. I've heard most of them. We got more fucking... Look at this, though. I had no idea that my channel was so monetizable. Look at this. These were all yellow like 2 days ago. And being yellow sucks on YouTube. Now we're like, the fuck? I just got them reviewed, and look at this, 4 in a row. These could have... I don't want to say how much money I lost by not doing this sooner, but look, we're like... New editor said, no, this was... Yeah, well, yeah, they told me this, yeah. Hopefully things are looking up, who knows? Between Russia, Venezuela, and Ethiopia, who has the goofiest reason to invade a neighbor country? Venezuela's reasoning is pretty goofy, to be fair. Please fix LGG. Yeah, I need to make LGG, yeah. I need to do that soon. Is that the next thing on my list? Well, we'll see how the editor goes. We'll see what it's like with a month of this editor. Maybe 2 months. I know I've seen this, the right-wing article. Yeah, I know. I don't know if it might be true. It was the Israeli Health Ministry. Okay, if you guys just choose who you trust, fuck me. The Israeli Health Ministry have said that hostages were drugged by Hamas when they were released so that they would look happier. Okay, yeah. They're not saying why they know that though. They have not said whether it was because of blood tests or testimony. Okay. They don't know. But imagine you'd probably have testimony, unless they didn't know they were being drugged, like in their drink or their food or some shit. See, we have Raheem in here being a fucking genius. Oh wow, Israel lied again. Yeah, really? Okay, that's look at that concluder. Look at that hyper masculine, 250-pound, 6'8" fucking concluder. Drugs, it depends on the drugs, right? Some drugs absolutely make people fucking happy. What are you talking about? Wouldn't they be happy because they were freed? Yeah, drugs and you get freed? Sounds like a good day. Oh, and also that you fell in love with the Hamas captor who shot you in the foot. That's also a part of it as well, yeah. Don't forget don't forget that one. Don't forget that one. Proof that netting works. You know what? I was going to do this in a different way. I was going to do a segment where I get really mad and righteous indignation about the rape stuff, but I haven't really... until today, okay? So we're going to read a few articles now and watch a few things. But before today, what I knew about the rapes was that there were a couple of public witness statements saying that they saw it happen at the festival. And there were others. There's an article that said they've gathered 1,500 statements from witnesses. And there was an other one that spoke about first responders who said that they found women with their pants down or their dresses lifted up and like semen on their backs and shit like that. That's another part of it. So those are the kind of things that I know about from statements. And also the autopsies. The forensics coming out of the autopsies were people saying that there were like broken pelvises and others like indications of people being raped, right? So yeah. So forensics have said it, first responders have said it, witnesses have said it. Okay? So unless the Israeli state has some kind of like propagandistic control and like authoritarian control over those two institutions and the witnesses, and no whistleblower has come out against any of it, it seems to be the case that there might be broken pelvis does not equal okay. Broken pelvis is part of the evidence of other such things as like whatever else indications that you have in a body of being raped, like traces of semen or fucking stretching it. Yeah, fuck, there's quite a few. Okay, stop. There are different ways that bones can break, right? She got run over by a bus. Yeah. Okay, so, oh, sorry, if you're content warning, by the way, if you get easily content warned, probably don't watch me read any of this, okay? But let's see. Let's start with the Washington Post article, because this is a bit older. Israel investigates an elusive, horrific enemy, rape as a weapon of war. Warning, the following report includes graphic descriptions of sexual violence. Okay. I'm ready for it. I can handle it. Hope you guys can too. The first indications of possible sexual violence came as early as October 7th, the day that thousands of Hamas and other fighters streamed into Israeli towns and began live streaming bloodshed and torture. Footage showed several women stripped of their clothing. One video showed a woman, her hands zip-tied behind her back, with blood on the crotch of her pants. Later came testimony from witnesses and first responders. One witness described in graphic detail a gang rape at the Nova rave site near Re'im. An Israeli reserve combat paramedic told the Post that he had found the bodies of teenage girls with signs of sexual assault. Combatants from Gaza overran 22 Israeli communities, killed at least 1,200 and took 240 hostage in the surprise attack. But their greater goal, sexual trauma specialists say, was to introduce terror against women and children and other unarmed civilians as a means of spreading fear. The torture of women was weaponized to destroy communities, to destroy a people, to destroy a nation, said Kochav Elkaim Levy, the head of a non-governmental commission investigating crimes perpetrated against women and children on October 7th. Hamas denies that its fighters used rape or assault against women as a weapon of war. To do so, Hamas official Bassem Naim said, would go against its founding Islamic principles. The group, he said, considers any sexual relationship or activity outside of marriage to be completely haram, forbidden by Islam. Whoever does this kind of act is committing a major infraction and would be punished both legally and on Judgment Day, he told the Washington Post. So our soldiers would not go close to this forbidden act. Earlier this month, Musa Abu Marzouk, deputy chairman of the Hamas political bureau based in Qatar, also said in an interview with the BBC that women, children, and civilians were exempt from Hamas attacks, despite a death toll was made up mostly of those groups. The Israeli Commission, established by Elkaim Levy, is working to compile a comprehensive database on the assault that day, based on the testimony of survivors, witnesses, medical examiners, first responders, police, and militants themselves, many of whom participated first from behind the camera as they recorded their actions, and later in front of the camera as they were interrogated by Israeli security forces. That's in addition to the investigation by Israeli police in coordination with the military and Shin Bet, the Internal Security Service. The agencies have been building a case on charges of mass murder, rape, torture, and bodily mutilation. Authorities invited journalists this month to view a video compilation that drew from at least 60,000 clips and more than 1,000 witness statements. There was humiliation through rape on the morning of October 7th, Israeli police chief Kobi Shabtai said. There was worse evidence that we were not able to show, he said. They cut limbs and genitals. They raped. They abused corpses. There were sadistic sexual acts. It's unclear whether authorities have accounts directly from rape survivors. Israel has experience and training in mass casualty events, but never before on the scale of October 7th, the bloodiest day in the country's history. Israel is not a member of the ICC, and Israeli authorities have not said whether they intend to prosecute Hamas militants for war crimes. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has repeatedly condemned ICC investigations of war crimes allegedly perpetrated by Israeli and Palestinian forces in the occupied Palestinian territories. Well. Yeah, they don't like the ICC in Israel, so yeah, it would be very inconsistent of them to go after Hamas. Some forces in the Middle East, including those of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and the Islamic State, have used systematic rape as a weapon. But many armed groups consider the act taboo, even in war. The practice has never been used systematically in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, according to experts. That's true, actually. There were a lot of rapes in the Nakba, but not systematic, not like orders or So they don't have direct accounts from the survivors. They apparently now they do. This is from earlier. This is from like a week ago. Apparently, one survivor has spoken. But my guess is, if you're getting raped by Hamas, you're probably going to get killed by Hamas. So I don't know why they would let someone who's getting raped survive. Like, I don't know why the fuck. These may not have been systematic either. Yeah, they may not have been. The indication that they might have been so far is just apparently how many of them there were. Yeah. That's the reason that so far they've given the reasoning is that it might have been systematic because of how many of them there were. Yeah. Naim, the Hamas official, said the group's fighters did not commit any infraction that related to harassment or rape. We affirm that all these Israeli claims are inaccurate, he said. The mission to identify and document rape and gender-based violence has been a grassroots effort focusing on providing care to witnesses and survivors while also recognizing what specialists say is the possibility that most or all of the victims were killed. The country's several dozen sexual trauma specialists have been meeting with female survivors October 7th in clinics or in the hotels where the women are long-term guests, unable to return to damaged or destroyed homes in what is now designated a military zone. I think I heard this as well. I think if there are survivors, it seems to be the case that they've been it's taken a long time to get them to talk. Yeah. The specialists have been hosting webinars studying rape as a weapon of war in places such as Ukraine or Bosnia and communicating with other professionals in the field. They are sharing information on things like eye movement, desensitization and reprocessing, prolonged exposure therapy, and CBT to help women begin to take control over traumatic memories created under fire and likely processed erratically in the following weeks, as the war raged on and hostages, including survivors' loved ones, remain in captivity in Gaza. The specialists advise against asking a person whether they were raped. Instead, it's important to let them know that they're not alone. One might say, there have been reports of sexual violence. Is it possible you know something about it? You throw out a thread and you see if they take it, said Sexual Trauma Clinic Director Inbal Brenner, the Assistant Director of Lev Hasharon Mental Health Center in Central Israel. Mental health care providers, many of whom were traumatized too, are grappling with the challenges of October 7th, which compounded sexual violence with a kind of namelessness, she said. There's always dehumanization in rape, but here's also a nationalistic, which is very difficult to measure. The commission isn't necessarily encouraging survivors to report their assaults to the police. Telling the facts of their experiences to investigators and officers for the record could clash with the preliminary goal of returning a sense of control or sense of self. Yeah, it's so weird that there are people who think that all the evidence is just coming from the IDF or the government, like that there aren't non-profits and different organizations in Israel that deal with sexual assault, and they're like the hospitals or the forensics officials, like all those people, like it's all apparently just under the thumb of the Israeli state. Like it's so weird. Yeah. I guess it's because they think Israel is like the same kind of authoritarian state that they support. Like, I don't know. One woman, her face blurred and her identity concealed in the video statement to police, she said she saw a gang rape at the Nova Rave near Re'im during the October 7th attack as she lay down pretending to be dead. This is like the first witness statement that went all the way around the press. The witness saw a woman bleeding from the back, she said, first bent over, then pulled back by combatants. One man pulled the woman's long hair and raped her, the witness said, then passed her onto another man who also raped her before shooting her in the head. He didn't pick up his pants, the witness said. He shot her while inside her. Wow. Survivors and witnesses have been reluctant to come forward, specialists say. There is always underreporting in sexual violence, said Orit Solizianu, who runs the Association of Rape Crisis Centers based in Tel Aviv. But with war crimes, we know there will be extreme underreporting. There's a problem here as well that there's two problems. One is that rape victims basically always, take a long time to actually talk about what happened. It's not very often where they'll just talk about what happened immediately. The other problem at the other end of that is that historians and even criminal law always undervalue, they're less likely to value witness statements that came a while after the act. That's the whole dispute, with Benny Morris about certain massacres, is he'll only, a lot of historians will only believe witness statement from the time or from just there about the time, not from decades later. But even in criminal law, I think even memories that are recalled a few weeks or months later might be a problem. So, yeah. So I don't really know how they deal with that when it comes to rapes. Under those conditions, first responders and morgue workers have become a key source of information. We saw many women with bloody underwear, with broken bones, broken legs, broken pelvises, said Cherie, a volunteer worker at the Sharura military morgue. She spoke on the condition that her last name be withheld to discuss the sensitive issue. An Israeli reserve combat paramedic who spoke on the condition of anonymity comply with military protocol told the Post that he found the bodies of 2 teenage girls in their bedroom with indicators of sexual assault. One was on the bed. Her arm was dangling from the bed frame. Her legs were bare with bruises, and she had a bullet hole in the chest neck area. The other was lying on the floor on her stomach, her legs spread and her pants pulled down to her knees. There was liquid on her back that looked like semen. She was shot in the back of the head. Deborah Bauman, a gynecologist, said women sometimes provide testimony indirectly, saying, for example, that they heard there was a rape in a neighbor's house, or that there was an adolescent who was raped in front of her grandmother in a nearby house. They are speaking indirectly, but I am not sure that it didn't happen to them. Bauman is director of the Bet Ami Center, which treats rape survivors at Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem. She's helping to prepare hospitals to receive women and possibly men if and when they come forward. They could include hostages now held in Gaza by Hamas and other groups. 90 of the approximately 240 hostages taken from Israel on October 7th are women or girls. Kinneret Stern's cousin sold jewelry at the Nova Rave and was among the people kidnapped. As her family searched for her, they were shown a video of the woman posted apparently by her captors in a ditch and begging for her life. This is one of the Jewish dogs, a man says. Any man here will see what we will do to her, and we are here in the field. The video implies the nightmare that every woman is afraid of not being able to defend her own body. It's an issue that we dare not even say out loud. So, that's the first article from November 25th. There are also testimonies from this, I think it's from an Israeli channel, 12 News. This is a testimony as well. Subtitles. Look at this full screen. Whoa. Let's see this one. This is one of the witnesses speaking about what she saw, I think.
שניים שלנו היו פשוטים, היו עם ידיים מאחורי הגב קשורות, והייתה גופה אחת של אישה, שהיה כתם של דם ברמין, שאני חשבתי בהתחלה שברח לה מהפחד, שראינו אותה עם משהו של...
Oh no, is this a paramedic or who's this? I don't know. Sounds like a paramedic or like a responder.
בעיקר היה שם המון פיצי ירי, גם ירי ממוקד באזור איבר מין לגברים, וראינו את זה הרבה. היה להם קטע עם איברי מין, גם לנשים וגם לגברים. אנשים שהגיעו אלינו אזרחיות זה היה, אנחנו ראינו בעיקר או פריטות שדיים, או ירי רק בשדיים, פשוט ירי מקצה של שד לקצה השני, הם הגיעו אלינו בהכרה. אצל גברים איבר מין, ירי באיבר מין היה להם קטע עם זה או לחתוך.
עשו את זה שכופפו מישהי, ובעצם אני מבינה שהוא אנס אותה, והוא בעצם משנע אותה. כאילו, ממש אני זוכרת את התנועה הזאת. ואז מעבירים אותה לעוד מישהו.
היא הייתה בחיים, הבחורה שהם אנסו?
כן. היא הייתה בחיים.
עמדה על הרגליים?
היא עמדה על הרגליים, היא דיממה מהגב. אני לא יודעת מה היה.
Can we stop watching this? You are obfuscating from what is happening in Gaza. What a fucking unbelievably disgusting thing to say. What the fuck is wrong with you? What kind of human being is so ideologically fucking tunnel visioned that you don't expect people to be able to hold multiple thoughts at once? We've spoken about Gaza. Maybe. Okay, sorry. You're joking. Jesus Christ. Stab me. Actually, stab me. I'm sorry. Fuck me. Okay.
שהוא מושך לה בשיער, היה לה שיער ארוך, הוא מושך לה בשיער. הוא כאילו... היא לא לבושה, והוא חותך לה את השד.
Dear Mama actually said that. I don't believe you. No. No. You have to show me that. Otherwise, you're a disgusting, lying fuck you. Don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Sorry. It's not real. You can prove me wrong, but it's not real. It's not real.
הוא חותך לה את השד, הוא זורק את זה על הכביש, הם משחקים עם זה, והיא כאילו הולכת כזה ככה עם הראש אחורה.
Okay. This is Reuters. This is the more recent stuff now. This is from Reuters, and then we also have the BBC one. Okay. Accounts of sexual violence and Hamas attack mount, but justice is remote for Israel's victims. Contains graphic descriptions that readers may find disturbing. Okay. Not really enjoying this part of the stream very much, but I think it's kind of important. I think it's kind of important. Okay, let's do it. All right. On October 7th, the day Hamas attacked, the Israeli military set up an impromptu morgue of refrigerated shipping containers at the Shura defense base in central Israel to identify and prepare the dead for burial. Of the 1,200 killed that day, authorities said at least 300 were women. Often women came in just their underwear, said Sherry Mendez, a reservist who worked for 2 weeks at the base helping medics with fingerprinting and cleaning female soldiers' bodies. Sometimes we had people who we just had a torso, okay? Or they were very decomposed or they were mutilated. I saw bloody genitals, very bloody genitals on women. Israeli police are investigating possible sexual crimes by some of the few hundred people that they arrested after the October 7th attack. Their goal is to try every suspect they have in custody. But at the morgue where Mendez worked, the women's clothes were buried with them before police investigators could examine them. In Jewish burial law, the dead must be treated with dignity and laid to rest as soon as possible. Everything that is a part of the body is buried together, so some women were buried with their blood-stained clothes. What? Oh, hello, Leah. How's it going? I've seen you for a long time. What was someone saying? There's a Demon Mama video where she says focusing on Hamas is a failure to discuss Gaza. Again, Clipper, I don't believe you, okay? I've been lurking. It's been a very hostile environment everywhere, so I stay quiet. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Golly. Sometimes we had people who, okay, oh, we already got this. Everything that is a part of the body is buried together, so some women were buried with their bloodstained clothes. Okay. We wiped everything clean of blood, Mendes told Reuters. It's just one of the challenges facing the investigation into the alleged sexual crimes committed during the attack. The bloodiest in Israel's 75-year history. At some sites, battles raged for days, making it impossible to enter. Some evidence was gathered, but police say that they faced a challenge after opportunities were lost to gather perishable evidence to link atrocities to specific suspects. An Israeli military spokesperson told Reuters the first priority in the mass casualty event was to identify corpses so families could be informed as soon as possible. In the first days, many did not know if their relatives were dead, wounded, or taken to Gaza. Here's the vid I'm talking about. I want a timestamp or I don't like you. Stop. I don't want to watch a full fucking Demon Mama stream, please. Israel's Justice Ministry has said victims were tortured, physically abused, raped, burned alive, and dismembered. Hamas vigorously denies the allegations of sexual assault or mutilation by members of its armed wing, the Is el-Din al-Qassam brigades, on October 7th or after that. Mendes' account is one of 7 given to Reuters by first responders or others dealing with the dead that attest to alleged sexual violence. These people said they found women semi-naked, bound, eviscerated, stripped, bruised, shot in the head, or torched at 2 communities including Kibbutz Be'eri and at an open-air music festival near the Gaza border fence. Reuters reviewed images matching some of the descriptions or attesting to other possible atrocities. However, it could not independently verify all the accounts. Tahar al-Nono, the media advisor to the head of the political bureau of Hamas, denied Hamas fighters were responsible for any sexual assaults in the attack and called for a serious and impartial international investigation into the matter. A UN commission of inquiry investigating war crimes on both sides of the Israel-Hamas conflict will probe the allegations of sexual violence by Hamas. Amid Israeli criticism, the UN had remained silent. Israel accuses the commission of bias and has said it will not cooperate with the investigation. In Israeli criminal law, sexual violence includes rape, but also indecent acts, harassment, and sexually demeaning a person, including forced nudity, among other offenses. A conviction can be based on testimonies and circumstantial evidence, even without forensic evidence, 3 legal experts told Reuters. But among the obstacles facing police investigators, they have said, is the fact that many victims are dead or traumatized. An estimated few dozen surviving victims and witnesses have already sought help. Oh, a few dozen victims and witnesses. I wonder how many victims that is. Don't you see red flags everywhere, Lornerbox? What do you mean? What kind of red flags? On whether or not this is true? I don't know what you mean. It can take years before a victim or witness comes forward, she said. Many purported victims have no voice. Third-hand accounts unverified. That's not, so witness statements are not third-hand. That would be second-hand. And statements from the morgue or for the autopsies, like, unless you think there's some coordinated effort to get all of these different responders and doctors and forensics people, investigators, refusal to let outside investigation. From the UN? I don't know. I don't think Israel has very many reasons to trust the UN when it comes to this kind of stuff. But they've already, they've invited independent journalists to look at photographs and to listen to witness statements. So they have done that. Didn't they bring like a few hundred, like 100 journalists over to look at the footage and all that shit? And I think some of that footage included statements from forensics. These statements aren't from the Israeli government. These statements are from people who worked at the morgues and responders. That's who these statements are from. They're not from the Israeli government. Yeah, they brought journalists to the morgue as well, yeah. Statements from the Israeli government or from the IDF, I think it's okay to take that with a pinch of salt. But people who just like do their like are just working in Israel, like working in a morgue and shit like that. See again, Raheem is just so the 40 beheaded babies didn't come from the morgue. It came from an IDF person. It was a quote. It was one newspaper quoted one IDF person. So no, you're wrong. Dumb fuck. All right. All the women who were murdered may have suffered sexual violence. Cannot tell us. Ela Neubach, director of legal affairs of the Association for Rape Crisis Centers in Israel, told Reuters. Witnesses, perhaps two, did not survive. Authorities have placed a gag order in the investigation, but Commander Shelley Harush told Parliament on November 27th they have 1,500 testimonies on atrocities, including sexual violence, rape, and genital mutilation from survivors, security forces, first responders, and families of victims. At least a dozen graphic testimonies have been shared by government agencies and first responders. Not saying there were no rapes, but at the scale they're saying it hasn't been proven. So far, there's about as much evidence, or if not more evidence, of like widespread rapes than what human atrocity of like mass rapes has happened, where we've had more evidence than we have here. Because as far as like sometimes people get raped and then massacred, and their bodies aren't even found until years later, right? And we take it from and we just take witness statement from a couple of survivors. That's how we know that rapes happened at Deir Yassin. It's because the witnesses said they saw it, right? That's how we know about rapes from Tantura, right? And from different parts of the Nakba. Like, it's because people who survived saw it and then ran the fuck away. Bosnian War, yeah. Like, I feel like people have proven, have called rapes proven with less evidence, right? Eek. Sometimes it took days after the October 7th attack to reach the bodies. Chen Kugel, head of the Israel National Center of Forensic Medicine, said ordinary protocols for forensically proving rape are nearly impossible when bodies arrive in such a stage of decomposition. Maybe if we had checked them in the first 24 hours, that would be... That's the thing. How often do these war crimes happen, or crimes against humanity happen, like Bucha or anything else, where you get access to the bodies within 24 hours? How the fuck? Like, that's so unusual, right? Yet we're happy to accept that a whole bunch of rapes happened in Bosnia or in fucking fucking Germany or in Pakistan, or in the Nakba, right? With less evidence than this. Just everyone's threshold. I feel like I've noticed something, right? People don't want to believe something, right? And you know what they do is they just arbitrarily set their threshold to a place that can't be crossed, regardless of whether that's a threshold they would ever apply to anything else in the same situation, right? Where's this level of questioning to like the accusations of Russian rapes, right? Because again, in the case of Russia, people are not getting to the bodies in just a few days. They're getting there in weeks. Eek. Even in normal times, roughly 80% of sexual offense cases in Israel are closed every year because prosecutors see insufficient evidence. Yeah, that's the case in just about any country, actually. Yeah. Prosecuting the October 7th cases will require a different approach. In a criminal case, a specific defendant is convicted of harming a specific victim, said Dana Pugak, law professor at Ono Academic College. They will have to look at an entirely different legal construct in this case. This is what I want. Oh, God. People were talking about interviewing historians or like, this is actually, I always think, I don't really want to interview like Rashid Khalidi or Benny Morris or Ilan Pape, right? Because I don't know what I would ask them, okay? I don't really know. But I know now, because I want a historian to tell me what is usually the acceptable threshold of evidence that rapes happened in an atrocity, in a war crime. I want to know exactly how they know that rapes happen. Like, yeah, like what evidence shows them that rapes happened in, say, like in Deir Yassin, right? Because as far as I knew, I thought it was witness statements from survivors from the time, not 20 or 30 years later, but from the time. And also sometimes it's actually just in IDF archives. Sometimes that exists as well, yeah. Like statements from the other soldiers. But I'm just wondering, like, how I'd love to hear a historian tell me how this kind of evidence so far compares to evidence from past events. That would be quite interesting to me. Prosecutors could rely on a legal doctrine of shared responsibility, she said, one used in Israel earlier this year to convict 11 people of sexual violence for gang rape. Okay, for that, proof of intent and co-conspiracy will be needed. How would they prove it? Like, what, from the past? That's what I mean. I'm saying it from, as far as I know from the past, they generally only did it from witness statements, either from soldiers who were there or from survivors who were there. And it's usually people who saw it happen, because the people who are raped, I think, are most likely killed. So, yeah. That's what I always thought. They gather it from witness statements, yeah. Can you post the links to the articles? Yeah, sure. I'll put them on YouTube chat. The testimonies are mounting. At the Shura base, Rabbi Israel Weiss told reporters some bodies were naked and torn apart. Nachman Dik, a volunteer for Zaka Search and Rescue who was at the festival, wrote in testimony shared by Zaka with Reuters that he saw dozens of dead women in shelters. Their clothing was torn on the upper part, but their bottoms were completely naked. Concert producer Rami Shmuel, who helped in the festival searches for casualties, said he saw bodies of 3 women, one naked and the other 2 stripped from the waist down. One was clearly shot in the back of the head, he said, and torched. Police say they have over 60,000 visual documents, including videos from GoPro cameras worn by attackers, CCTV footage, and images from drones. This is another thing as well. Most historical widespread rapes by militaries don't have CCTV footage. They don't normally access the bodies that quickly, and they also definitely don't have footage from the perpetrators. Okay. Online video clips amplify the allegations. Some of those purported to show sexual violence could not be authenticated. One seen by Reuters appeared to date to 2021. Yeah, I've seen. Okay. The news agency verified the locations of 2 other videos that suggested sexual violence shared on social media within a day of the attack. Reuters could not confirm who posted them. Of these, one showed the half-naked body of a woman from the festival, later publicly identified by her mother as tattoo artist Shani Luke, slung across the back of a pickup truck and paraded through Gaza. Like, this is when the guy had like a leash on her neck. I don't know if you remember from that video. Not only were her legs broken and her outfit pulled back or pulled down, but also that they had like a leash thing around her neck that the guy was like moving around. So, yeah. The other showed a young barefoot woman, also identified to Reuters by her mother, being pulled by the hair from the trunk of a van in Gaza and shoved into its back seat by an armed man amid shouts of "God is great." Her hands are tied. The seat of her trousers appeared bloodied, as do her ankles and arm. The image does not show what happened to her. Israeli authorities have confirmed Luke is dead. They believe the other woman is alive in captivity in Gaza. That's the truck video, right? Yeah, the one who was being spat on, yeah. I'm pretty sure the guy was either holding her by... He might have been holding her by a hair. But he was using something to, like, move her head around, yeah. All right, that's it. On November 14th, police showed reporters footage of an unnamed witness of the festival attack. In it, she said she saw gunmen gang rape one woman and cut off the breast of another and threw it on the street. Later, she said a gunman shot the woman in the head while raping her. Police declined to name the witness or make her available to Reuters. Witness accounts alone cannot always secure an indictment or conviction, said legal expert Neubach. But overall, she said the information already accumulated is reliable enough to determine that sexual and gender-based violence has likely been perpetrated. Okay. Court. Yeah, she was dead at the time. Yeah, of course she was. Yeah, yeah. If prosecutions in Israel proved challenging, the ICC in the Hague was set up to prosecute those responsible for crimes. It has already said that it has jurisdiction over atrocity crimes committed by Palestinians on Israeli territory that day. The tribunal can step in if states are unwilling or unable to prosecute war crimes committed by nationals of its members or on the territory of its members. The ICC says its prosecutor has collected a significant volume of information and evidence. Israeli lawyers say its evidentiary requirements on sexual violence are less challenging than Israel's. For example, it does not need victim testimony. The non-consent of victims mostly does not need to be separately established if the acts take place during mass atrocities. Two lawyers told Reuters they are preparing evidence to present there. Tel Aviv-based Yael Vias-Gversman is gathering evidence for families of 54 victims, which will include victims of sexual gender-based violence, she said. She declined to provide details, but said there are a few witnesses. But for the Israeli state, the ICC is problematic. Israel does not recognize its jurisdiction, although Israeli individuals and the state itself are free to submit evidence. That brings us to sort of, I'll call it, the Israeli dilemma, Vias-Gversman said, referring to where such cases could be judged. Israel may hold some perpetrators, but it does not have the reach of the instigators, commanders or aiders and abettors that the ICC could bring to trial, she said. She and another attorney expect the Israeli government eventually to turn to the ICC. Israel's Justice Ministry declined to comment on whether it would turn to the tribunal, but said it would pursue legal proceedings against those responsible for the October 7th attacks, wherever they are. Normally, the IDF, the Israeli government, would say we have no dealings with the ICC. Geert Jan Knoops, lead defense counsel of the tribunal, told Reuters. But this is going beyond any imagination, and I think Israel has the interest to provide the evidence to the ICC prosecutor and for the October 7th events. Yeah, I don't really know if Israel has a very good excuse to not be party to the ICC. I think it would work for them on the international stage. It would make them less likely to be so gung-ho in their military operations, which would be good for Palestinians, I guess, or less bad for Palestinians. Not good for them, but yeah. But I guess they still want to do their fucking iron wall bullshit, so I guess we ain't getting it. Eek. Do civilians lose their protected status when the state is engaged in total war? I have no idea. Don't know. Okay. Testimony. Okay, this is the thing with the...
אמא לאמיליה אלוני, בת 6. ב7 לאוקטובר נחטפנו בברוטליות מהבית שלנו.
Oh, this is the hostages talking.
שלנו ראו דברים שילדים בגיל הזה, או בכל גיל, לא צריכים לראות. סרט אימה. אתה מרגיש שאתה רוצה לצבות את עצמך ולהתעורר מהסרט הזה. אני מדברת ואני רועדת, סליחה, זה היה מבעית, זה היה מפחיד. אין סדר יום, אין כלום. ישנים, בוכים. כל יום נוסף שעובר הוא נצח שלא נגמר.
האוכל לא היה רב מלכתחילה, אבל ככל שעבר הזמן, האוכל הלך ופחת. זה תנאים כמעט של רעב, אפשר להגיד. וככל שהזמן עובר, הנזק הולך וגדל, והיכולות של הגוף לשרוד את זה הולכות וקטנות. זה סכנת חיים, וזה מעבר, מחוץ לסכנת חיים, זה סכנה נפשית.
הייתי 17 יום במנהרות, לא ישנתי כמעט. היה לי בעיה עם המזון, וב4 ימים האחרונים אני חליתי, פחדו שאני אגרום למגפה במנהרות שם. כל יום הוא קריטי, גם בגלל התנאים.
This is the world Raheem wants, bro.
תנאי מחיה שם מאוד קשים, והחמצן בתעלות הולך ואוזל, והפחד...
There's no food in the whole of Gaza. I think if anyone's got food in Gaza, it's probably Hamas, right? I don't know, fuck.
המלחמה שהם ינקמו בחטופים שלנו, תמות נפשי פלישתים, זה מה שהם יעשו. ואני פוחדת שכל יום יש שם עוד חברים בני 85 ויותר צעירים שלא יעמדו בלחץ הנפשי והבריאותי.
The UN has Iran chairing the Human Rights Forum. Oh, really? Oh yeah, it's the UN ambassador from Iran. Bro. That's not him. That's a woman. Okay, whatever. Does the UN ever call out Hamas? Yeah, but not as much as Israel. Yeah. They do say things sometimes. I think it was a UN report that I first saw saying that the rocket fire was a war crime. Check my link. No, it's a shit link. It's a fucking clip chimp, my friend. I don't know. It's a clip. Oh, wait, what's this? This is 2 minutes long. Okay.
There's no evidence. If there was torture too, there's no evidence given for it on camera. Now, if there was rape and sexual violence committed, we don't see this on the footage either. Now, a warning here for deeply distressing description, but a clip of an Israeli woman inspecting a badly burned woman's corpse to see if she was a relative. She had no underwear. This has been offered as evidence of rape, but that's not what you would consider conclusive evidence. We don't see children being killed.
Okay,
I mean, that's horrific, isn't
I wasn't going to describe
I think
anything.
he's just horrific.
He's
horrific.
I actually find it really upsetting.
Yeah.
Again, that's the kind. But again, what does he want to see? Does he want to see like Hamas rape pornography? I don't know. Like, is it just normal in wars that all the women get rape kits within 24 hours after they've been killed? I thought the whole gist was that we're like, you kind of need to go off a lot of circumstantial evidence to prove rape, like because it's the evidence, like I guess like the fucking beyond a reasonable doubt. That's like a bit harder to get, right? Oh god, that's why the conviction rate is really low, right? It's because of the it's like a really hard crime to prove. Ugh.
Watching him.
But I don't know. Like Owen Jones said he was clip chimped in this video, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah. He just don't want to see flowery language. Nah, he's perfectly happy to call it a genocide in Gaza because, like, he managed to find 1 or 2 fucking scholars who agree with that position and not the overwhelming consensus, which doesn't. Like, fuck it. Eek. I don't know. Let's see. Raped and mutilated. Okay, let's go back to this one. Got one more. This is the newest article. It's from the BBC. I think it's from today. 2 hours ago. The BB fucking C. Let's go. God, one more. Ooh. One more, okay. Hamas raped and mutilated women on October 7th. BBC hears. The BBC has seen and heard evidence of rape, sexual violence, and mutilation of women during the October 7th Hamas attacks. Several people involved in collecting and identifying the bodies of those killed in the attack told us that they had seen multiple signs of sexual assault. Including broken pelvises, bruises, cuts, and tears, and the victims ranged from children and teenagers to pensioners. Video testimony of an eyewitness at the Nova Music Festival shown to journalists by Israeli police detailed the gang rape, mutilation, and execution of one victim. Videos of naked and bloodied women filmed by Hamas on the day of the attack and photographs of bodies taken at the sites afterwards suggest that women were sexually targeted by their attackers. Few victims are thought to have survived to tell their own stories. Their last moments are being pieced together from survivors, body collectors, morgue staff, and footage from the attack sites. Police have privately shown journalists a single horrific testimony that they filmed of a woman who was at the Nova Festival site during the attack. She described seeing Hamas fighters gang rape a woman and mutilate her before the last of her attacks shot her in the head as he continued to rape. So this is the witness statement that, journalists have been shown. Yeah, okay. That's why the one keeps on going around. In the video, the woman shown as witness S mimes the attackers picking up and passing the victim from one to another. She was alive, the witness says. She was bleeding from her back. She goes on to detail how the men cut off parts of the victim's body during the assault. They sliced her breast and threw it on the street. They were playing with it. The victim was passed to another man in uniform, she continues. He penetrated her. He shot her before he finished. He didn't even pick up his pants. He shoots and ejaculates. One man we spoke to from the festival site said he heard the noises and screams of people being murdered, raped, decapitated. To our question about how he could ensure, without seeing it, that the screams he heard indicate sexual assault rather than other kinds of violence, he said he believed while listening at the time that it could have only been raped. A statement he made through a support organization describes it as inhuman. Some women were raped before they were dead. Some raped while injured, and some were already dead when the terrorists raped their lifeless bodies, his statement says. I desperately wanted to help, but there was nothing I could do. Police say they have multiple eyewitness accounts of sexual assault, but wouldn't give any more clarification on how many. When we spoke to them, they hadn't yet interviewed any surviving victims. Israel's Women's Empowerment Minister, May Golan, told the BBC that a few victims of rape or sexual assault survived the attacks, and that they were all currently receiving psychiatric treatment. But very, very few. The majority were brutally murdered. They aren't able to talk, not with me, not to anyone from the government or from the media. Videos filmed by Hamas include footage of one woman handcuffed and taken hostage with cuts to her arms and a large patch of blood staining the seat of her trousers. In others, women carried away by fighters appear to be naked or semi-clothed. Multiple photographs from the sites after the attack show the bodies of women naked from the waist down or with their underwear ripped to one side, legs splayed with signs of trauma to their genitals and legs. It really feels like Hamas learned how to weaponize women's bodies from ISIS in Iraq, from cases in Bosnia, said Dr. Kochav, a legal expert at the Davis Institute of International Relations at Hebrew University. It brings me chills just to know the details that they knew about what to do to women. Cut their organs, mutilate their genitals, rape. It's horrifying to know this. This is what that LARPing woman celebrates. What, Bad Bunny? She probably denies all of it, but it's okay, yeah. I spoke with at least 3 girls who are now hospitalized for a very hard psychiatric situation because of the rapes they watched. They pretended to be dead and they watched it and heard everything and they can't deal with it. 3 girls, okay. Israel's police chief Yaakov Shabtai said that many survivors of the attacks were finding it difficult to talk and that he thought some of them would never testify about what they saw or experienced. 18 young men and women have been hospitalized in mental health hospitals because they could no longer function, he said. Others are reportedly suicidal. One of those working with the teams around survivors told the BBC that some had already killed themselves. Much of the evidence has come from the volunteer body collectors deployed after the attacks, and those who handled the bodies once they arrived at the Shura army base for identification. One of the body collectors volunteering with the religious organization Zaka described to me signs of torture and mutilation, which included, he said, a pregnant woman whose womb had been ripped open before she was killed, and her fetus stabbed while it was inside her. The BBC had not been able to independently verify this account, and Israeli media reports have questioned some testimony from volunteers working in the traumatic aftermath of Hamas attacks. Another provided written testimony of seeing the bodies of two women in Kibbutz Be'eri with their hands and legs tied to a bed. One was sexually terrorized with a knife stuck in her vagina and all her internal organs removed, his statement says. At the festival site, he says small shelters were filled with piles of women, their clothing torn apart on the upper part, but their bottoms were completely naked. Piles of women. When you took a closer look at their heads, you saw a single shot straight to the brain of each. Hundreds of bodies were collected from the attack sites by volunteers. Was it Haaretz who said that they couldn't identify the fetus thing? Okay. Investigators, admit that in those first chaotic days after the attacks, with some areas still active combat zones, opportunities to carefully document the crime scenes or take forensic evidence were limited or missed. For the first 5 days, we still had terrorists on the ground in Israel, May Golan said, and there were hundreds of bodies everywhere. They were burned, they were without organs, they were butchered completely. This was a mass casualty event, police spokesman Dean Elsdoon told the journalists at a briefing. The first thing was to work on identifying the victims, not necessarily on the crime scene investigation. People were waiting to hear what happened to their loved ones. They did verify the fetus removed. Oh, okay. They didn't verify the one being burned in the oven. Okay. Okay. Oh. It was a staff at the Army's Shura base where bodies arrived for identification who have provided investigators with some of the most crucial evidence. The evidence emerged from a makeshift hub of tents and refrigerated shipping containers set up at the base to identify the bodies. When we visited, hospital trolleys, their iron skeletons topped with khaki stretchers, stood neatly lined up in front of the containers that housed the dead, while white plastic overalls of those on shift translucent under the floodlights. Fighter jets roared overhead, drowning out the cicadas as Israel's bombardment of Gaza continued. Teams here told us they'd seen clear evidence of rape and sexual violence on the bodies coming in, including broken pelvises from sustained violent abuse. We see women of all ages. One of the reservists on the forensic team, Captain Mayan, told the BBC. We see rape victims. We see women who have been through violation. We see pathologists and we see bruises. We learn about the cuts and tears. And we know they have been sexually abused. I asked her what proportion of the bodies she's handled show signs of this. Abundant, she said. Abundant amount of women and girls of all ages. The number of victims is hard to define, partly because of the state of the bodies. It is definitely multiple, said another serving soldier who asked us to use only her first name, Abigail. It's hard to tell. I've dealt with more than a few burned bodies and I have no idea what they went through beforehand. And bodies that are missing the bottom half, I also don't know if they were raped. But women that were clearly raped, there are enough. More than enough. Who said this? Abigail. Serving soldier, okay. Sometimes we are left with only a very small part of the body, Dr. Elkiam Levy tells me. Maybe it's a finger, a foot, or a hand that they're trying to identify. People were burnt to ashes. Nothing was left. I want to say that we'll never know how many cases there were. Privately, some of those working on this talk in terms of dozens of victims, but quickly caution that evidence is still being gathered and pieced together. The Civil Commission, headed by Dr. Elkiam Levy to collect testimony in sexual crimes, is calling for international recognition that what happened on October 7th was systematic abuse, constituting crimes against humanity. I always forget what a crime against humanity is. The following acts committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack against the civilian population. Why is this different from genocide, I wonder? Murder, enslavement, imprisonment, torture. Why is crime against humanity different from genocide? Is it just the intent? They don't need to target a specific group. Large-scale violence. It's in furtherance of a state or organizational policy to commit an attack. In contrast with genocide, crimes against humanity do not need to target a specific group. Instead, the victim of the attack can be any civilian population, regardless of its affiliation or identity. Another important distinction is that in the case of crimes against humanity, it is not necessarily to prove that there's an overall specific intent. Oh, that's why, is that why Butcha? There doesn't need to be like a general or Putin saying, like having a policy of going in to do it. Okay. It suffices for there to be a simple intent to commit any of the acts listed, with the exception of the act of persecution, which requires additional discriminatory intent. The perpetrator must also act with knowledge of the attack against the civilian population. Okay. All right. Okay. No, it's not an umbrella term. Crimes against humanity is one crime, genocide is another crime. The other two, for customary international law, are war crimes and crime of aggression. We see definite patterns, she told me, so it wasn't incidental. It wasn't random. They came with a clear order. It was rape as genocide. Abigail agrees that there were similarities in the violence visited on the bodies that arrived at the Shura base. There are patterns in that groups of women from the same place were treated in a similar manner. There might be a set of women who were raped in one way, and we're seeing similarities in the bodies, then a different set that were not raped but shot multiple times in the exact same pattern. So it seems that different groups of terrorists had different forms of cruelty. This was a premeditative, systematic event, Police Chief Yakov Shabtai told journalists. Okay? Again, I would judge this as like a piece of evidence, okay? Like, that it was like premeditated and systematic, right? David Katz from Israel's cybercrime unit, which is involved in the investigation, told journalists that it was too early to prove that sexual violence was planned as part of the attack, but that data extracted from the phones of the Hamas attackers suggested that everything was systematic. It would be reckless to say we can already prove it, but everything that was won there was done systematically. Nothing happened by coincidence. Rape was systematic. So again, they're saying, urging caution, but also saying, yeah, okay. Yeah. Israel's government points to documents it says were found on Hamas fighters that appear to support the idea that sexual violence was planned. Oh, is this the one where, I can't remember where I heard it, but I heard someone saying that that there was some instruction manual or some pamphlet saying like how to tell someone to take off their clothes in Hebrew. But I don't know if that's confirmed. So yeah. Israel's government points to documents it says were found on Hamas fighters that appear to support the idea that sexual violence was planned. It's released clips of interrogations with some captured fighters in which they appear to say that women were targeted for this purpose. Last week, UN Women put out a statement saying it unequivocally condemned the brutal attacks by Hamas and was alarmed by the numerous accounts of gender-based atrocities and sexual violence during those attacks. Dr. Elkiam Levy said before the statement that international women's rights organizations had taken far too long to respond to her call for support. This is the most documented atrocity humanity has known, she told me. Israel on October 7th is not the same country that woke up the following morning, said Police Chief Yaakov Shabtai. Amid the horror of what happened to women here, Captain Mayan from the Shura Identification Unit says, the hardest moments are when she sees the mascara on their eyelashes or the earrings they put on that morning. I ask where that lands in her as a woman. Terror, she replied. It terrorizes us. Okay. Whew. Oof, okay. Well, that was the last of it, I think. Yeah, I don't know. The thing I would ask any of these fucking wallopers, these cunts, is to name a, I guess it's just to know like what other historical rapes in the middle of massacres or attacks are like have better proof than this. Maybe the Bosnian genocide has more proof because I guess the people were brought to trial and shit, but I feel like if we're talking anything like pre 50s or 60s, like yeah, fuck. I tried to tell Demon Mama that as an AFAB person in Israel, I'm scared and I got told off. What? But no one's shown me the clip yet, but yeah. I know you're not saying there were no rapes, Kissy Wissy. I know you're not saying that. All right. The rape of Nanxing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for the Nakba, what we have is it's witness statements. That's how we know that there were rapes. I think that's the main thing. Are there IDF documents that confirm that? Maybe from soldiers? Hmm. Hmm. I know Tantura had like statements about rape. Let's see. Hmm. This is from October 48, so this is quite deep into the war. The Saf massacre. Government sources and oral Arab history. The evidence suggests that 52 men had their hands tied, were shot and killed, were buried in a pit. Several women reported allegations of rape by the IDF, including the rape and murder of a 14-year-old girl. At least 2 internal inquiries were initiated by the IDF, but their reports remain classified. Yeah, so the evidence that historians use for this one is witness statements. That's what they have. I don't even know if they have access to the bodies. They wouldn't, would they? A key source of the diaries of Yosef Nachmani, senior officer in the Haganah. Oh, so Haganah person said it as well. Okay. The inhabitants had raised a white flag. Several women raped. Yeah, okay. So we have it's statements from yeah, it's statements from witnesses. His diary had been published before the 80s, but the passages by the massacre were omitted. Jesus. So they've used a statement from a Haganah officer, and they've used witness statements. Like, that's... So I guess, but we've already got confessions from Hamas, but is it because they were interrogations? We can't believe that? Like, we can't believe from the Hamas people who were interrogated? Eek. I don't know. I feel like the forensic evidence that we have today is probably a bit more convincing. Shit. Okay. Okay. The memoirs of ex-IDF soldiers are funny? Is that true? I don't know. What? Okay. What is this? Oh. This is Benny Morris talking about, I think it's Benny Morris, is it? Talking about Tantura, because this is the more disputed one, apparently. I don't know that much about it. I just remember believing it was a massacre, and it was just like, that was just straight facts, but apparently there's some contention. But even Benny Morris, who hang on. He says that it wasn't a massacre, but he does say, pretty sure. Does this have it? A document in the Haganah archive sums up Arab radio broadcasts of that period. An Arab woman from Tantura relates that Jews are raping Arab women and demolishing the place. But according to the report, the woman did not mention by so much as a word that Jews also massacred people in the village. A slightly different version of this report says that women related that Jews raped women in addition to acts of robbery, theft, and arson. Again, no mention of the massacre. So this is a radio broadcast from the Arab countries of a witness. But I'm pretty sure, let's see, hang on, see if there's anything else. It's illogical that in 48 the villagers who did report rape didn't mention the alleged big massacre. Yeah. See, like, this is just witness statements. But again, it's like, we sometimes have to go with witness statements, especially if there's enough of them. But there were no autopsies done here, if anyone. Yeah. No rape kits. Eek. Should the IDF flood the tunnels with seawater? I don't know if that's a good idea. No. I feel like that might have problem. I feel like if you put a bunch of water like below the surface, you're probably going to cause problems on the surface as well. Like, and there are probably hostages in there. And yeah. DNA, yeah, these fucking DNA samples from 1948. Yeah. Well. We have to do talking about Islamophobia. And then I think we can bounce, okay? Because I wanted to catch up with some of the reports in Islamophobia because I've heard people like, I don't know. How many actual witness statements did you read and hear? Be honest. Well, from the Nakba, I didn't read or hear any. Like, I just believed them because someone else wrote about them. So with October 7th, I read the one, obviously the one about the gang rape, because that's like the really obvious one. And the ones in those articles. Like, most of what I know is we've read in those articles. And those ones in the video. Those videos that we watched. So actually, because I've never watched a video of a witness statement about the Nakba. Apart from like decades after the fact. I've seen a few of those, but not from 48. And again, historians are a lot less trustworthy of witness statements that come decades later. They don't like those. Historians do not like that shit. Even if it's just someone who was so traumatized that they didn't want to talk about what happened to them for decades, and everything they're saying is true, people's memories can fuck themselves. Like people are so good at fucking their own memories, especially if there are all kinds of especially if it's traumatic, especially if you've processed it badly, especially if there are rumors that go around that you can actually implant memories. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, these are witness things that I've seen, so yeah, fuck. But yeah, that's my honest answer. So like what, 4 or 5, 6? I don't know. Yeah. Studies on memory, it's hilarious how faulty they can be. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. You can like so discounting the Nakba. No, I'm not saying that. You fucking you brain damaged retard. No. I'm saying that if you believe the rapes happened in the Nakba, well, that's not as much evidence, it seems to be, that we have for October 7th, like in a lot of cases. It seems to be that for the Tantura rapes, we have a Arab radio broadcast broadcasting the word of a victim who saw it. But sometimes that's what you go with, right? Because fuck, history's hard, you know? Yeah. Can't find translation of this. Hostages were given Klonopin before release to prevent panic attacks. Interesting. Okay. Ugh. Right. I wonder what the comments are saying under the BBC thing. Oh God. BBC bullshit, BBC cooking more lies with no evidence. Holy shit. Millennial Woes. Millennial Woes is still alive. Oh God. The most miserable cunt on the entire fucking planet. The alt-right guy from fucking Edinburgh. Oh my God. Millennial Woes. God damn. He's the guy who did these fucking ridiculous dark room racist screeds in what looked like a fucking attic in a dressing gown and chain smoking. Is he even still on YouTube? I don't think he is. Oh, he is. Well, he lost his channel, I guess. Okay, poor guy. Wow. He's probably somewhere kicking around on fucking... I don't even... But yeah, that guy's... He's a miserable cunt. Yeah.
Homophobic. Well... It's funny because occasionally I'm directed to 8chan threads about me, about my channel. And they're usually festooned with posts from this guy, Patrick Downs, talking about me in a very homophobic manner, talking about my gay past. Because you see, Nick, I do have a gay past. I mean, to be quite categorical about it, I've kissed men on the lips. For real.
Every fascist is like that. Okay. For some reason. Oh, someone sent me money on PayPal. Oh, thanks very much. I shouldn't name them because I don't know if they want to be named, but maybe they're watching stream and they fucked up somehow. I don't know. Ayrshire? No, there's no fucking way he's from Ayrshire. What are you talking about? That's a posh Scottish accent. That's a fucking Edinburgh accent. That's not the accent of someone who's going to stab you. That's the accent of someone who needs to be stabbed. Ugh. Oh, you want the articles, Kissy? Was it BBC? You'll find it on the BBC. That seems to be, that's probably the best article so far on it. It's kind of caught everything all in one place. There is the video of the woman being passed around by Hamas people, but and they like strip her and throw her around, but they don't actually show you the rape in the video, obviously, because it's fucking Reddit. You can't really. And people are still in the replies of it, being like, "This shows 0 rapes, bro." Fuck me. You're from Ayrshire and went to a private school. We talk like that. Okay, private school, maybe. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't believe it. The fog of war. Yeah. What else? From a utilitarian, do I want to watch about, were you a private school boy? No. Well, I guess when I lived in the Emirates for a few years, I guess it was 4.5 years. Yeah, I guess you had to go private there. But when I lived in Dubai, we didn't have that much money. So I didn't even know this until much later. But the school I went to in Dubai was like, it was a school that like white kids don't usually go to. I was like, oh, okay. Interesting. But I guess you had to pay to go to school there. So I don't know if it's quite the same. You lived in Dubai for a couple of years, yeah. Abu Dhabi and then Dubai from the age of 5 till 10. Did you see a lot of college girls getting flown out there? Yeah, every other woman was actually a college girl who got flown out there. Is that where you got radicalized? Yeah. Apparently people are supposed to watch this person hoot who's just probably like shitting on the dirtbag left, or I don't even. Why did I jump to here when someone linked it to me? Like Thought Slime, or I don't know. Do I need to watch this? This looks like a complete pain in the ass. Just like problematic YouTuber apologies, Harry Potter bad for okay, whatever. I don't care. No, I don't care. No, you can't make me do it. Can't make me do it. She recommends Kira Chats as a streamer. Oh, what? The pro Hamas Kira Chats. Okay, wow. Sorry, I mean Bad Bunny. Whoops. Whoops. I want a dead name. Oh. What? Industry plan energy. No. I don't know. I like if you're watching me, we're not really in that space anymore. We don't have much to do with them these days. Fuck them. Bastards. I don't like them. What do I want to... Oh, Islamophobia. Okay. So, Since October 7th, this is actually in November, so a month ago, Islamophobic incidents were up 600%. And a tenfold increase in cases of schools and universities, of course. Verbal, physical abuse, vandalism. I didn't even know this. I didn't know there's a mosque splashed with red paint. Was that like the blood is in your hands kind of bullshit? Jesus. Aisha said she was wearing her traditional Arabic headscarf and her headphones when the woman accosted her, accusing her of supporting terror organizations and saying she doesn't belong here. Wow. A Palestinian eatery called Shakshuka said his central London restaurant had received 20 abusive phone calls this morning alone. 2 members of staff leaving in fear for their safety. Considering closing the restaurant, it's sad how we've kind of noticed that there's like the far right have completely split, right? Because if you're far right, you hate Muslims and you hate Jews, but you hate one more than the other. So it seems like the Tommy Robinson types and all those wankers in the UK have gone to the pro-Israel side because they obviously hate Muslims more, whereas the more kind of like whereas the more kind of like fasci, like culturally fascist kind of people have gone more towards Hamas because they hate Jews a lot more. Like it just depends on like how much of a fascist you are, but also willing to adopt the JQ, right? Yeah. And there's a lot of that strange bedfellow stuff going on there. Yeah. She found herself in even more hot water and is accused of inflaming tensions after suggesting police were playing favorites with protesters. Some of the rhetoric used by those in positions of power is poisonous, is divisive, and this culture war is only going to lead to further hatred and hostility between communities, said Kari Asim, an imam at Leeds Makkah Mosque. Tell MAMA warns that incidents are likely to be even higher than the figures suggest, as many hate crimes go unreported. On its website, which includes safety advice, the charity says, in the current climate, we continue to urge communities to stand together and practice compassion and care for each other and for themselves, to be upstanders and to intervene safely to stop racism and hate crime. We urge those in positions of influence and public authority to consider how their language risks stereotyping communities and how it may unduly influence discussions online and offline. I think the political rhetoric of the Home Secretary, very divisive language, very dangerous, pitting communities one off another, likening peaceful protests to hate marches, she did do that, didn't she? Peddling to certain tropes has been very unhelpful. They have upset many members of the community, and I think far and wide actually, but also they embolden extreme right-wing views. They embolden racism and Islamophobia, and they give people who maybe were a little bit in the shadows this kind of confidence that they can do these things. Well, what's the video about this? Looks a bit distressing.
Figures shared with ITV News show there has been a shocking rise in Islamophobic hate crimes. Data collected by the UK charity Tell Mama shows that there's been a 600% increase in the number of Islamophobic incidents in the month since the terror attacks by Hamas.
No, she is no longer whatever role she was in, no.
On October the 7th, compared to the same month last year. This ranges from abusive behaviour and hate speech to even physical attacks against people and property. There's also been a tenfold increase in cases at schools and universities. Rebecca Barry heard the experiences of 3 victims who've been left fearing for the future.
As I was walking up my...
Hey! We got one of our first fucking thumbnails. Look at that. Whoa. Look at me. I'm soying the fuck out. Okay, brilliant.
My road, suddenly I had someone just screaming and shouting some really hateful things at me. I was in a state of shock. I wasn't sure what to do.
Were you scared?
I was terrified.
Aisha grew up in this North London neighbourhood, but now doesn't feel safe walking here alone.
I was wearing a traditional Arabic scarf. I had my AirPods in my ear, and I was walking up the road, minding my own business, and had someone in the car follow me and start screaming and shouting Islamophobic remarks at me, was saying that I support terrorist organisations, shouting and screaming, telling me I shouldn't be here. At one point I was kind of just standing in the corner, I put my hood up and I was just standing and just kind of waiting until she'd left and just hiding myself and just kind of curling up into a ball. It was so shocking and it was so crazy because nothing like that has ever happened. It's just, I mean, it's still a real shock when I think about it.
She's among a huge rise in people reporting anti-Muslim hate. This restaurant is meant to be a celebration of Palestinian culture, but over the last month
so
they've
good.
been
Actually
bombarded with
fucking stab me.
abusive
Oh my
phone
God.
calls.
Hello, you do take
I'm
away?
hungry.
Yes. Okay, so I'm come over and take away your life.
And that's really threatening.
Jesus.
It is. I mean, today we got about 20 phone calls.
Today?
Yeah, this morning.
It's got so bad, 2 members of staff have left, fearing for their safety.
I was really considering closing the restaurant. I honestly, I don't know why, but I did. And 99% of my customers are English, Jewish, Indians, Chinese. It's harmonization and integration. And then I thought, you know what, I'm not going to give up. And I'm determined not to let them win.
Yes. What a fucking...
The Home Secretary has...
hyper-masculine Giga Chad beast man. What a fucking dude. Ugh. Never come between a fucking Middle Eastern man and his scran. You can't do it. It's not allowed. Never come between a Middle Eastern man and feeding other people, okay? You can't. It's not allowed.
Has described recent pro-Palestinian protests as hate marches. Some accuse her of igniting tensions. And at this mosque in Leeds, they felt the hostility.
What is scran? Scran is food.
Some of the rhetoric used by those in positions of power is poisonous, is divisive, and
why do people always target restaurants? It's so cringe, isn't it? It's fucking insane. Like, why are you thinking like Hamas attacked people? They're Arab. I don't like Arabs. There's an Arab Palestinian restaurant. I'll get the guy in the restaurant. What the fuck, bro? What?
This culture war is only going to lead to further hatred and hostility between communities.
Campaigners say the true number of hate crimes is likely to be even greater, as many go unreported. Rebecca Barry, ITV News.
Surely the owner is channeling funds back to Hamas. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops. Ugh. Just watched the H. Barmer Guy video that proved internet historians stole his whole script for the cave video verbatim. I guess being like a Muslim right now, or like a progressive Jew, in any of these like Western countries right now must be so difficult. Like, God. And if you have any Muslim or progressive Jewish friends, or even just Jewish friends in general, you know, just you know, look out for them. You know, check in on them, give them your back. When I say when I qualify with progressive Jews, because I mean, if you're a fucking right-wing Jew, at least you have like the pro-Zionist Jews, like the pro-Israel Jews, like the people who support like the right wing of Israel, like you've got them, you know? But if you're like a Jew who's quite critical of Israel, you can't go to the other people in society who are critical of Israel, like on the left, right? So you are a bit more isolated in that way, yeah. You lose support group from both sides, you know? To the point where I know like progressive Jews are like having to deal with their parents doing the whole, we told you so, we told you so. Like that's a whole thing as well. I don't know if you're Muslim. I guess if you're a progressive Muslim, you might struggle with your own community because Muslim communities are more conservative. But if you're a progressive Muslim, like, yeah, I guess, yeah, you might have more support from progressive communities, but then like the fucking right wingers are coming for you. Yeah, it's like there's a whole intersectionality going on there. It's like, yeah, the lived experiences are pretty mental. Okay, apparently this is the is this the Nutty Putty cave? No, it's not. Okay, whatever. I don't care then. That's the only cave I care about because that story is so horrific. Ugh. It's about Sand Cave. Okay, wow. Have you seen the protests? Do they look scared? Fuck you. What? Like the Muslim protesters, I could obviously just look at a bunch of Jews doing the Israel support protest and say they don't look scared either. Like, what the fuck? Hate crimes are up for both sides, okay? Just chill. God damn it. Get off my case. Why is DK, because I know it's DK who made this title, why is he calling Counterpoints Lolly Connor? One side's bigger than the other? Yeah, I'd imagine most of these countries have bigger Muslim populations than Jewish ones, yeah. But still, fuck me. I just said if you have Muslim or Jewish friends who it's possible that they're a bit on edge right now, okay? Just that's all I said. Fucking hell. I hate you guys. Ugh. How much time do I have? Probably not long at all because I need to go to the shop. I almost streamed for 7 hours a day. What the fuck? Oh, it's because I'm medicated. That's why I haven't been irritable and I've focused on segment. Okay, wow. Well done, Lonerbox. Beautiful. So no, I don't want to really. I don't give a fuck. It's 9:45. It's not midnight, huh? It's because I'm medicated. Okay. Are you on Adderall? No, I'm on Ritalin. Unless they're the same thing. I don't know, because all these drugs have like 10 different fucking names. Ugh. Well. What time does the shop close? 11? But I want to go to a shop that closes at 10, but I'm not going to make that one. Shit. Unless I... Oh, that came out of nowhere. Unless I stop right now, all right? Now, all right. Hang on. Shall I redirect to... No, I'll just do a Twitch raid. That's what I'll do. All right. Both amphetamines but different brands. I think they're the family of amphetamines. Oh, look, it's Lav. What's she saying? Okay. What's Dan Simpson saying? Is he saying genocide or liberal or imperial core or... Oh, he's talking about Venezuela. I want to know what people like him have to say about
Brazil sending their forces up here because it seems as though there could be something that might break out. Because what happened is yesterday, a few days ago, Venezuela had a referendum whereby they voted to... I don't know what the term is. How do we put it?
Reclaim. Go
Chad,
on,
how do we put
decolonize.
this?
Go. Go.
Over 10 million citizens voted, and they voted with a resounding yes vote on the Essequibo referendum, which I don't know what to say. Are they going to annex that land? Is that the appropriate term? All right, let's read about it. Let's read about here.
Oh God,
Monday,
he's learning from first. I want to see.
Start here.
Asserted that the 1966 Geneva Agreement is the only legal instrument to address the Essequibo controversy.
Very good. Somehow Venezuela taking it over will end up colonial.
trying to decipher that text.
Oh, heard. So people are like complaining about Venezuela, yeah, and they're like, oh, they're just doing a colonialism, it's imperialism or whatever. But ExxonMobil reaping the oil isn't, right? Which is what's happening.
Well, it depends on. Is it happening against the will of the people who live there?
Yes.
Wait, let's see. Let's find out.
And if Venezuela is it? Help me understand that. Is Venezuela a dictatorship of the proletariat? If it is, Essequibo regions are not lower class citizens. It's not colonialism. Wait, you're saying, and that's how a lib will interpret it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure I'm picking up what you're putting down, AM. Feel free to hold my hand through this. I appreciate you.
Guyana?
Ben Norton vid. Yeah, right? You think he'd be on top of this?
Okay, so they've challenged some drilling projects. But is Venezuela doing this to give it back to the people in Guyana?
It may not be a dictatorship of the proletariat, but definitely Venezuela's not like super friendly to American interests, as in they don't bend over backwards for American.
The government's being taken to court
contracts or whatever
by two citizens aiming to end the
drilling. I don't know. Okay. Has Ben Norton said anything? I don't know. Anybody?
You just
keep reading. I want to keep reading.
Challenging. Okay.
During his appearance on the Con Maduro Mas TV program, the Bolivarian leader referred to.
Let's see if their government's democratically elected. Is it democracy index? How's their democracy? Yeah? Election in 2020 were fraudulent. Okay. Scores among the lowest of flawed democracies in 2012. Flawed democracy. Okay, it's a flawed democracy. Okay. So yeah, there's probably a bit of shenanigans going on here with ExxonMobil. Is the solution to that to get invaded by Venezuela? Okay.
Who's this?
Who's this?
Who's this, St. Lotus? Who's this? She's from Guyana.
Oh. Uh-oh. What's she gonna say? She's saying that the border tensions have been aggravated
Venezuelans
by
go to vote
Western foreign
Guyanese
interests. Okay.
in Essequibo. Indigenous or settlers are rallying around the Guyanese flag and the motto "One People." Is this the thread, St. Lotus? She says, in my opinion, Venezuela won't resort to military force to take over the Essequibo, no matter the referendum results. I think Venezuela would continue as historically to engage in aggressive and nationalistic rhetoric, given that Guyana will now be making security decisions with the West.
What does Guyana think about
Brazil, who Guyana turned to in the past. And I don't believe that Venezuela would risk putting people in South America and the Caribbean in selfish imperialistic harm's way.
Okay, well, whatever. I know the Venezuelan claim is from like 1899 or some shit. Yeah, basically it was international arbitrators when the British ruled Guyana who drew the border, but Venezuelans have argued that it actually belongs to them, like that whole region. And they've complained about that since then, basically, like over the last 125 years. Let's see. I don't know if I can find Guyanese public opinion on Venezuela, unfortunately. But it might just be chest puffing. Who knows? Yeah, Venezuela. It's funny that Venezuela basically just wants the oil, but it's like, yeah. And that's normally what we hate America for, but you know, whatever. Guyana will approach the UN. Well, I know the government doesn't want it, but I wonder what the people think. Because if there's if Guyana's at, what I can imagine is if Guyana is this is the only steel man I can give, right? Is if Guyana is actually just an imperialist vessel for American oil companies and leftovers of British colonialism, and the people have a corrupt government that they don't actually like, and they identify more with Venezuela, and they feel like they should always have been part of Venezuela, that they were disconnected from them arbitrarily by international bodies, then yeah, maybe there is a justification there, but that would have to be like a lot of there'd have to be a lot of fucking tomfoolery happening in Guyana at the hands of, like, I guess America and the government, but a pretty obscene amount. Okay. Can I ask you a question? Of course you can ask a question, Psychodynamic. You just did, but okay. You can ask me another one if you want. I'm sure it's all because of NATO. That's my first thought. This is from New York Times. So from the Imperial Core, the people who live in Essequibo are largely English-speaking, identify culturally as Guyanese, and say they want to remain part of Guyana, the only government most have ever known. Even when it was part of the Spanish Empire, it was considered a remote and undeveloped territory. Many residents say that they enjoyed the tranquility of life in Essequibo and the economic benefits from the oil boom, and feared they would have to leave their homes if Venezuela gained sovereignty over the region. Well, parallels to the Falklands? Yeah, I guess so. God damn it. They speak English? Yeah, apparently they speak English in Guyana. Wait, where's the questions? You said, can I ask a question, but I can't see the question. What the fuck? What? Where is it? Okay. Probably got auto-filtered. Well, yeah, psychodynamics is pretty fucking wacky, so, you know. Is Destiny right about Palestinians not being real? My guess is he said that they're not like a unique ethnic identity, but they are they're a national group, yeah. It disappeared. I don't know, send it again. I couldn't see it, Psychodynamic. I'm sorry. Oh, the Jewish Chronicle is slamming at Owen Jones. Ooh, whoops. Uh-oh. I wish I understood the YouTube autofilter. Yeah, well, I don't. A national identity has nothing to do with ethnicity. Case in point, Guyana. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, because people from Guyana are ethnically Indian mostly, aren't they? From India. Oh, this is longer footage. I just saw another video of them parading the woman around, of them throwing her around. I'll send it in Discord. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not good. Look, it didn't look good. I'm just gonna say, bit blurry, but it's not good. But I guess this is the world people want, you know, where you have to watch this stuff. In your stream chat. Okay. What did you say in stream chats? I could know. Okay. I don't see it. Did it get muted there as well? Send it to Owen Jones. Why didn't Israel just annex the West Bank and Gaza after 1967? Because those two regions are full of Palestinians, and they don't want to govern a bunch of Palestinians. Because if they annex those regions, the Palestinians will ask for voting rights, and then they would, and then Israel would lose its demographic supremacy or its demographic majority as a Jewish state. That's why they annexed some parts that they wanted. They annexed. They annexed East Jerusalem because they wanted that for themselves, and they annexed certain settlement blocks that became majority Jewish between the 60s and today. So, and they don't want Gaza because they've never really wanted Gaza. I guess some of them have, but not many of them. Couldn't they just kick them out? So they considered that in 1967. They considered ethnically cleansing all of the West Bank. But they very quickly ruled it out, probably because one, very, 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 way too violent, and two, probably international condemnation would have been way too fucking extreme. Yeah. But they did consider it, apparently. They spoke about it, but it was ruled out very, very quickly. I hope that answers your questions. And there's already someone in stream chat who doesn't know what the fuck is going on in the conversation. Okay. Guyana is 40% Indo-Guyanese. Oh, I didn't know that. What? Wait, Guyana ethnic. Indian or Indo-Guyanese. Okay. This is such a stupid question, right? But I'll ask it anyway, because whatever. When they say Indian, do they mean like from the country of India, or do they mean like the word that they give to indigenous people in South America because of the Columbus bullshit, right? Because it says originating from India. And is Indo-Guyanese, are those people who are Indian and Guyanese? Guyanese nationals of Indian origin. Okay, so they're majority Indian, right? Or the plurality, or whatever. Okay, there's a lot of Indians there. I don't know. Fuck you. Ugh. So it doesn't have an ethnic connection to Venezuela. Okay. Ugh. Well, fuck. Whatever. Maybe we'll read more about it if anything actually happens. Or even just in the next coming days. Who knows? Okay. In Suriname, and is it Suriname or Suriname or Suriname? It's not Suriname. Is it Suriname? Fuck, wait. Sorry, hang on. What's the pronunciation? Suriname.
Suriname.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't even... Oh, there's a lot of people of Indonesian descent there. Okay. Wacky. It's a lot of people moving around across the world. All right. I gotta fuck off now, guys. Take care. It was good having you here. Thanks for all the super chats and the Twitch donos and the other bullshit. Thanks for sticking around the difficult subjects. And damn, we still got like 700 viewers, even though Destiny's been streaming for a while. That's pretty nice. That's pretty chill. Check out the live channel soon, okay? Because you're about to see some sick-ass content uploads in there. Wait, hang on. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.